Welcome to BTC Radio Audiobook and ASMR, the ultimate destination for audiobook enthusiasts and literary explorers. If you're someone who finds solace in the symphony of words, if you yearn to get lost in captivating tales spun by master storytellers, then you've just discovered your haven. Join us on a journey where pages come to life through the power of sound, where every narrative nuance and character emotion is vividly painted in the theater of your mind. From timeless classics to contemporary gems, our channel is a sanctuary for those who believe that stories are meant to be heard. So, sit back, close your eyes, and let the magic of words transport you to distant worlds, one audiobook at a time.
The Attaché, or Sam Slick in England, complete. By Thomas Chandler Haliburton. The Attaché, or Sam Slick in England. Chapter 1. Uncorking a Bottle. We left New York in the afternoon of day of May 184 and embarked on board of the good packet ship, Tyler, for England. Our party consisted of the Reverend Mr. Hopewell, Samuel Slick, Esq., myself, and Yubei Japan, a black servant of the Attaché. I love brevity. I am a man of few words, and therefore, constitutionally economical of them, but brevity is apt to degenerate into obscurity. Writing a book, however, and bookmaking, are two very different things. Spinning a yarn is mechanical, and bookmaking savors of trade, and is the employment of a manufacturer. The author by profession weaves his web by the piece, and as there is much competition in this branch of trade, extends it over the greatest possible surface, so as to make the most of his raw material. Hence every work of fancy is made to reach to 3 volumes, otherwise it will not pay, and a manufacture that does not requite the cost of production, invariably and inevitably terminates in bankruptcy. A thought, therefore, like a pound of cotton, must be well spun out to be valuable. It is very contemptuous to say of a man that he has but one idea, but it is the highest meed of praise that can be bestowed on a book. A man who writes thus can write forever. Now, it is not only not my intention to write forever, or as Mr. Slick would say, for everlastingly, but to make my bow and retire very soon from the press altogether. I might assign many reasons for this modest course, all of them plausible, and some of them indeed quite dignified. I like dignity. Any man who has lived the greater part of his life in a colony is so accustomed to it, that he becomes quite enamored of it, and wrapping himself up in it as a cloak, stalks abroad the observed of all observers. I could undervalue this species of writing if I thought proper, affect a contempt for idiomatic humor, or hint at the employment being inconsistent with the grave discharge of important official duties, which are so distressingly onerous, as not to leave me a moment for recreation. But these airs, though dignified, will unfortunately not avail me. I shall put my dignity into my pocket, therefore, and disclose the real cause of this diffidence. In the year 1814, I embarked at Halifax on board the Buffalo storeship for England. She was a noble teak-built ship of 12 or 1300 tons burden, had excellent accommodation, and carried over to merry old England a very merry party of passengers, quorum parva pars fui, a youngster just emerged from college. On the banks of Newfoundland we were becalmed, and the passengers amused themselves by throwing overboard a bottle, and shooting at it with ball. The guns used for this occasion were the king's muskets, taken from the arm chest on the quarter-deck. The shooting was execrable. It was hard to say which were worse marksmen, the officers of the ship, or the passengers. Not a bottle was hit. Many reasons were offered for this failure, but the two principal ones were, that the muskets were bad, and that it required great skill to overcome the difficulty occasioned by both, the vessel and the bottle being in motion at the same time, and that motion dissimilar. I lost my patience. I had never practiced shooting with ball. I had frightened a few snipe, and wounded a few partridges, but that was the extent of my experience. I knew, however, that I could not by any possibility shoot worse than everybody else had done, and might by accident shoot better. "Give me a gun, Captain," said I. and I will show you how to uncork that bottle. I took the musket, but its weight was beyond my strength of arm. I was afraid that I could not hold it out steadily, even for a moment, it was so very heavy. I threw it up with a desperate effort and fired. The neck of the bottle flew up in the air a full yard, and then disappeared. I was amazed myself at my success. Everybody was surprised, but as everybody attributed it to long practice, they were not so much astonished as I was, who knew it was wholly owing to chance. It was a lucky hit, and I made the most of it. Success made me arrogant, and boylike, I became a boaster. "Ah," said I coolly, "you must be born with a rifle in your hand, Captain, to shoot well. Everybody shoots well in America. I do not call myself a good shot. I have not had the requisite experience, but there are those who can take out the eye of a squirrel at 100 yards. Can you see the eye of a squirrel at that distance?" said the captain, with a knowing wink of his own little ferret eye. That question, which raised a general laugh at my expense, was a puzzler. The absurdity of the story, which I had heard 1,000 times, never struck me so forcibly. But I was not to be pat down so easily. "See it," said I. "Why not? Try it and you will find your sight improve with your shooting. Now, I can't boast of being a good marksman myself, my studies," and here I looked big, for I doubted if he could even read, much less construe a chapter in the Greek Testament, "did not leave me much time. A squirrel is too small an object for all but an experienced man, but a large mark like a quart bottle can easily be hit at 100 yards, that is nothing. I will take you a bet," said he. "Of a doubloon, you do not do it again?" "Thank you," I replied with great indifference. "I never bet, and besides, that gun has so injured my shoulder that I could not, if I would." By that accidental shot, I obtained a great name as a marksman, and by prudence I retained it all the voyage. This is precisely my case now, gentle reader. I made an accidental hit with the clockmaker. When he ceases to speak, I shall cease to write. The little reputation I then acquired, I do not intend to jeopardize by trying too many experiments. I know that it was chance. Many people think it was skill. If they choose to think so, they have a right to their opinion, and that opinion is fame. I value this reputation too highly not to take care of it. As I do not intend then to write often, I shall not wire draw my subjects, for the mere purpose of filling my pages. Still, a book should be perfect within itself, and intelligible without reference to other books. Authors are vain people, and vanity as well as dignity is indigenous to a colony. Like a pastry cook's apprentice, I see so much of both their sweet things around me daily, that I have no appetite for either of them. I might perhaps be pardoned, if I took it for granted, that the dramatis personae of this work were sufficiently known, not to require a particular introduction. Dickens assumed the fact that his book on America would travel wherever the English language was spoken, and therefore called it Notes for General Circulation. Even colonists say that this was too bad, and if they say so, it must be so. I shall, therefore, briefly state who and what the persons are that composed our traveling party, as if they were wholly unknown to fame, and then leave them to speak for themselves. The Reverend Mr. Hopewell is a very aged clergyman of the Church of England, and was educated at Cambridge College, in Massachusetts. Previously to the Revolution, he was appointed rector of a small parish in Connecticut. When the colonies obtained their independence, he remained with his little flock in his native land, and continued to minister to their spiritual wants until within a few years, when his parishioners, becoming Unitarians, gave him his dismissal. Affable in his manners and simple in his habits, with a mind well stored with human lore, and a heart full of kindness for his fellow creatures, he was at once an agreeable and an instructive companion. Born and educated in the United States, when they were British dependencies, and possessed of a thorough knowledge of the causes which led to the rebellion, and the means used to hasten the crisis, he was at home on all colonial topics, while his great experience of both monarchical and democratical governments, derived from a long residence in both, made him a most valuable authority on politics generally. Mr. Samuel Slick is a native of the same parish, and received his education from Mr. Hopewell. I first became acquainted with him while traveling in Nova Scotia. He was then a manufacturer and vendor of wooden clocks. My first impression of him was by no means favorable. He forced himself most unceremoniously into my company and conversation. I was disposed to shake him off, but could not. Talk he would, and as his talk was of that kind, which did not require much reply on my part, he took my silence for acquiescence, and talked on. I soon found that he was a character, and, as he knew every part of the lower colonies, and every body in them, I employed him as my guide. I have made at different times 3 several tours with him, the results of which I have given in 3 several series of a work, entitled The Clockmaker, or The Sayings and Doings of Mr. Samuel Slick. Our last tour terminated at New York, where, in consequence of the celebrity he obtained from these sayings and doings, he received the appointment of Attaché to the American legation at the court of St. James's. The object of this work is to continue the record of his observations and proceedings in England. The third person of the party, gentle reader, is your humble servant, Thomas Poker, Esquire, a native of Nova Scotia, and a retired member of the provincial bar. My name will seldom appear in these pages, as I am uniformly addressed by both my companions as Squire, nor shall I have to perform the disagreeable task of reporting my own speeches. For naturally taciturn, I delight in listening rather than talking, and modestly prefer the duties of an amanuensis to the responsibilities of original composition. The last personage is Yubei Japan, a black servant of the Attaché. Such are the persons who composed the little party that embarked at New York, on board the packet ship Tyler, and sailed on the of May 184- for England. The motto prefixed to this work sufficiently explains its character. Classes and not individuals have been selected for observation. National traits are fair subjects for satire or for praise, but personal peculiarities claim the privilege of exemption in right of that hospitality, through whose medium they have been alone exhibited. Public topics are public property. Every body has a right to use them without leave and without apology. It is only when we quit the limits of this common and enter upon private grounds that we are guilty of a trespass. This distinction is alike obvious to good sense and right feeling. I have endeavored to keep it constantly in view, and if at any time I shall be supposed to have erred, I say suppose, for I am unconscious of having done so. I must claim the indulgence always granted to involuntary offenses. Now the patience of my reader may fairly be considered a private right. I shall, therefore, respect its boundaries and proceed at once with my narrative, having been already quite long enough about uncorking a bottle. Chapter 2. A juicy day in the country. All our preparations for the voyage having been completed, we spent the last day at our disposal in visiting Brooklyn. The weather was uncommonly fine, the sky being perfectly clear and unclouded, and though the sun shone out brilliantly, the heat was tempered by a cool, bracing, westwardly wind. Its influence was perceptible on the spirits of every body on board the ferry boat that transported us across the harbor. "Squire," said Mr. Slick, "ain't this as pretty a day as you'll see atween this and Nova Scotia? You can't beat American weather, when it chooses, in no part of the world I've ever been in yet. This day is a tip-topper, and it's the last we'll see of the kind till we get back again, I know. Take a fool's advice, for once, and stick to it, as long as there is any of it left, for you'll see the difference when you get to England. There never was so rainy a place in the universe as that, I don't think, unless it's Ireland, and the only difference between them two is that it rains every day a'most in England, and in Ireland it rains every day and every night too. It's awful, and you must keep out of a country house in such weather, or you'll go for it. It will kill you, that's sartain. I shall never forget a juicy day I once spent in one of them dismal old places. I'll tell you how I came to be there. The last time I was to England, I was a dinin' with our consul to Liverpool, and a very gentlemanlike old man he was too. He was appointed by Washington, and had been there ever since our glorious Revolution. Folks gave him a great name, they said he was a credit to us. Well, I met at his table one day an old country squire that lived somewhere down in Shropshire, close on to Wales, and says he to me, arter cloth was off and cigars on. Mr. Slick, says he, I'll be very glad to see you to Norman Manor. That was the place where he stayed, when he was to home. If you will return with me, I shall be glad to shew you the country in my neighborhood, which is said to be considerable pretty. Well, says I, as I have nothing above particular to see to, I don't care if I do go. So off we started, and this I will say, he was as kind as he cleverly knew how to be, and that is sayin' a great deal for a man that didn't know nothing out of sight of his own clear and hardly. Now, when we got there, the house was chock full of company, and considerin' it warn't an overly large one, and that Britishers won't stay in a house, unless every feller gets a separate bed, it's a wonder to me, how he stowed away as many as he did. Says he, excuse your quarters, Mr. Slick, but I find more company nor I expected here. In a day or two, some on 'em will be off, and then you shall be better provided. With that I was showed up a great staircase, and out o' that by a doorway into a narrer entry, and from that into an old tea-like looking building, that stuck out behind the house. It warn't the common company sleepin' room, I expect, but kinder make shifts, though they was good enough too for the matter o' that. At all events I don't want no better. Well, I had hardly got well housed amos, afore it came on to rain, as if it was in rail right down earnest. It warn't just a roarin', racin', sneezin' rain like a thunder shower, but it kept a steady travellin' gait, up hill and down dale, and no breathin' time nor battin' spell. It didn't look as if it would stop till it was done, that's a fact. But still, as it was too late to go out agin that arternoon, I didn't think much about it then. I hadn't no notion what was in store for me next day, no more nor a child. If I had, I'd a double deal sooner hang myself than gone browsing in such place as that, in sticky weather. A wet day is considerable tiresome, anywhere or any way you can fix it, but it's wuss at an English country house than anywhere else, 'cause you are among strangers, formal, cold, gallus polite, and as thick in the headpiece as a punchin'. You hanty nothin' to do yourself, and they never have nothin' to do. They don't know nothin' about America, and don't want to. Your talk don't interest them, and they can't talk to interest nobody but themselves. All you've got to do is to pull out your watch and see how time goes, how much of the day is left, and then go to the winder and see how the sky looks, and whether there is any chance of holdin' up or no. Well, that time I went to bed a little earlier than common, for I felt considerable sleepy, and considerable strange too. So as soon as I cleverly could, I off and turned in. Well, I am an early riser myself. I always was from a boy, so I waked up just about the time when day ought to break, and was a-thinkin' to get up. But the shutters was to, and it was as dark as ink in the room, and I heerd it rainin' away for dear life. So, says I to myself, what the dogs is the use of gettin' up so early? I can't get out and get a smoke, and I can't do nothin' here, so here goes for a second nap. Well, I was soon off agin in a most beautiful of a snore, when all at once I heard thump-thump agin the shutter, and the most horrid noise I ever heerd since I was raised. It was somethin' quite unearthly. Hullo, says I to myself, what in natur is all this hubbub about? Can this here confounded old house be haunted? Is them spirits that's jabbering gibberish there, or is I wide awake or no? So I sets right up on my hind legs in bed, rubs my eyes, opens my ears and listens agin, when whop went every shutter agin, with a dead heavy sound, like somethin' or another thrown agin 'em, or fallin' agin 'em, and then comes the unknown tongues in discord chorus like. Says I know now, it's them cussed navigators. They besought the house, and are givin' lip to frighten folks. It's regular banditti. So I just hops out of bed, and feels for my trunk, and outs with my talkin' irons, that was all ready loaded, pokes my way to the winder, shoves the sash up and outs with the shutter, ready to let slip among 'em. And what do you think it was? Hundreds and hundreds of them nasty, dirty, filthy, ugly, black devils of rooks, located in the trees at the back end of the house. Old Nick couldn't have slept near 'em. Caw, 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 all mixed up together in one jumble of a sound, like jaw. You black, evil-lookin', foul-mouthed villains, says I'd like no better sport than just to sit here, all this blessed day with these pistols, and drop you one arter another, I know. But they was pets, was them rooks, and of course like all pets, everlastin' nuisances to everybody else. Well, when a man's in a fees, there's no more sleep that hitch, so I dresses and sits up. But what was I to do? It was just 4:30, and as it was a rainin' like everything, I knowed breakfast wouldn't be ready till 11 o'clock, for nobody wouldn't get up if they could help it. They wouldn't be such fools. So there was jail for 6 hours and a half. Well, I walked up and down the room, as easy as I could, not to waken folks, but 3 steps and a round turn makes you kinder dizzy, so I sits down again to chaw the cut of vexation. Ain't this a handsome fix, says I, but it serves you right. What business had you here at all? You always was a fool, and always will be to the end of the chapter. What in natur are you a scoldin' for, says I, that won't mend the matter. How's time? They must soon be a-stirrin' now, I guess. Well, as I am a livin' sinner, it was only 5 o'clock. Oh dear, says I, time is like women and pigs, the more you want it to go, the more it won't. What on earth shall I do? Guess I'll strap my razor. Well, I strapped and strapped away, until it would cut a single hair pulled straight up on end out o' your head, without bendin' it, take it off slick. Now, says I, I'll mend my trousers I tore, a-goin' to see the ruin on the road yesterday, so I takes out Sister Saul's little needle case, and sows away till I got them to look considerable jam agin, and then, says I, here's a gallus button off, I'll just fix that, and when that was done, there was a hole to my yarn sock, so I turned to and darned that. Now, says I, how goes it? I'm considerable sharp set. It must be gettin' tolerable late now. It wanted 6:15. My sakes, says I, 5 hours and 1/4 yet afore feedin' time. Well, if that don't pass, what shall I do next? I'll tell you what to do, says I, smoke, that will take the edge of your appetite off, and if they don't like it, they may lump it. What business have they to keep them horrid screechin' infernal, sleepless rooks to disturb people that way? Well, I takes a lucifer, and lights a cigar, and I puts my head up the chimbley to let the smoke off, and it felt good, I promise you. I don't know as I ever enjoyed one half so much afore. It had a rail first chop flavor, had that cigar. When that was done, says I, what do you say to another? Well, I don't know, says I should like it, that's a fact. But holdin' of my head crooked up chimbley that way, has a'most broke my neck. I've got the cramp in it like. So I sot, and shook my head first to one side and then the other, and then turned it on its hinges as far as it would go, till it felt about right, and then I lights another, and puts my head in the flue again. Well, smokin' makes a feller feel kinder good-natured, and I began to think it warn't quite so bad arter all, when whop went my cigar right out of my mouth into my bosom, atween the shirt and the skin, and burnt me like a galley nipper. Both my eyes was filled at the same time, and I got a crack on the potay from some critter or another that clawed and scratched my head like anything, and then seemed to empty a bushel of SUT on me, and I looked like a chimbley sweep, and felt like Old Scratch himself. My smoke had brought down a chimbley swaller, or a martin, or some such varmint, for it up and off agin afore I could catch it, to wring its infernal neck off. That's a fact. Well, here was something to do, and no mistake. Here was to clean and groom up agin till all was in its right shape, and a pretty job it was, I tell you. I thought I never should get the SUT out of my hair, and then never get it out of my brush again, and my eyes smarted so, they did nothing but water, and wink, and make faces. But I did. I worked on and worked on, till all was sot right once more. Now, says I, how's time? 7:30, says I, and 3 hours and a half more yet to breakfast. Well, says I can't stand this, and what's more I won't. I begin to get my Ebenezer up, and feel wolfish. I'll ring up the handsome chambermaid, and just fall to, and chaw her right up. I'm savagerous. That's cowardly, says I, call the footman, pick a quarrel with him and kick him downstairs, speak but one word to him, and let that be strong enough to skin the coon arter it has killed him. The noise will wake up folks I know, and then we shall have somethin' to eat. Footnote, the word savagerous is not of Yankee, but of Western origin. Its use in this place is best explained by the following extract from the 3rd series of The Clockmaker. In order that the sketch which I am now about to give may be fully understood, it may be necessary to request the reader to recollect that Mr. Slick is a Yankee, a designation the origin of which is now not very obvious, but it has been assumed by, and conceded by common consent to, the inhabitants of New England. It is a name, though sometimes satirically used, of which they have great reason to be proud, as it is descriptive of a most cultivated, intelligent, enterprising, frugal, and industrious population, who may well challenge a comparison with the inhabitants of any other country in the world, but it has only a local application. The United States cover an immense extent of territory, and the inhabitants of different parts of the Union differ as widely in character, feelings, and even in appearance, as the people of different countries usually do. These sections differ also in dialect and in humor, as much as in other things, and to as great, if not a greater extent, than the natives of different parts of Great Britain vary from each other. It is customary in Europe to call all Americans Yankees, but it is as much a misnomer as it would be to call all Europeans Frenchmen. Throughout these works it will be observed that Mr. Slick's pronunciation is that of the Yankee, or an inhabitant of the rural districts of New England. His conversation is generally purely so, but in some instances he uses, as his countrymen frequently do from choice, phrases which, though Americanisms, are not of Eastern origin. Wholly to exclude these would be to violate the usages of American life. To introduce them oftener would be to confound two dissimilar dialects, and to make an equal departure from the truth. Every section has its own characteristic dialect, a very small portion of which it has imparted to its neighbors. The dry, quaint humor of New England is occasionally found in the West, and the rich gasconade and exaggerative language of the West migrates not unfrequently to the East. This idiomatic exchange is perceptibly on the increase. It arises from the traveling propensities of the Americans, and the constant intercourse mutually maintained by the inhabitants of the different states. A droll or an original expression is thus imported and adopted, and though not indigenous, soon becomes engrafted on the general stock of the language of the country. Third series, page 142. I was ready to bow right over, when as luck would have it, the rain stopped all of a sudden, the sun broke out o' prison, and I thought I never seed anything look so green and so beautiful as the country did. Come, says I, now for a walk down the avenue, and a comfortable smoke, and if the man at the gate is up and stirrin', I will just pop in and breakfast with him and his wife. There is some natur' there, but here it's all cussed rooks and chimbly swallows, and heavy men and fat women, and lazy helps, and Sunday every day in the week, so I fills my cigar case and outs into the passage. But here was a fix. One of the doors opened into the great staircase, and which was it? I, says I, which is it, do you know? Upon my soul, I don't know, says I, but try, it's no use to be caged up here like a painter, and out I will, that's a fact. So I stops and studies, that's it, says I, and I opens a door. It was a bedroom, it was the likely chambermaid's. Softly, sir, says she, a puttin' of her finger on her lip, don't make no noise, missus will hear you. Yes, says I won't make no noise, and I outs and shuts the door to arter me gently. What next, says I, why you fool you, says I, why didn't you ask the sarvant maid, which door it was? Why I was so conflastragated, says I didn't think of it. Try that door. Well, I opened another, it belonged to one o' the horrid handsome stranger galls that dined at table yesterday. When she seed me, she gave a scream, popped her head under the clothes, like a terrapin, and vanished. Well, I vanished too. Ain't this too bad, says I wish I could open a man's door, I'd lick him out of spite, I hope I may be shot if I don't. And I doubled up my fist, for I didn't like it a speck, and opened another door. It was the housekeeper's. Come, says I won't be balked no more. She sot up and fixed her cap. A woman never forgets the becommons. Anything I can do for you, sir, says she, and she really did look pretty. All good-natured people, it appears to me, do look so. Will you be so good as to tell me which door leads to the staircase, marm, says I. Oh, is that all? Says she. I suppose she thought I wanted her to get up and get breakfast for me. It's the first on the right. And she fixed her cap again and laid down, and I took the first on the right and off like a blowed-out candle. There was the staircase. I walked down, took my hat, unbolted the outer door, and what a beautiful day was there. I lit my cigar, I breathed freely, and I strolled down the avenue. The bushes glistened, and the grass glistened, and the air was sweet, and the birds sung, and there was nature once more. I walked to the lodge. They had breakfasted, had the old folks, so I chatted away with them for a considerable of a spell about matters and things in general, and then turned towards the house again. "Hullo," says I, "what's this? Warn't that a drop of rain?" I looks up, it was another shower, by gosh. I pulls foot for dear life. It was tall walking, you may depend, but the shower wins, comprehends Eve as my legs be, and down it comes, as hard as all possiest. "Take it easy, Sam," says I, "your flint is fixed, you are wet through, runnin' won't dry you," and I settled down to a careless walk, quite desperate. Nothin' in natur', unless it is an Injun, is so treacherous as the climate here. It jist clears up on purpose, I do believe, to tempt you out without your umbrella, and jist as sure as you trust it and leave it to home, it clouds right up, and sarves you out for it, it does indeed. What a sight of new clothes I've spilt here, for the rain has a sort of dye in it. It stains so, it alters the color of the cloth, for the smoke is filled with gas and all sorts of chemicals. Well, back I goes to my room agin to the rooks, chimbly swallows, and all, leavin' a great endurin' streak of wet arter me all the way, like a cracked pitcher that leaks, onrigs, and puts on dry clothes from head to foot. By this time breakfast is ready, but the English don't do nothin' like other folks. I don't know whether it's affectation, or bein' wrong in the head, a little of both, I guess. Now where do you suppose the solid part of breakfast is, Squire? Why, it's on the sideboard. I hope I may be shot if it ain't. Well, the tea and coffee are on the table, to make it as inconvenient as possible, says I, to the lady of the house, as I got up to help myself, for I was hungry enough to make beefsteak, I know. Auntie, says I, you'll excuse me, but why don't you put the eatables on the table, or else put the tea on the sideboard? They're like man and wife, they don't ought to be separated, them two. She looked at me, oh what a look of pity it was! As much as to say, where have you been all your born days, not to know better nor that? But I guess you don't know better in the States. How could you know anything there? But she only said it was the custom here, for she was a very polite old woman, was Auntie. Well, sense is sense, let it grow where it will, and I guess we raise about the best kind, which is common sense, and I warn't to be put down with short meter arter that fashion. So I tried the old man. Says I, Uncle, says I, if you will divorce the eatables from the drinkables that way, why not let the servants come and tend? It's monstrous inconvenient and ridiculous to be a jumpin' up for everlastingly that way. You can't sit still one blessed minute. We think it pleasant, said he, sometimes to dispense with their attendance. Exactly, says I, then dispense with servants at dinner, for when the wine is in, the wit is out. I said that to compliment him, for the critter had no wit in at no time, and they hear all the talk. But at breakfast every one is only half awake, especially when you rise so early as you do in this country, says I. But the old critter couldn't see a joke, even if he felt it, and he didn't know I was a funny dot. Folks are considerably sharp set at breakfast, says I, and not very talkative. That's the right time to have servants to tend on you. What an idea, said he, and he puckered up his picture, and the way he stared was a caution to an owl. Well, we sot and sot till I was tired, so thinks I, what's next, for it's rainin' agin as hard as ever. So I took a turn in the study to sarch for a book, but there was nothin' there, but a guide to the Sessions, Burns Justice, and a book of London Club rules, and 2 or 3 novels. He said he got books from the Satirical library. Lunch is ready. What, eatin' agin? My goody, thinks I, if you are so fond of it, why the plague don't you begin early? If you'd had it at 5 o'clock this morning, I'd a done justice to it. Now I couldn't touch it if I was to die. There it was, though. Help yourself, and no thanks, for there is no sarvants agin. The rule here is, no talk, no sarvants, and when it's all talk, it's all sarvants. Thinks I to myself, now, what shall I do till dinner time, for it rains so there is no stirrin' out. Waiter, where is eldest son? He and I will have a game of billiards, I guess. He is laying down, sir. Shows his sense, says I see, he is not the fool I took him to be. If I could sleep in the day, I'd a turn in too. Where is second son? Left this mornin' in the close carriage, sir. Oh, cuss him, it was him then, was it? What, sir? That woke them confounded rooks up, out o' their fuss nap, and kicked up such a bobbery. Where is the parson? Which one, sir? The one that's so fond of fishing. Ain't up yet, sir. Well, the old boy that wore breeches. Out on a sick visit to one of the cottages, sir. When he comes in, send him to me, I'm shockin' sick. With that I goes to look arter the two pretty galls in the drawin' room, and there was the ladies a-chatterin' away like anything. The moment I came in it was as dumb as a Quaker's meetin'. They all hauled up at once, like a stagecoach to an indoor. From a hand gallop to a stock still stand I seed men warn't wanted there. It warn't the custom so early, so I pulled out o' that creek, starn first. They don't like men in the mornin', in England, do the ladies, they think 'em in the way. What on earth shall I do, says I, it's nothin' but rain, 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 here in this awful dismal country. Nobody smokes, nobody talks, nobody plays cards, nobody fires at a mark, and nobody trades. Only let me get through this juicy day, and I am done. Let me get out of this scrape, and if I am caught agin, I'll give you leave to tell me of it, in meetin'. It ta'n't pretty, I do suppose, to be a jawin' with the butler, but I'll make an excuse for talk comes kinder natural to me, like suction to a snipe. Waiter? Sir? Galls don't like to be treed here of a mornin', do they? Sir? It's usual for the ladies, says I, to be together in the early part of the forenoon here, ain't it, afore the gentlemen jine them? Yes, sir. It puts me in mind, says I, of the old seals down to Sable Island. You know where Sable Isle is, don't you? Yes, sir, it's in the cathedral down here. No, not that, it's an island on the coast of Nova Scotia. You know where that is, sartainly. I never heard of it, sir. Well, Lord love you! You know what an old seal is? Oh, yes, sir, I'll get you my masters in a moment. And off he sot full chisel. Cuss him. He is as stupid as a rook, that critter, it's no use to tell him a story. And now I think of it, I will go and smoke them black imps of darkness, the rooks. So I goes upstairs, as slowly as I cleverly could, just liftin' one foot arter another as if it had a 56 tied to it, on purpose to spend time. Lit a cigar, opened the window nearest the rooks, and smoked, but the rain killed all the smoke in a minute. It didn't even make one on 'em sneeze. Dull music this, Sam, sayes I, ain't it? Tell you what, I'll put on my owlskin, take an umbrella and go and talk to the stable helps, for I feel as lonely as a catamount, and as dull as a bachelor beaver. So I trampuses off to the stable, and says I to the head man, a smart little hoss that, sayes I, you are a cleaning of, he looks like a first chop article that. Why may, sayes he. Hullo, sayes I, what in natur is this? Is it him that can't speak English, or me that can't understand? For one on us is a fool, that's sartain. I'll try him agin. So I says to him, he looks, sayes I, as if he trot a considerable good stick, that horse, sayes I guess he is a goer. Why may ye and trotter dis, sayes he. Creation, sayes I, if this don't beat general trainin'. I have heerd in my time, broken French, broken Scotch, broken Irish, broken Yankee, broken nigger, and broken Injun. But I have hearn two pure genuine languages today, and no mistake, rail rook, and rail Britain, and I don't exactly know which I like wuss. It's no use to stand talkin' to this critter. Goodbye, sayes I. Now what do you think he said? Why, you would suppose he'd say goodbye too, wouldn't you? Well, he didn't, nor nothin' like it, but he just ups, and says, farewello, he did, upon my soul. I never felt so stumped afore in all my life. Sayes I, friend, here's $50 for you. It aren't often I'm brought to a dead stare, and when I am willin' to pay for it. There's two languages, squire, that's universal, the language of love, and the language of money. The gulls understand the one, and the men understand the other, all the wide world over, from Canton to Niagara. I no sooner showed him the $50 than it walked into his pocket, a plaguey sight quicker than it will walk out, I guess. Sayes I, friend, you've taken the conceit out of me properly. Captain Hall said there warn't a man, woman, or child, in the whole of the 13 united universal worlds of our great republic, that could speak pure English, and I was a-going to kick him for it. But he is right, arter all. There ain't one livin' soul on us can. I don't believe they ever as much as heerd it, for I never did, till this blessed day, and there are few things I haven't either seed, or hearn tell of. Yes, we can't speak English, do you take? Dim comrade, says he, which in Yankee means, that's no English. And he stood, looked puzzled, and scratched his head. Rail handsome, dim comrade, says he. Well, it made me larf spiteful. I felt kinder wicked, and as I had a hat on, and I couldn't scratch my head, I stood just like him, clown fashion, with my eyes wanderin' and my mouth wide open, and put my hand behind me, and scratched there, and I stared, and looked puzzled too, and made the same identical vacant face he did, and repeated arter him slowly, with another scratch, mocking him like, dim comrade. Such a pair o' fools you never saw, squire, since the last time you shaved afore a lookin'-glass. And the stable boys larfed, and he larfed, and I larfed, and it was the only larf I had all that juicy day. Well, I turns agin to the door, but it's the old story over again. Rain, 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 spatter, spatter, spatter. I can't stop here with these true Britons, says I. Guess I'll go and see the old squire. He is in his study. So I goes there. Squire, says I, let me offer you a real genuine Havana cigar. I can recommend it to you. He thanks me. He don't smoke, but plague take him, he don't say, if you are fond of smokin', pray smoke yourself, and he is writing. I won't interrupt him. Waiter, order me a post-chaise, to be here in the mornin', when the rooks wake. Yes, sir. Come, I'll try the women folk in the drawing room, agin. Ladies don't mind the rain here, they are used to it. It's like the musk plant, arter you put it to your nose once, you can't smell it a second time. Oh, what beautiful galls they be! What a shame it is to bar a feller out such a day as this. One on 'em blushes like a red cabbage, when she speaks to me. That's the one, I reckon, I disturbed this mornin'. Cuss the rooks! I'll pice on them, and that won't make no noise. She shows me the conservatory. Take care, sir, your coat has caught this geranium, and she unhitches it. Stop, sir, you'll break this gillyflower, and she lifts off the coat tail agin. In fact, it's so crowded, you can't squeeze along, scarcely, without a doin' of mischief somewhere or another. Next time, she goes first, and then it's my turn. Stop, miss, says I, your frock has this rose tree over, and I loosens it. Once more, miss, this rose has got tangled, and I untangles it from her furbelows. I wonder what makes my hand shake so, and my heart it bumps so, it has bust a button off. If I stay in this conservatory, I shan't conserve myself long, that's a fact, for this gall has put her whole team on, and is a-runnin' me off the road. Hello! What's that? Bell for dressin' for dinner. Thank heavens! I shall escape from myself, and from this beautiful critter too, for I'm gettin' spoony, and shall talk silly presently. I don't like to be left alone with a gall, it's plaguey apt to set me a soft sawderin' and a courtin'. There's a sort of natural attraction like in this world. Two ships in a calm are sure to get up alongside of each other, if there is no wind, and they have nothin' to do but look at each other. Nature does it. Well, even the tongs and the shovel won't stand alone long. They're sure to get on the same side of the fire, and be sociable. One on 'em has a lodestone and draws tother, that's sarting. If that's the case with hard-hearted things, like oak and iron, what is it with tender-hearted things like humans? Shut me up in a sarvatory with a handsome gall of a rainy day, and see if I don't think she is the sweetest flower in it. Yes, I am glad it is the dinner bell, for I ain't ready to marry yet, and when I am, I guess I must get a gall where I got my hoss, in old Connecticut, and that state takes the shine off of all creation for geese, galls and onions, that's a fact. Well, dinner won't wait, so I ups agin once more near the rooks, to brush up a bit, but there it is agin the same old tune, the whole blessed day, rain, rain, rain. It's rained all day and don't talk of stoppin' nother. How I hate the sound, and how streaked I feel. I don't mind its huskin' my voice, for there is no one to talk to, but cuss it, it has softened my bones. Dinner is ready, the rain has damped everybody's spirits, and squenched 'em out, even champagne won't raise 'em agin. Feedin' is heavy, talk is heavy, time is heavy, tea is heavy, and there ain't music. The only thing that's light is a bedroom candle. Heavens and earth, how glad I am this juicy day is over. Chapter 3. Tying a Nightcap. In the preceding sketch I have given Mr. Slick's account of the English climate, and his opinion of the dullness of a country house, as nearly as possible in his own words. It struck me at the time that they were exaggerated views, but if the weather were unpropitious, and the company not well selected, I can easily conceive that the impression on his mind would be as strong and as unfavorable as he has described it to have been. The climate of England is healthy, and, as it admits of much outdoor exercise, and is not subject to any very sudden variation, or violent extremes of heat and cold, it may be said to be good, though not agreeable, but its great humidity is very sensibly felt by Americans and other foreigners accustomed to a dry atmosphere and clear sky. That Mr. Slick should find a rainy day in the country dull is not to be wondered at. It is probable it would be so anywhere, to a man who had so few resources within himself as the Attaché. Much, of course, depends on the inmates, and the company at the Shropshire house, to which he alludes, do not appear to have been the best calculated to make the state of the weather a matter of indifference to him. I cannot say, but that I have at times suffered a depression of spirits from the frequent, and sometimes long-continued rains of this country, but I do not know that, as an ardent admirer of scenery, I would desire less humidity, if it diminished, as I fear it would, the extraordinary verdure and great beauty of the English landscape. With respect to my own visits at country houses, I have generally been fortunate in the weather, and always in the company, but I can easily conceive that a man situated as Mr. Slick appears to have been with respect to both, would find the combination intolerably dull. But to return to my narrative. Early on the following day we accompanied our luggage to the wharf, where a small steamer lay to convey us to the usual anchorage ground of the packets, in the bay. We were attended by a large concourse of people. The piety, learning, unaffected simplicity, and kind disposition of my excellent friend Mr. Hopewell were well known and fully appreciated by the people of New York, who were anxious to testify their respect for his virtues, and their sympathy for his unmerited persecution, by a personal escort and a cordial farewell. "Are all those people going with us, Sam?" said he. "How pleasant it will be to have so many old friends on board, won't it?" "No, sir," said the attaché. "They are only a-going to see you on board. It is a mark of respect to you. They will go down to the Tyler to take their last farewell of you." "Well, that's kind now, ain't it?" he replied. "I suppose they thought I would feel kinder dull and melancholy like, on leaving my native land this way, and I must say I don't feel just altogether right neither. Ever so many things rise right up in my mind, not one arter another, but all together like, so that I can't take 'em one by one and reason 'em down, but they just overpower me by numbers. You understand me, Sam, don't you?" "Poor old critter," said Mr. Slick to me in an undertone. "It's no wonder he is sad, is it? I must try to cheer him up if I can." "Understand you, minister," said he. "To be sure I do. I have been that way often and often. That was the case when I was to Lowell factories, with the gulls a-taking of them off in the paintin' line. The dear little critters kept up such an everlastin' almighty clatter, 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 jabber, 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 all talkin' and chatterin' at once, you couldn't hear no blessed one of them, and they just fairly stunned a feller. For nothin' in natur, unless it be perpetual motion, can equal a woman's tongue. It's most a pity we hadn't some of the angeliferous little dears with us too, for they do make the time pass quick, that's a fact. I want some on 'em to tie a nightcap for me tonight. I don't commonly wear one, but I somehow kinder guess I intend to have one this time, and no mistake." "A nightcap, Sam?" said he. "Why, what on earth do you mean?" "Why, I'll tell you, minister," said he. "You recollect Sister Saul, don't you?" "Indeed I do," said he. "And an excellent girl she is, a dutiful daughter, and a kind and affectionate sister." "Yes, she is a good girl, is Sally, a very good girl indeed. But what of her?" "Well, she was a most a beautiful critter, to brew a glass of whiskey toddy, as I ever seed in all my travels with Sister Saul, and I used to call that tipple, when I took it late, a nightcap, Applejack and white nose ain't the smallest part of a circumstance to it. On such an occasion as this, minister, when a body is leaving the greatest nation atween the poles, to go among benighted, ignorant, insolent foreigners, you wouldn't object to a nightcap, now would you? Well, I don't know as I would, Sam, said he. Parting from friends, whether temporarily or forever, is a sad thing, and the former is typical of the latter. No, I do not know as I would. We may use these things, but not abuse them. Be temperate, be moderate, but it is a sorry heart that knows no pleasure. Take your nightcap, Sam, and then commend yourself to his safe keeping, who rules the wind and the waves, to him who— Well then, minister, what a dreadful, awful-looking thing a nightcap is without a tassel, ain't it? Oh! You must put a tassel on it, and that is another glass. Well then, what is the use of a nightcap, if it has a tassel on it, but has no string? It will slip off your head the very first turn you take, and that is another glass, you know. But one string won't tie a cap, one hand can't shake hands along with itself, you must have two strings to it, and that brings one glass more. Well then, what is the use of two strings if they ain't fastened? If you want to keep the cap on, it must be tied, that's sartain, and that is another go. And then, minister, what an everlastin' miserable stingy, ungenteel critter a feller must be, that won't drink to the health of the female brewer. Well, that's another glass to sweethearts and wives, and then turn in for sleep, and that's what I intend to do tonight. I guess I'll tie the nightcap this hitch, if I never do again, and that's a fact. Oh, Sam, Sam, said Mr. Hopewell, for a man that is wide awake and duly sober, I never saw one yet that talks such nonsense as you do. You said you understood me, but you don't, one mite or morsel. But men are made differently. Some people's nerves operate on the brain sensitively and give them exquisite pain or excessive pleasure. Other folks seem as if they had no nerves at all. You understand my words, but you don't enter into my feelings. Distressing images rise up in my mind in such rapid succession, I can't master them, but they master me. They come slower to you, and the moment you see their shadows before you, you turn round to the light, and throw these dark figures behind you. I can't do that. I could when I was younger, but I can't now. Reason is comparing two ideas, and drawing an inference. Insanity is, when you have such a rapid succession of ideas, that you can't compare them. How great then must be the pain when you are almost pressed into insanity, and yet retain your reason. What is a broken heart? Is it death? I think it must be very like it, if it is not a figure of speech, for I feel that my heart is broken, and yet I am as sensitive to pain as ever. Nature cannot stand this suffering long. You say these good people have come to take their last farewell of me. Most likely, Sam, it is a last farewell. I am an old man now, I am well stricken in years. Shall I ever live to see my native land again? I know not, the Lord's will be done. If I had a wish, I should desire to return to be laid with my kindred, to repose in death with those that were the companions of my earthly pilgrimage. But if it be ordered otherwise, I am ready to say with truth and meekness, Lord, now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace. When this excellent old man said that, Mr. Slick did not enter into his feelings. He did not do him justice. His attachment to and veneration for his aged pastor and friend were quite filial, and such as to do honor to his head and heart. Those persons who have made character a study will all agree that the cold exterior of the New England man arises from other causes than a coldness of feeling. Much of the rhodomontade of the Attaché, addressed to Mr. Hopewell, was uttered for the kind purpose of withdrawing his attention from those griefs which preyed so heavily upon his spirits. Minister, said Mr. Slick, come, cheer up, it makes me kinder dismal to hear you talk so. When Captain Mackenzie hanged up them 3 free and enlightened citizens of ours on board of the Somers, he gave 'em 3 cheers. We are worth half a dozen dead men yet, so cheer up. Talk to these friends of ourn, they might think you considerable starch if you don't talk, and talk is cheap, it don't cost nothin' but breath, a scrape of your hind leg, and a jupe of the head, that's a fact. Having thus engaged him in conversation with his friends, we proceeded on board the steamer, which, in a short time, was alongside of the great liner. The day was now spent, and Mr. Hopewell, having taken leave of his escort, retired to his cabin, very much overpowered by his feelings. Mr. Slick insisted on his companion's taking a parting glass with him, and I was much amused with the advice given him by some of his young friends and admirers. He was cautioned to sustain the high character of the nation abroad, to take care that he returned as he went, a true American, to insist upon the possession of the Oregon Territory, to demand and enforce his right position in society, to negotiate the national loan, and above all never to accede to the right of search of slave vessels, all which having been duly promised, they took an affectionate leave of each other. And we remained on board, intending to depart in the course of the following morning. As soon as they had gone, Mr. Slick ordered materials for brewing, namely, whiskey, hot water, sugar, and lemon, and having duly prepared in regular succession the cap, the tassel, and the 2 strings, filled his tumbler again, and said, "Come now, Squire, before we turn in, let us tie the nightcap." Chapter 4. Home and the Sea. At 11 o'clock the next day, the Tyler, having shaken out her pinions, and spread them to the breeze, commenced at a rapid rate her long and solitary voyage across the Atlantic. Object after object rose in rapid succession into distinct view, was approached and passed, until leaving the calm and sheltered waters of the bay, we emerged into the ocean, and involuntarily turned to look back upon the land we had left. Long after the lesser hills and low country had disappeared, a few ambitious peaks of the highlands still met the eye, appearing as if they had advanced to the very edge of the water, to prolong the view of us till the last moment. This coast is a portion of my native continent, for though not a subject of the Republic, I am still an American in its larger sense, having been born in a British province in this hemisphere. I therefore sympathized with the feelings of my 2 companions, whose straining eyes were still fixed on those dim and distant specks in the horizon. "There," said Mr. Slick, rising from his seat, "I believe we have seen the last of home till next time, and this I will say, it is the most glorious country under the sun. Travel where you will, you won't ditto it nowhere. It is the top loftiest place in all creation, ain't it, minister?" There was no response to all this bombast. It was evident he had not been heard, and turning to Mr. Hopewell, I observed his eyes were fixed intently on the distance, and his mind preoccupied by painful reflections, for tears were coursing after each other down his furrowed but placid cheek. "Squire," said Mr. Slick to me, "this won't do. We must not allow him to dwell too long on the thoughts of leaving home, or he'll droop like anything, and perhaps hang his head and fade right away. He is aged and feeble, and everything depends on keeping up his spirits. An old plant must be shaded, well watered, and tended, or you can't transplant it nohow. You can fix it, that's a fact. He won't give ear to me now, for he knows I can't talk serious, if I was to try, but he will listen to you. Try to cheer him up, and I will go down below and give you a chance." As soon as I addressed him, he started and said, "Oh, is it you, Squire? Come and sit down by me, my friend. I can talk to you, and I assure you I take great pleasure in doing so. I cannot always talk to Sam, he is excited now. He is anticipating great pleasure from his visit to England, and is quite boisterous in the exuberance of his spirits. I own I am depressed at times. It is natural I should be, but I shall endeavor not to be the cause of sadness in others. I not only like cheerfulness myself, but I like to promote it. It is a sign of an innocent mind, and a heart in peace with God and in charity with man. All nature is cheerful, its voice is harmonious, and its countenance smiling. The very garb in which it is clothed is gay. Why then should man be an exception to everything around him? Sour sectarians, who address our fears rather than our affections, may say what they please, sir, but mirth is not inconsistent with religion, but rather an evidence that our religion is right. If I appear dull, therefore, do not suppose it is because I think it necessary to be so, but because certain reflections are natural to me as a clergyman, as a man far advanced in years, and as a pilgrim who leaves his home at a period of life, when the probabilities are, he may not be spared to revisit it. I am like yourself, a colonist by birth. At the Revolution I took no part in the struggle. My profession and my habits both exempted me. Whether the separation was justifiable or not, either on civil or religious principles, it is not now necessary to discuss. It took place, however, and the colonies became a nation, and after due consideration, I concluded to dwell among mine own people. There I have continued, with the exception of 1 or 2 short journeys for the benefit of my health, to the present period. Parting with those whom I have known so long and loved so well, is doubtless a trial to one whose heart is still warm, while his nerves are weak, and whose affections are greater than his firmness. But I weary you with this egotism? Not at all, I replied. I am both instructed and delighted by your conversation. Pray proceed, sir. Well, it is kind, very kind of you, said he, to say so. I will explain these sensations to you, and then endeavor never to allude to them again. America is my birthplace and my home. Home has 2 significations, a restricted one and an enlarged one. In its restricted sense, it is the place of our abode. It includes our social circle, our parents, children, and friends, and contains the living and the dead, the past and the present generations of our race. By a very natural process, the scene of our affections soon becomes identified with them, and a portion of our regard is transferred from animate to inanimate objects. The streams on which we sported, the mountains on which we clambered, the fields in which we wandered, the school where we were instructed, the church where we worshipped, the very bell whose pensive melancholy music recalled our wandering steps in youth, awakened in after years many a tender thought, many a pleasing recollection, and appealed to the heart with the force and eloquence of love. The country again contains all these things, the sphere is widened, new objects are included, and this extension of the circle is love of country. It is thus that the nation is said in an enlarged sense to be our home also. This love of country is both natural and laudable, so natural that to exclude a man from his country is the greatest punishment that country can inflict upon him, and so laudable that when it becomes a principle of action, it forms the hero and the patriot. How impressive, how beautiful, how dignified was the answer of the Shunammite woman to Elisha, who in his gratitude to her for her hospitality and kindness, made her a tender of his interest at court. Wouldst thou, said he, be spoken for to the king, or to the captain of the host? What an offer was that, to gratify her ambition or flatter her pride. I dwell, said she, among mine own people. What a characteristic answer! All history furnishes no parallel to it. I too dwell among my own people, my affections are there, and there also is the sphere of my duties, and if I am depressed by the thoughts of parting from my people, I will do you the justice to believe that you would rather bear with its effects than witness the absence of such natural affection. But this is not the sole cause, independently of some afflictions of a clerical nature in my late parish, to which it is not necessary to allude, the contemplation of this vast and fathomless ocean, both from its novelty and its grandeur, overwhelms me. At home I am fond of tracing the Creator in His works. From the erratic comet in the firmament, to the flower that blossoms in the field, in all animate and inanimate matter, in all that is animal, vegetable or mineral, I see His infinite wisdom, almighty power, and everlasting glory. But that home is inland. I have not beheld the sea now for many years. I never saw it without emotion, I now view it with awe. What an emblem of eternity! Its dominion is alone reserved to Him who made it. Changing yet changeless, ever varying, yet always the same. How weak and powerless is man! How short his span of life, when he is viewed in connection with the sea! He has left no trace upon it, it will not receive the impress of His hands, it obeys no laws, but those imposed upon it by Him who called it into existence. Generation after generation has looked upon it as we now do, and where are they? Like yonder waves that press upon each other in regular succession, they have passed away forever, and their nation, their language, their temples and their tombs have perished with them. But there is the undying one. When man was formed, the voice of the ocean was heard, as it now is, speaking of its mysteries, and proclaiming His glory, who alone lifteth its waves or stilleth the rage thereof. And yet, my dear friend, for so you must allow me to call you, awful as these considerations are, which it suggests, who are they that go down to the sea in ships and occupy their business in great waters? The sordid trader, and the armed and mercenary sailor, gold or blood is their object, and the fear of God is not always in them. Yet the sea shall give up its dead, as well as the grave, and all shall But it is not my intention to preach to you. To intrude serious topics upon our friends at all times has a tendency to make both ourselves and our topics distasteful. I mention these things to you, not that they are not obvious to you and every other right-minded man, or that I think I can clothe them in more attractive language, or utter them with more effect than others, but merely to account for my absence of mind and evident air of abstraction. I know my days are numbered, and in the nature of things, that those that are left cannot be many. Pardon me, therefore, I pray you, my friend, make allowances for an old man, unaccustomed to leave home, and uncertain whether he shall ever be permitted to return to it. I feel deeply and sensibly your kindness in soliciting my company on this tour, and will endeavor so to regulate my feelings as not to make you regret your invitation. I shall not again recur to these topics, or trouble you with any further reflections on home and the sea. Chapter 5. T'other End of the Gun. Squire, said Mr. Hopewell, one morning when we were alone on the quarter-deck, sit down by me, if you please. I wish to have a little private conversation with you. I am a good deal concerned about Sam. I never like this appointment he has received. Either his education, his habits, nor his manners have qualified him for it. He is fitted for a trader and for nothing else. He looks upon politics as he does upon his traffic and clocks, rather as profitable to himself than beneficial to others. Self is predominant with him. He overrates the importance of his office, as he will find when he arrives in London, but what is still worse, he overrates the importance of the opinions of others regarding the States. He has been reading that foolish book of Cooper's Gleanings in Europe, and intends to shoe fight, he says. He called my attention, yesterday, to this absurd passage, which he maintains is the most manly and sensible thing that Cooper ever wrote. This indifference to the feelings of others is a dark spot on the national manners of England. The only way to put it down is to become belligerent yourself, by introducing pauperism, radicalism, Ireland, the Indies, or some other sore point. Like all who make butts of others, they do not manifest the proper forbearance when the tables are turned. Of this, I have had abundance of proof in my own experience. Sometimes their remarks are absolutely rude, and personally offensive, as a disregard of one's national character is a disrespect to his principles. But as personal quarrels on such grounds are to be avoided, I have uniformly retorted in kind, if there was the smallest opening for such retaliation. Now, every gentleman in the States repudiates such sentiments as these. My object in mentioning the subject to you is to request the favor of you, to persuade Sam not to be too sensitive on these topics, not to take offense, where it is not intended, and above all, rather to vindicate his nationality by his conduct, than to justify those aspersions, by his intemperate behavior. But here he comes. I shall withdraw and leave you together. Fortunately, Mr. Slick commenced talking upon a topic, which naturally led to that to which Mr. Hopewell had wished me to direct his attention. Well, Squire, said he, I am glad too, you are a-goin' to England along with me. We will take a rise out of John Bull, won't we? We've hit Blue Nose and brother Jonathan both pretty considerable tarnation hard, and John has split his sides with laughter. Let's tickle him now, by feeling his own short ribs, and see how he will like it. We'll soon see whose hide is the thickest, his'n or our'n, won't we? Let's see whether he will say chee, when he gets to the t'other end of the gun. What is the meaning of that saying? I asked. I never heard it before. Why, said he, when I was a considerable of a grown-up saplin' of a boy to Slickville, I used to be a gunnin' for everlastingly amost in our hickory woods, a shootin' of squirrels with a rifle, and I got amazin' expart at it. I could take the head off of them chatterin' little imps, when I got a fair shot at 'em with a ball, at any reasonable distance, amost in 9 cases out of 10. Well, one day I was out as usual, and our Irish help Paddy Burke was along with me, and every time he seed me a drawin' of the bead fine on 'em, he used to say, Well, you've an excellent gun entirely, Master Sam. Oh, by Jakers! The squirrel has no chance with that gun, it's an excellent one entirely. At last I got tired o' hearin' of him a-jawin' so forever and a day about the excellent gun entirely. So, says I, you fool you, do you think it's the gun that does it entirely as you say? Ain't there a little dust of skill in it? Do you think you could fetch one down? "Oh, it's a capital gun entirely," said he. "Well," said I, "if it 'tis, try it now, and see what sort of a fist you'll make of it." So Paddy takes the rifle, lookin' as knowin' all the time as if he had ever seed one afore. Well, there was a great red squirrel, on the tip-top of a limb, chatterin' away like anything, chee, 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 proper frightened. He knowed it warn't me, that was a parsecutin' of him, and he expected he'd be hurt. They knowed me, did the little critters, when they seed me, and they knowed I never had hurt one on 'em, my balls never given 'em a chance to feel what was the matter of them. But Pat they didn't know, and they seed he warn't the man to handle old Bulldog. I used to call my rifle Bulldog, 'cause she always bit afore she barked. Pat threw one foot out astarn, like a scullin' oar, and then bent for'ards like a hoop, and fetched the rifle slowly up to the line, and shot to the right eye. Chee, 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 went the squirrel. He seed it was wrong. By the powers, says Pat, this is a left-handed boot, and he brought the gun to the other shoulder, and then shot to his left eye. Fegs, says Pat, this gun was made for a squint eye, for I can't get a right straight sight of the critter either side, so I fixed it for him and told him which eye to sight by. An excellent gun entirely, says Pat, but it ta'n't made like the rifles we have. Ain't they strange critters, them Irish, squire? That feller never handled a rifle afore in all his born days. But unless it was to a priest, he wouldn't confess that much for the world. They are as bad as the English that way, they always pretend they know everything. Come, Pat, says I, blaze away now. Back goes the hind leg agin, up bends the back, and Bulldog rises slowly to his shoulder, and then he stared, and stared, until his arm shook like palsy. Chee, 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 went the squirrel agin, louder than ever, as much as to say, why the plague don't you fire? I'm not a-goin' to stand here all day, for you this way, and then throwin' his tail over his back, he jumped on to the next branch. By the piper that played before Moses, says Pat, I'll stop your chee, chee, cheen for you, you chatterin' spalpeen of a devil you. So he ups with the rifle agin, takes a fair aim at him, shuts both eyes, turns his head round, and fires. And Bulldog, findin' he didn't know how to hold her tight to the shoulder, got mad, and kicked him head over heels, on the broad of his back. Pat got up, a-makin' awful wry faces, and began to limp, to show how lame his shoulder was, and to rub his arm, to see if he had one left, and the squirrel ran about the tree hoppin' mad, hollerin' out as loud as it could scream, chee, chee, chee. Oh, bad luck to you, says Pat, if you had a-been at t'other end of the gun, and he rubbed his shoulder agin, and cried like a baby, you wouldn't have said chee, chee, chee that way, I know. Now when your gun, squire, was a-knockin' over Blue Nose, and makin' a proper fool of him, and a-knockin' over Jonathan, and a-spilin' of his brand-new clothes, the English sung out chee, 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 till all was blue agin. You had an excellent gun entirely then, let's see if they will sing out chee, 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 now, when we take a shot at them. Do you take? And he laid his thumb on his nose, as if perfectly satisfied with the application of his story. Do you take, squire? You have an excellent gun entirely, as Pat says. It's what I call puttin' the leak into 'em properly. If you had written this book fust, the English would have said your gun was no good. It wouldn't have been like the rifles they had seen. Lord, I could tell you stories about the English, that would make even them cryin' devils the Mississippi crocodiles laugh, if they was to hear 'em. Pardon me, Mr. Slick, I said, this is not the temper with which you should visit England. What is the temper? He replied with much warmth. That they visit us in? Cuss 'em! Look at Dickens, was there ever a man made so much of, except Lafayette? And who was Dickens? Not a Frenchman that is a friend to us, not a native that has a claim on us, not a colonist, who though English by name is still an American by birth, 6 of one and half a dozen of t'other, and therefore a kind of half-breed brother. No! He was a cussed Britisher, and what is wuss, a British author, and yet because he was a man of genius, because genius has the tarnal globe for its theme, and the world for its home, and mankind for its readers, and bean't a citizen of this state or that state, but a native of the universe, why we welcomed him, and feasted him, and levied him, and escorted him, and cheered him, and honored him. Did he honor us? What did he say of us when he returned? Read his book. No, don't read his book, for it ta'n't worth readin'. Has he said one word of all that reception in his book? That book that will be read, translated, and read again all over Europe, has he said one word of that reception? Answer me that, will you? Darn the word, his memory was bad. He lost it over the taffrail when he was seasick. But his notebook was safe under lock and key, and the pigs in New York, and the chap the rats eat in jail, and the rough man from Kentucky, and the entire raft of gulls imprisoned in one night, and the spin boxes and all that stuff, weren't trusted to memory. It was noted down, and printed. But it ta'n't no matter. Let any man give me any sarce in England, about my country, or not give me the right position in society, as attaché to our legation, and, as Cooper says, I'll become belligerent too, I will, I snore. I can snuff a candle with a pistol as fast as you can light it, hang up an orange, and I'll first peel it with ball and then quarter it. Heavens! I'll let daylight dawn through some o' their jackets, I know. You bay, you infernal black scoundrel, you odoriferous nigger you, what's that you've got there? An apple, massa? Take off your cap and put that apple on your head, then stand sideways by that porthole, and hold steady, or you might stand a smart chance to have your wool carded, that's all. Then taking a pistol out of the side pocket of his mackintosh, he deliberately walked over to the other side of the deck, and examined his priming. Good heavens, Mr. Slick, said I in great alarm. What are you about? I am going, he said with the greatest coolness, but at the same time with equal sternness, to bore a hole through that apple, sir. For shame, sir, I said. How can you think of such a thing? Suppose you were to miss your shot, and kill that unfortunate boy. I won't suppose no such thing, sir. I can't miss it. I couldn't miss it if I was to try. Hold your head steady, you bay, and if I did, it's no great matter. The uncircumcised Amalekite ain't worth over $300 at the furthest, that's a fact, and the way he'd pice on a shark ain't no matter. Are you ready, you bay? Yes, massa. You shall do no such thing, sir, I said, seizing his arm with both my hands. If you attempt to shoot at that apple, I shall hold no further intercourse with you. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, sir. Ky. Massa, said Yubei. Let him fire, sar. He no hurt Yubei. He no fuzzle de hair. I isn't one mossel afeard. He often do it, just to keep him hand in, sar. Massa most a grand shot, sar. He take off de ear o' de squirrel so slick he never miss it, till he goes scratchin' his head. Let him a pell habit, massa. Oh yes, said Mr. Slick. He is a Christian is Yubei. He is as good as a white Britisher, same flesh, only a leetle, just a leetle darker, same blood, only not quite so old, ain't quite so much tartar on the bottle as a lord's has. Oh, him and a Britisher is all one brother, oh by all means. You'd better cry over him, hadn't you? Buss him, call him brother, hug him, give him the abolition kiss, write an article on slavery, like Dickens, marry him to a white Gaul to England, get him a saint's daughter with a good fortin, and we'll soon see whether her father was a talkin' cant or no about niggers. Cuss 'em, let any o' these Britishers give me slack, and I'll give 'em cranberry for their goose, I know. I'd jump right down their throat with spurs on, and gallop their sarce out. Mr. Slick, I've done, I shall say no more, we part, and part forever. I had no idea whatever that a man, whose whole conduct has evinced a kind heart and cheerful disposition, could have entertained such a revengeful spirit, or given utterance to such unchristian and uncharitable language, as you have used today. We part. No, we don't, said he. Don't kick afore you are spurred. I guess I have feelin's as well as other folks have, that's a fact. One can't help being riled to hear foreigners talk this way, and these critters are enough to make a man spotty on the back. I won't deny I've got some grit, but I ain't ugly. Pat me on the back and I soon cool down, drop in a soft word and I won't boil over. But don't talk big, don't threaten, or I curl directly. Mr. Slick, said I, neither my countrymen, the Nova Scotians, nor your friends, the Americans, took anything amiss in our previous remarks, because, though satirical, they were good-natured. There was nothing malicious in them. They were not made for the mere purpose of shoeing them up, but were incidental to the topic we were discussing, and their whole tenor shewed that while we were alive to the ludicrous, we fully appreciated, and properly valued their many excellent and sterling qualities. My countrymen, for whose good I published them, had the most reason to complain, for I took the liberty to apply ridicule to them with no sparing hand. They understood the motive, and joined in the laugh, which was raised at their expense. Let us treat the English in the same style. Let us keep our temper. John Bull is a good-natured fellow, and has no objection to a joke, provided it is not made the vehicle of conveying an insult. Don't adopt Cooper's maxims. Nobody approves of them, on either side of the water. Don't be too thin-skinned. If the English have been amused by the sketches their tourists have drawn of the Yankees, perhaps the Americans may laugh over our sketches of the English. Let us make both of them smile, if we can, and endeavor to offend neither. If Dickens omitted to mention the festivals that were given in honor of his arrival in the States, he was doubtless actuated by a desire to avoid the appearance of personal vanity. A man cannot well make himself the hero of his own book. Well, well, said he, I believe the black ox did tread on my toe that time. I don't know but what you're right. Soft words are good enough in their way, but still they butter no parsnips, as the sayin' is. John may be a good-natured critter, though I never seed any of it yet, and he may be fond of a joke, and perhapses seein' that he haws considerable loud at his own. Let's try him at all events. We'll soon see how he likes other folks' jokes. I have my scruple about him, I must say. I am dubersome whether he will say chi when he gets t'other end of the gun. Chapter 6. Small potatoes and few in a hill. Pray, sir, said one of my fellow passengers, can you tell me why the Nova Scotians are called Blue Noses? It is the name of a potato, said I, which they produce in great perfection, and boast to be the best in the world. The Americans have, in consequence, given them the nickname of Blue Noses. And now, said Mr. Slick, as you have told the entire stranger who a blue nose is, I'll just up and tell him what he is. One day, stranger, I was a-joggin' along into Windsor on Old Clay, on a sort of butter and eggs gait, for a fast walk on a journey tires a horse considerable, and who should I see a set in straddle legs on the fence, but Squire Gabriel Suget, with his coat off, a-holdin' of a hoe in one hand, and his hat in t'other, and a-blowin' like a porpoise proper tired. Why, Squire Gabe, sayes I, what is the matter of you? You look as if you couldn't help yourself. Who is dead and what is to pay now, eh? Fairly beat out, said he, I am shockin' tired. I've been hard at work all the mornin'. A body has to stir about considerable smart in this country, to make a livin', I tell you. I looked over the fence, and I seed he had hoed just 10 hills of potatoes, and that's all. Fact, I assure you. Sayes he, Mr. Slick, tell you what, of all the work I ever did in my life I like hoeing potatoes the best, and I'd rather die than do that, it makes my back ache so. Good earth. And sees, sayes I to myself, what a perfect picture of a lazy man that is. How far is it to Windsor? 3 miles, sayes he. I took out my pocket-book pretendin' to write down the distance, but I booked his sayin' in my waybill. Yes, that is a blue nose. Is it any wonder, stranger, he is small potatoes and few in a hill? Chapter 7. A Gentleman at Large. It is not my intention to record any of the ordinary incidents of a sea voyage. The subject is too hackneyed and too trite, and besides, when the topic is seasickness, it is infectious and the description nauseates. Hominum pagina nostra sapit. The proper study of mankind is man. Human nature is what I delight in contemplating. I love to trace out and delineate the springs of human action. Mr. Slick and Mr. Hopewell are both studies. The former is a perfect master of certain chords. He has practiced upon them, not for philosophical, but for mercenary purposes. He knows the depth, and strength, and tone of vanity, curiosity, pride, envy, avarice, superstition, nationality, and local and general prejudice. He has learned the effect of these, not because they contribute to make him wiser, but because they make him richer, not to enable him to regulate his conduct in life, but to promote and secure the increase of his trade. Mr. Hopewell, on the contrary, has studied the human heart as a philanthropist, as a man whose business it was to minister to it, to cultivate and improve it. His views are more sound and more comprehensive than those of the others, and his objects are more noble. They are both extraordinary men. They differed, however, materially in their opinion of England and its institutions. Mr. Slick evidently viewed them with prejudice. Whether this arose from the supercilious manner of English tourists in America, or from the ridicule they have thrown upon Republican society, in the books of travels they have published, after their return to Europe, I could not discover. But it soon became manifest to me that Great Britain did not stand so high in his estimation as the colonies did. Mr. Hopewell, on the contrary, from early associations, cherished a feeling of regard and respect for England, and when his opinion was asked, he always gave it with great frankness and impartiality. When there was anything he could not approve of, it appeared to be a subject of regret to him, whereas the other seized upon it at once as a matter of great exultation. The first sight we had of land naturally called out their respective opinions. As we were pacing the deck speculating upon the probable termination of our voyage, Cape Clear was descried by the lookout on the masthead. "Hello! What's that? Why, if it ain't land ahead, as I'm alive!" said Mr. Slick. "Well, come, this is pleasant too. We have made a most an everlastin' short voyage of it, han't we? And I must say I like land quite as well as sea, in a general way, arter all. But, Squire, here is the first Britisher. That critter that's a clawin' up the side of the vessel like a cat is the pilot. Now do, for goodness gracious sake, just look at him, and hear him. What port? Liverpool. Keep her up a point. Do you hear that, Squire? That's English, or what we used to call to singing school short meter. The critter don't say a word, even as much as by your leave, but just goes and takes his post, and don't ask the name of the vessel, or pass the time o' day with the captain. That ain't in the bill, it Tom paid for that. If it was, he'd off cap, touch the deck 3 times with his forehead, and slam like a Turk to his honor the skipper. There's plenty of civility here to England if you pay for it. You can buy as much in 5 minutes, as will make you sick for a week. But if you don't pay for it, you not only won't get it, but you get sarse instead of it, that is if you are fool enough to stand and have it rubbed in. They are as cold as Presbyterian charity, and mean enough to put the sun in eclipse, are the English. They handy set up the brazen image here to worship, but they've got a gold one, and that they do adore and no mistake. It's all pay, 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 parquisite, 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 extortion, extortion, extortion. There is a whole pack of yelpin' devils to your heels here, for everlastingly a cringin', fawnin' and coaxin', or snarlin', grumblin' or bullying you out of your money. There's the boatman, and tidewaiter, and porter, and customer, and truck man as soon as you land, and the sarvant man, and chambergall, and boots, and porter again to the inn. And then on the road, there is trunk lifter, and coachman, and guard, and beggarman, and a critter that opens the coach door, that they calls a waterman, 'cause he is infarnal dirty, and never sees water. They are just like a snarl o' snakes. Their name is Legion, and there ain't no een to 'em. The only thing you get for nothin' here is rain and smoke, the rheumatiz, and scorny airs. If you could buy an Englishman at what he was worth, and sell him at his own valuation, he would realize as much as a nigger, and would be worth tradin' in, that's a fact. But as it is he ain't worth nothin', there is no market for such critters, no one would buy him at no price. A Scotchman is wuss, for he is prouder and meaner. Pat ain't no better nuther. He ain't proud, 'cause he has a hole in his breeches and another in his elbow, and he thinks pride won't patch him, and he ain't mean 'cause he han't got nothin' to be mean with. Whether it takes 9 tailors to make a man, I can't just exactly say, but this I will say, and take my davy of it too, that it would take 3 such gonies as these to make a pattern for one of our rail genuine free and enlightened citizens, and then I wouldn't swap without large boot, I tell you. Guess I'll go, and pack up my fixing and have 'em ready to land." He now went below, leaving Mr. Hopewell and myself on the deck. All this tirade of Mr. Slick was uttered in the hearing of the pilot, and intended rather for his conciliation than my instruction. The pilot was immovable. He let the cause against his country go. by default, and left us to our process of inquiry. But when Mr. Slick was in the act of descending to the cabin, he turned and gave him a look of admeasurement, very similar to that which a grazier gives an ox, a look which estimates the weight and value of the animal, and I am bound to admit that the result of that sizing or laying, as it is technically called, was by no means favorable to the attaché. Mr. Hopewell had evidently not attended to it. His eye was fixed on the bold and precipitous shore of Wales, and the lofty summits of the everlasting hills, that in the distance aspired to a companionship with the clouds. I took my seat at a little distance from him and surveyed the scene with mingled feelings of curiosity and admiration, until a thick volume of sulphurous smoke from the copper furnaces of Anglesey intercepted our view. "Squire," said he, "it is impossible for us to contemplate this country, that now lies before us, without strong emotion. It is our fatherland. I recollect when I was a colonist, as you are, we were in the habit of applying to it, in common with Englishmen, that endearing appellation, home, and I believe you still continue to do so in the provinces. Our nursery tales taught our infant lips to lisp in English, and the ballads, that first exercised our memories, stored the mind with the traditions of our forefathers. Their literature was our literature, their religion our religion, their history our history. The Battle of Hastings, the murder of Becket, the signature of Runnymede, the execution at Whitehall, the divines, the poets, the orators, the heroes, the martyrs, each and all were familiar to us. In approaching this country now, after a lapse of many, many years, and approaching it too for the last time, for mine eyes shall see it no more, I cannot describe to you the feelings that agitate my heart. I go to visit the tombs of my ancestors, I go to my home, and my home knoweth me no more. Great and good, and brave and free are the English, and may God grant that they may ever continue so. I cordially join in that prayer, sir, said I. You have a country of your own. The old colonies having ripened into maturity, formed a distinct and separate family, in the great community of mankind. You are now a nation of yourselves, and your attachment to England is of course subordinate to that of your own country. You view it as the place that was in days of yore the home of your forefathers. We regard it as the paternal estate, continuing to call it home as you have just now observed. We owe it a debt of gratitude that not only cannot be repaid, but is too great for expression. Their armies protect us within, and their fleets defend us, and our commerce without. Their government is not only paternal and indulgent, but is wholly gratuitous. We neither pay these forces, nor feed them, nor clothe them. We not only raise no taxes, but are not expected to do so. The blessings of true religion are diffused among us by the pious liberality of England, and a collegiate establishment at Windsor, supported by British friends, has for years supplied the church, the bar and the legislature with scholars and gentlemen. Where the national funds have failed, private contribution has volunteered its aid, and means are never wanting for any useful or beneficial object. Our condition is a most enviable one. The history of the world has no example to offer of such noble disinterestedness and such liberal rule as that exhibited by Great Britain to her colonies. If the policy of the Colonial Office is not always good, which I fear is too much to say, it is ever liberal, and if we do not mutually derive all the benefit we might from the connection, we, at least, reap more solid advantages than we have a right to expect, and more, I am afraid, than our conduct always deserves. I hope the Secretary for the Colonies may have the advantage of making your acquaintance, sir. Your experience is so great, you might give him a vast deal of useful information, which he could obtain from no one else. Minister, said Mr. Slick, who had just mounted the companion ladder, will your honor, touching his hat, just look at your honor's plunder, and see it's all right. Remember me, sir, thank your honor. This way, sir, let me help your honor down. Remember me again, sir. Thank your honor. Now you may go and break your neck, your honor, as soon as you please, for I've got all out of you I can squeeze, that's a fact. That's English, squire, that's English servility, which they call civility, and English meanness and beggin', which they call parquisite. Who was that you wanted to see the minister that I heard you a-talkin' of when I come on deck? The Secretary of the Colonies, I said. "Oh, for goodness sake, don't send that critter to him," said he, "or minister will have to pay him for his visit more, perhaps, than he can afford." John Russell, that had the ribbons afore him, appointed a settler as a member of Legislative Council to Prince Edward's Island, a berth that has no pay, that takes a feller 3 months a year from home, and has a horrid sight to do. And what do you think he did? Now just guess. You give it up, do you? Well, you might as well, for if you was 5 Yankees biled down to 1, you wouldn't guess it. "Remember Secretary's clerk," says he, a touchin' of his hat, "give him a little tip of £30, your honor." Well, Colonist had a drop of Yankee blood in him, which was about 1/3 molasses, and of course, 1/3 more of a man than they commonly is, and so he just ups and says, "I'll see you and your clerk to Jericho beyond Jordan fust. The office ain't worth the fee. Take it and sell it to someone else that has more money nor wit." He did, upon my soul. "No, don't send State Secretary to minister, send him to me at 11 o'clock tonight, for I shall be the top loftiest feller about that time you've seen this while past, I tell you. Stop till I touch land once more, that's all. The way I'll stretch my legs ain't no matter." He then uttered the Negro ejaculation, "Cha, cha!" and putting his arms akimbo, danced in a most extraordinary style to the music of a song, which he gave with great expression. "Oh yes, send Secretary to me at 11 or 12 tonight, I'll be in tune then, just about up to Concord pitch. I'll smoke with him, or drink with him, or swap stories with him, or wrastle with him, or make a fool of him, or lick him, or anything he likes, and when I've done, I'll rise up, tweak the foretop knot of my head by the nose, bow pretty, and say, 'Remember me, your honor?' Don't forget the tip. Lord, how I long to walk into some o' these chaps, and give 'em the beans! And I will yet afore I'm many days older, hang me if I don't. I shall bust, I do expect, and if I do, them that ain't drowned dead will be scalded, I know. Cha, cha! Yes, I've been pent up in that drawer-like lookin' berth, till I've growed like a pine tree with its branches off, straight up and down. My legs is like a pair of compasses that's got wet. They are rusty on the hinges, and won't work. I'll play leapfrog up the street, over every feller's head, till I get to the Liners Hotel. I hope I may be shot if I don't. You bay, you villain, stand still there on the deck, and hold up stiff, you nigger. Warney once, warney twice, warney 3 times, now I come." And he ran forward, and putting a hand on each shoulder, jumped over him. "Turn round agin, you young sucking Satan, you, and don't give one mite or morsel, or you might break Mass's precious neck, perhaps. Warney once, warney twice, warney 3 times." And he repeated the feat again. "That's the way I'll shin it up street, with a hop, skip, and a jump. Won't I make old Bull stare, when he finds his head under my coat tails, and me just makin' a lever of him? He'll think he has run foul of a snag, I know. Lord, I'll shack right over their heads, as they do over a colonist. Only when they do, they never say warney once, cuss 'em, they aren't civil enough for that. They aren't paid for it. There is no perquisite to be got by it. Won't I tuck in the champagne tonight, that's all, till I get the steam up right, and make the paddles work? Won't I have a lark of the rail Kentuck breed? Won't I trip up a policeman's heels, thunder the knockers of the street doors, and ring the bells and leave no card? Won't I have a shy at a lamp, and then off hot foot to the hotel? Won't I say, 'Waiter, how dare you do that?' What, sir? Tread on my foot. I didn't, sir. You did, sir. Take that, knock him down like wink, and help him up on his feet agin with a kick on his western eend. Kiss the barmaid, about the quickest and wickedest she ever heerd tell of, and then off to bed as sober as a judge. Chambermaid, bring a pan of coals and air my bed. Yes, sir. Foller close at her heels, just put a hand on each short rib, tickle her till she spills the red-hot coals all over the floor, and begins to cry over 'em to put 'em out, whip the candle out of her hand, leave her to her lamentations, and then off to roost in no time. And when I get there, won't I strike out all abroad, take up the room of 3 men with their clothes on, lay all over and over the bed, and feel once more I am a free man and a gentleman at large." Chapter 8. Seeing Liverpool. On looking back to any given period of our life, we generally find that the intervening time appears much shorter than it really is. We see at once the starting post and the terminus, and the mind takes in at one view the entire space. But this observation is more peculiarly applicable to a short passage across the Atlantic. Knowing how great the distance is, and accustomed to consider the voyage as the work of many weeks, we are so astonished at finding ourselves transported in a few days, from one continent to another, that we can hardly credit the evidence of our own senses. Who is there that on landing has not asked himself the question, "Is it possible that I am in England? It seems but as yesterday that I was in America, today I am in Europe. Is it a dream or a reality?" The river and the docks, the country and the town, the people and their accent, the verdure and the climate are all new to me. I have not been prepared for this. I have not been led on imperceptibly, by traveling mile after mile by land from my own home, to accustom my senses to the gradual change of country. There has been no border to pass, where the language, the dress, the habits, and outward appearances assimilate. There has been no blending of colors, no dissolving views in the retrospect, no opening or expanding ones in prospect. I have no difficulty in ascertaining the point where one terminates, and the other begins. The change is sudden and startling. The last time I slept on shore was in America. Tonight I sleep in England. The effect is magical. One country is withdrawn from view, and another is suddenly presented to my astonished gaze. I am bewildered. I rouse myself, and rubbing my eyes, again ask whether I am awake? Is this England? That great country, that world of itself, old England, that place I was taught to call home par excellence, the home of other homes, whose flag I called our flag. No, I am wrong. I have been accustomed to call our flag the flag of England, our church, not the church of Nova Scotia, nor the colonial, nor the episcopal, nor the established, but the Church of England. Is it then that England, whose language I speak, whose subject I am, the mistress of the world, the country of kings and queens, and nobles and prelates, and sages and heroes? I have read of it, so have I read of old Rome, but the sight of Rome, Caesar and the Senate would not astonish me more than that of London, the Queen and the Parliament. Both are yet ideal. The imagination has sketched them, but when were its sketches ever true to nature? I have a veneration for both, but gentle reader, excuse the confessions of an old man, for I have a soft spot in the heart yet. I love old England. I love its institutions, its literature, its people. I love its law, because, while it protects property, it ensures liberty. I love its church, not only because I believe it is the true church, but because, though armed with power, it is tolerant in practice. I love its constitution, because it combines the stability of a monarchy with the most valuable peculiarities of a republic, and without violating nature by attempting to make men equal, wisely follow its dictates, by securing freedom to all. I like the people, though not all in the same degree. They are not what they were. Dissent, reform, and agitation have altered their character. It is necessary to distinguish. A real Englishman is generous, loyal, and brave, manly in his conduct and gentlemanly in his feeling. When I meet such a man as this, I cannot but respect him, but when I find that in addition to these good qualities, he has the further recommendation of being a churchman in his religion and a Tory in his politics, I know then that his heart is in the right place, and I love him. The drafts of these chapters were read to Mr. Slick, at his particular request, that he might be assured they contained nothing that would injure his election as President of the United States, in the event of the Slickville ticket becoming hereafter the favorite one. This, he said, was on the cards, strange as it might seem, for making a fool of John Bull and turning the laugh on him would be sure to take and be popular. The last paragraphs, he said, he affectioned and approbated with all his heart. "It is rather tall talk in that," said he. "I like its patronicin tone. There is something goodish in a colonist patronicin a Britisher. It's in the tables on M. It's sarvin' 'em out in their own way. Lord, I think I see old Bull put his eyeglass up and look at you, with a dead aim, and hear him say, 'Come, this is cutting it rather fat,' or, as the feller said to his second wife, when she tapped him on the shoulder, 'Marm, my first wife was a Percy, and she never presumed to take that liberty.' Yes, that's good, Squire. Go it, my shirt tails. You'll win if you get in fust, see if you don't." Patrona's in a Britisher. A critter that has Lucifer's pride, Arkwright's wealth, and Bedlam's sense, ain't it rich? Oh, wake snakes and walk your chalks, will you? Give me your figure 4, squire, I'll go in up to the handle for you. Hit or miss, rough or tumble, claw or mud scraper, any way, you damn please, I'm your man. But to return to my narrative. I was under the necessity of devoting the day next after our landing at Liverpool to writing letters announcing my safe arrival to my anxious friends in Nova Scotia and in different parts of England, and also some few on matters of business. Mr. Slick was very urgent in his request that I should defer this work till the evening, and accompany him in a stroll about the town, and at last became quite peevish at my reiterated refusal. You remind me, squire, said he, of Rufus Dodge, our great Marchant of Boston, and as you won't walk, perhaps you'll talk, so I'll just tell you the story. I was once at the Cataract House to Niagara. It is just a short distance above the falls. Out of the windows you have a view of the splendid white waters, or the rapids of foam, afore the river takes its everlasting leap over the cliff. Well, Rufus come all the way from Boston to see the falls. He said he didn't care much about them hisself, seeing that he warn't in the mill business. But, as he was a-going to England, he didn't like to say he hadn't been there, especially as all the English knowed about America was, that there was a great big waterfall called Niagara, an everlastin' almighty big river called Mississippi, and a parfect picture of a whoppin' big man called Kentucky in there. Both t'other ones he'd seen over and over agin, but Niagara he'd never sot eyes on. So as soon as he arrives he goes into the public room, and looks at the white waters, and says he, waiter, says he, is them the falls down there? A pintin by accident in the direction where the falls actually was. Yes, sir, says the waiter. Hem, says Roof, them's the falls of Niagara, eh? So I've seen the falls at last, eh? Well, it's pretty too, they ain't bad, that's a fact. So them's the falls of Niagara. How long is it afore the stage starts? An hour, sir. Go and book me for Boston, and then bring me a paper. Yes, sir. Well, he got his paper and sot there readin' of it, and every now and then he'd look out of the winder and say, so them's the falls of Niagara, eh? Well, it's a pretty little mill privilege that too, ain't it? But it ain't just altogether worth comin' so far to see. So I've seen the falls at last. Arter a while in comes a Britisher. Waiter, says he, how far is it to the falls? Little over half a mile, sir. Which way do you get there? Turn to the right, and then to the left, and then go ahead. Roof heard all this, and it kinder seemed dark to him, so arter cipherin' it over in his head a bit. Waiter, says he, ain't them the falls of Niagara I see there? No, sir. Well, that's tarnation all over now. Not the falls? No, sir. Why, you don't mean to say that them ain't the falls? Yes, I do, sir. Heaven and earth. I've come hundreds of miles a-puppus to see 'em, and nothin' else, not a bit of trade, or speculation, or any earthly thing but to see them cuss falls, and come as near as 100 cents to $1, startin' off without sayin' 'em arter all. If it hadn't a-been for that Britisher I was sold, that's a fact. Can I run down there and back in half an hour in time for the stage? Yes, sir, but you will have no time to see them. See 'em, cuss 'em, I don't want to see 'em, I tell you. I want to look at 'em, I want to say I was to the falls, that's all. Give me my hat, quick. So them ain't the falls. I ha'n't seed the falls of Niagara arter all. What a devil of a takin' that is, ain't it? And he dove downstairs like a Newfoundland dog into a pond arter a stone, and out of sight in no time. Now you are as like Roof as 2 peas, squire. You want to say you was to Liverpool, but you don't want to see nothin'. Waiter. Sir. Is this Liverpool I see out of the winder? Yes, sir. Guess I have seen Liverpool then. So this is the great city of Liverpool, eh? When does the train start for London? In half an hour, sir? Book me for London then, for I have been to Liverpool and seen the city. Oh, take your place, squire, you have seen Liverpool, and if you see as much of all other places as you have of this here one, afore you return home, you will know most as much of England as them do that never was there at all. I am sorry too you won't go, squire, added he, for minister seems kinder dull. Don't say another word, Mr. Slick, said I. Everything shall give way to him. And locking up my writing desk, I said, I am ready. Stop, Squire, said he. I've got a favor to ask of you. Don't for gracious sake say nothing before Mr. Hopewell about that 'ere lark I had last night arter landin'. It would sorter worry him, and set him off preachin', and I'd rather he'd strike me any time a'most than lectur, for he does it so tender and kindly, it hurts my feelin's like a considerable sum. I've had a pretty how do ye do about it this mornin', and have had to plank down handsome, and do the thing genteel, but Mr. Landlord found, I reckon, he had no fool to deal with, nother. He comes to me, as soon as I was cleverly up this mornin', lookin' as full of importance as you Bay Japan did when I put the legation button on him. Bad business this, sir, says he. Never had such a scene in my house before, sir. Have had great difficulty to prevent my servants taking the law of you. Ah, says I to myself, I see how the cat jumps. Here's a little tidbit of extortion now, but you won't find that no go, I don't think. You will have to satisfy them, sir, says he, or take the consequences. Certainly, said I, anything you please. I leave it entirely to you. Just name what you think proper, and I will liquidate it. I said I knew you would behave like a gentleman, sir, says he, for, says I, don't talk to me of law, name it to the gentleman, and he'll do what is right. He'll behave liberal, you may depend. You said right, says I, and now, sir, what's the damage? £50, I should think about the thing, sir, said he. Certainly, said I, you shall have the £50, but you must give me a receipt in full for it. By all means, said he, and he was a-cuttin' off full chisel to get a stamp, when I says, stop, says I, uncle, mind and put in the receipt, the bill of items, and charge him separate? Bill of items? Says he. Yes, says I, let me see what each is to get. Well, there's the waiter, now. Say to knockin' down the waiter and kicking him, so much, then there's the barmaid so much, and so on. I make no objection, I am willin' to pay all you ask, but I want to include all, for I intend to post a copy of it in the elegant cabins of each of our splendid New York liners. This house convenes the Americans, they all know me. I want them to know how their attaché was imposed on, and if any American ever sets foot in this cussed house again I will pay his bill, and post that up too, as a letter of credit for him. You wouldn't take that advantage of me, sir, said he. I take no advantage, says I. I'll pay you what you ask, but you shall never take advantage again of another free and enlightened American citizen, I can tell you. You must keep your money then, sir, said he, but this is not a fair deal, no gentleman would do it. What's fair I am willin' to do, says I, what's unfair is what you want to do. Now look here, I knocked the waiter down, here is 2 sovereigns for him. I won't pay him nothin' for the kickin', for that I give him out of contempt, for not defendin' of himself. Here's 3 sovereigns for the barmaid, she don't ought to have nothin', for she never got so innocent a kiss afore, in all her born days I know, for I didn't mean no harm, and she never got so good a one afore another, that's a fact. But then I ought to pay, I do suppose, because I hadn't ought to treat a lady that way. It was unhandsome, that's fact, and besides, it ta'n't right to give the Gauls a taste for such things. They come fast enough in the natural way, do kisses, without inoculatan folks for 'em. And here's a sovereign for the scoldin' and ciceraring you gave the maid, that spilt the coals, and that's an end of the matter, and I don't want no receipt. Well, he bowed and walked off, without sayin' of a word. Here Mr. Hopewell joined us, and we descended to the street, to commence our perambulation of the city, but it had begun to rain, and we were compelled to defer it until the next day. Well, it ain't much matter, Squire, said Mr. Slick. Ain't that Liverpool, I see out of the winder? Well, then I've been to Liverpool. Book me for London. So I have seen Liverpool at last, eh? Or, as Rufus said, I have felt it too, for this wet day reminds me of the rest of his story. In about a half-hour arter Rufus raced off to the falls. Back he comes as hard as he could tear, a-puffing and a-blowin' like a sizable grampus. You never seed such a figure as he was wet through and through, and the dry dust stickin' to his clothes made him look like a dog that had jumped into the water, and then took a roll in the road to dry hisself. He was a caution to look at, that's a fact. Well, says I, stranger, did you see the falls? Yes, says he, I have seed 'em and felt them too, them's very wet falls, that's a fact. I han't a dry rag on me, if it hadn't a been for that 'ere Britisher, I wouldn't have seed 'em at all, and yet I thought I had been there all the time. It's a pity, too, that winder don't bear on it, for then you could see it without the trouble of goin' there, or gettin' ducked, or gettin' skeered so. I got an awful fright there, I shall never forget it, if I live as long as Jerusalem. You know I hadn't much time left when I found out I hadn't been there arter all, so I ran all the way, right down as hard as I could clip, and seein' some folks comin' out from under the fall, I pushed straight in, but the noise actually stunned me, and the spray wet me through and through like a piece of sponge cloth, and the great pourin', bilin' flood blinded me so I couldn't see a bit, and I hadn't gone far in, afore a cold, wet, clammy, dead hand felt my face all over. I believe in my soul, it was the Indian squaw that went over the falls in the canoe, or the crazy Englisher that tried to jump across it. Oh creation, how cold it was! The moment that spirit rose, mine fell, and I actually thought I should have dropped lumpus, I was so skeered. Give me your hand, said Ghost, for I didn't see nothin' but a kinder dark shadow. Give me your hand. I think it must ha' been the squaw, for it begged for all the world, just like an Injian. I'd see you hang fust, said I. I wouldn't touch that ar dead tacky hand o' yourn for $500,000 o' hard dollars, cash down without any raggedines. And with that, I turned to run out, but Lord love you, I couldn't run. The stones was all wet and slimy, and unnatural slippy, and I expected every minute I should heels up and go for it. Atween them two critters, the ghost and the juicy ledge, I felt awful skeered, I tell you. So I begins to say my catechism. What's your name, says I. Rufus Dodge. Who gave you that name? Godfather and godmother Granny Eels. What did they promise for you? That I should renounce the devil and all his works. I couldn't get no farther, I stuck fast there, for I had forgot it. The moment I stopped, Ghost kinder jumped forward, and seized me by my mustn't mention EMS, and most pulled the seat out. Oh dear! My heart most went out along with it, for I thought my time had come. You black she-sinner of a heathen Injian! Says I, let me go this blessed midnight, for I renounce the devil and all his works, the devil and all his works, so there now, and I let go a kick behind, the wickedest you ever see, and took it right in the bread basket. Oh, it yelled and howled and screeched like a wounded hyena, till my ears fairly cracked agin. I renounce you, Satan, says I renounce you, and the world, and the flesh, and the devil. And now, says I, a-jumpin' on Terry firm once more, and turnin' round and fasten the enemy, I'll promise a little dust more for myself, and that is to renounce Niagara, and Indian squaws, and dead Britishers, and the whole seed, breed, and generation of 'em from this time forth, forevermore. Amen. Oh blazes! How cold my face is yet! Waiter, half a pint of clear cocktail, something to warm me. Oh, that cold hand! Did you ever touch a dead man's hand? It's awful cold, you may depend. Is there any marks on my face? Do you see the tracks of the fingers there? No, sir, says I can't say I do. Well, then I feel them there, says he, as plain as anything. Stranger, says I, it was nothin' but some poor no-souled critter, like yourself, that was skeered a'most to death, and wanted to be helped out, that's all. Skeered, said he, sarves him right then. He might have knowed how to feel for other folks, and not funkify them so peskily. I don't care if he never gets out, but I have my doubts about its being a livin' human, I tell you. If I hadn't renounced the devil and all his works that time, I don't know what the upshot would have been, for Old Scratch was there too. I saw him as plain as I see you. He ran out afore me, and couldn't stop or look back, as long as I said catechism. He was in his old shape of the sarpent. He was the matter of a yard long, and as thick round as my arm, and travelled belly flounder fashion. When I touched land, he dodged into an eddy, and out of sight in no time. Oh, there is no mistake, I'll take my oath of it. I see him, I did upon my soul. It was the old gentleman hisself. He come there to cool hisself. Oh, it was the devil, that's a fact. It was nothin' but a fresh water eel, says I have seen thousands of 'em there. for the crevices of them rocks are chock full of 'em. How can you come for to go, for to talk arter that fashion? You are a disgrace to our great nation, you great lummocken coward, you. An American citizen is afeard of nothin' but a bad speculation, or bein' found out. Well, that posed him, he seemed kinder bothered, and looked down. An eel, eh? Well, it mought be an eel, sayest be, that's a fact. I didn't think of that, but then if it was Godmother Granny Eels, that promised I should renounce the devil and all his works, that took that shape, and come to keep me to my bargain. She died 50 years ago, poor old soul, and never kept company with Injians, or niggers, or any such trash. Heavens and earth! I don't wonder the falls wakes the dead, it makes such an everlastin' almighty noise, does Niagara. Waiter, more cocktail, that last was as weak as water. Yes, sir, and he swallowed it like wink. The stage is ready, sir. Is it? Said he, and he jumped in all wet as he was, for time is money and he didn't want to waste neither. As it drove off, I heard him say, well, them's the falls, eh? So I have seen the falls of Niagara and felt them too, eh? Now we are better off than Rufus Dodge was, squire, for we ha'n't got wet, and we ha'n't got frightened, but we can look out o' the winder and say, well, that's Liverpool, eh? So I have seen Liverpool. Chapter 9. Changing a Name. The rain having confined us to the house this afternoon, we sat over our wine after dinner longer than usual. Among the different topics that were discussed, the most prominent was the state of the political parties in this country. Mr. Slick, who paid great deference to the opinions of Mr. Hopewell, was anxious to ascertain from him what he thought upon the subject, in order to regulate his conduct and conversation by it hereafter. Minister, said he, what do you think of the politics of the British? I don't think about them at all, Sam. I hear so much of such matters at home, that I am heartily tired of them. Our political world is divided into two classes, the knaves and the dupes. Don't let us talk of such exciting things. But, minister, said Mr. Slick, holding the high and dignified station I do, as attaché, they will be a pumpin' me for everlastingly, will the great men here, and they think a plaguey sight more of our opinion than you are aware on. We have tried all them things they are a-jawin' about here, and they naturally want to know the results. Cooper says not one Tory called on him when he was to England, but Walter Scott, and that I take it, was more or less folks should think he was jealous of him than anything else. They just cut him as dead as a skunk. But among the Whigs, he was quite an oracle on ballot, universal suffrage, and all other democratic institutions. Well, he was a ninny then, was Cooper, to go and blart it all out to the world that way. For if no Tory visited him, I should like you to ask him the next time you see him, how many gentlemen called upon him. Just ask him that, and it will stop him from writing such stuff any more. But, minister, just tell us now, here you are, as a body might say in England, now what are you? I am a man, Sam, homo sum, humani nihil a me alienum puro. Well, what's all that when it's fried? Why, that when away from home, I am a citizen of the world. I belong to no party, but take an interest in the whole human family. Well, minister, if you choose to sing dumb, you can, but I should like to have you answer me one question now, and if you won't, why you must just do t'other thing, that's all. Are you a conservative? No. Are you a Whig? No. A radical? God forbid! What in natur are you then? A Tory. A Tory! Well, I thought that a Tory and a conservative, whereas the Indians say, all same one brother. Where is the difference? You will soon find that out, Sam. Go and talk to a conservative as a Tory, and you will find he is a Whig. Go and talk to him again as a Whig, and you will find he is a Tory. They are, for all the world, like a sturgeon. There is very good beef steaks in a sturgeon, and very good fish too, and yet it ta'n't either fish or flesh. I don't like taking a new name, it looks amazing like taking new principles, or, at all events, like loosening old ones, and I ha'n't seen the creed of this new sect yet. I don't know what its tenets are, nor where to go and look for 'em. It strikes me they don't accord with the Tories, and yet aren't in tune with the Whigs, but are half a note lower than the one, and half a note higher than t'other. Now, changes in the body politic are always necessary more or less, in order to meet the changes of time, and the changes in the condition of man. When they are necessary, make 'em, and ha done with 'em. Make 'em like men, not when you are forced to do so, and nobody thanks you, but when you see they are wanted, and are proper. But don't alter your name. My wardens wanted me to do that. They came to me, and said, Minister, says they, we don't want you to change, we don't ask it, just let us call you a Unitarian, and you can remain Episcopalian still. We are tired of that old-fashioned name, it's generally thought unsuited to the times, and behind the enlightenment of the age, it's only fit for benighted Europeans. Change the name, you needn't change anything else. What is a name? Everything, says I, everything, my brethren. One name belongs to a Christian, and the other don't, that's the difference. I'd die before I surrendered my name, for in surrendering that, I surrender my principles. Exactly, said Mr. Slick. That's what Brother Eldad used to say. Sam, said he, a man with an alias is the worst character in the world, for talking a new name shows he is ashamed of his old one, and having an old one shows his new one is a cheat. No, said Mr. Hopewell. I don't like that word conservative. Them folks may be good kind of people, and I guess they be, seeing that the Tories support 'em, which is the best thing I see about them, but I don't like changin' a name. Well, I don't know, said Mr. Slick. Perhaps their old name was so infernal dry-rotted, they wanted to change it for a sound new one. You recollect when that super-superior villain, Expected Thorn, brought an action of defamation agin me, to Slickville, for talking away his character, about stealing the watch to Nova Scotia. Well, I just pleaded my own case, and I ups and sayes, gentlemen of the jury, sayes I. Expected's character, every soul knows, is about the wust in all Slickville. If I have taken it away, I have done him a great sarvice, for he has a smart chance of getting a better one, and if he don't find a swap to his mind, why no character is better nor a bad one. Well, the old judge and the whole court lar fed right out like anythin', and the jury, without stirrin' from the box, returned a verdict for the defendant. Perhaps now, that mought be the case with the Tories. The difference, said Mr. Hopewell, is just this: your friend, Mr. Expected Thorn, had a name he had ought to have been ashamed of, and the Tories one that the whole nation had very great reason to be proud of. There is some little difference, you must admit. My English politics, mind you, I say English, for they bear no reference to America, are Tory, and I don't want to go to Sir Robert Peel, or Lord John Russell either. As for Johnny Russell, said Mr. Slick, he is a clever little chap that, he. Don't call him Johnny Russell, said Mr. Hopewell, or a little chap, or such flippant names. I don't like to hear you talk that way. It neither becomes you as a Christian nor a gentleman. St. Luke and St. Paul, when addressing people of rank, use the word Greek text, which, as nearly as possible, answers to the title of your Excellency. Honor, we are told, should be given to those to whom honor is due, and if we had no such authority on the subject, the omission of titles, where they are usual and legal, is, to say the least of it, a vulgar familiarity, ill-becoming an attaché of our embassy. But as I was saying, I do not require to go to either of those statesmen to be instructed in my politics. I take mine where I take my religion, from the Bible. Fear God, honor the king, and meddle not with those that are given to change. Oh, minister, said Mr. Slick, you missed a figure at our glorious revolution. You had ought to have held on to the British. They would have made a bishop of you, and shoved you into the House of Lords, black apron, lawn sleeves, shovel hat and all, as sure as rates. The Right Reverend, the Lord Bishop of Slickville, wouldn't it look well on the back of a letter, eh? Or your signature to one sent to me, signed Joshua Slickville. It sounds better that than old minister, don't it? Oh, if you go for to talk that way, Sam, I am done. But I will shew you that the Tories are the men to govern this great nation. A Tory I may say nociter associes. What in natur is that, when it's biled and the skin took off? Asked Mr. Slick. Why is it possible you don't know that? Have you forgotten that common schoolbook phrase? Guess I do know, but it don't tally just altogether nohow, as it were. Known as a socialist, isn't it? If, sir, said Mr. Hopewell, with much earnestness, if instead of ornamenting your conversation with cant terms and miserable slang, picked up from the lowest refuse of our population, both East and West, you had cultivated your mind, and enriched it with quotations from classical writers, you would have been more like an attaché, and less like a peddling clockmaker than you are. Minister, said Mr. Slick, I was only in jest, but you are in earnest. What you have said is too true for a joke, and I feel it. I was only a sparrin', but you took off the gloves, and felt my short ribs in a way that has given me a stitch in the side. It ta'n't fair to kick that way afore you are spurred. You've hurt me considerable. Sam, I am old, narvous, and irritable. I was wrong to speak unkindly to you, very wrong indeed, and I am sorry for it. But don't tease me no more, that's a good lad, for I feel worse than you do about it. I beg your pardon, Well, said Mr. Slick, to get back to what we was a-sayin', for you do talk like a book, that's a fact. Nociter associes, says you? Aye, birds of a feather flock together, as the old maxim goes. Now, Sam, who supported the Whigs? Why, let me see, a few of the lords, a few of the gentry, the repealers, the manufacturing folks, the independents, the Baptists, the dissenting Scotch, the socialists, the radicals, the discontented, and most of the lower orders, and so on. Well, who supported the Tories? Why, the majority of the lords, the great body of landed gentry, the universities, the whole of the Church of England, the whole of the Methodists, almost the principal part of the Kirk, the great merchants, capitalists, bankers, lawyers, army and navy officers, and soon. Now don't take your politics from me, Sam, for I am no politician, but as an American citizen, judge for yourself, which of those two parties is most likely to be right, or which would you like to belong to? Well, I must say, replied he, I do think that the larning, piety, property, and respectability is on the Tory side, and where all them things is united, right most commonly is found a joggin' along in company. Well now, Sam, you know we are a calculatin' people, a commercial people, a practical people. Europe laughs at us for it. Perhaps if they attended better to their own financial affairs, they would be in a better situation to laugh. But still we must look to facts and results. How did the Tories, when they went out of office, leave the kingdom at peace? Yes, with all the world. How did the Whigs leave it? With 3 wars on hand, and one in the vat a-brewin' with America. Every great interest injured, some ruined, and all alarmed at the impending danger of national bankruptcy. Well, now for dollars and cents. How did the Tories leave the Treasury? With a surplus revenue of millions. How did the Whigs? With a deficiency that made the nation scratch their head and stare again. I could go through the details with you, as far as my imperfect information extends, or more imperfect memory would let me, but it is all the same, and always will be here, in France, with us, in the colonies, and everywhere else. Whenever property, talent, and virtue are all on one side, and only ignorant numbers, with a mere sprinkling of property and talent to agitate M and make use of M, or misinformed or mistaken virtue to sanction M on the other side, no honest man can take long to deliberate which side he will choose. As to those conservatives, I don't know what to say, Sam. I should like to put you right if I could. But I'll tell you what puzzles me. I ask myself, what is a Tory? I find he is a man who goes the whole figure for the support of the monarchy, in its 3 orders, of king, lords, and commons, as by law established, that he is for the connection of church and state and so on, and that as the wealthiest man in England, he offers to prove his sincerity, by paying the greatest part of the taxes to uphold these things. Well, then I ask, what is conservatism? I am told that it means, what it imports, a conservation of things as they are. Where, then, is the difference? If there is no difference, it is a mere juggle to change the name. If there is a difference, the word is worse than a juggle, for it don't import any. Tell you what, said Mr. Slick, I heerd an old critter to Halifax once describe am beautiful. He said he could tell a man's politics by his shirt. A Tory, sir, said he, for he was a pompous old boy, was old Blue Nose. A Tory, sir, said he, is a gentleman every inch of him, stock, lock, and barrel, and he puts a clean frill shirt on every day. A Whig, sir, says he, is a gentleman every other inch of him, and he puts an unfrilled one on every other day. A Radical, sir, ain't no gentleman at all, and he only puts one on of a Sunday. But a Chartist, sir, is a loafer. He never puts one on till the old one won't hold together no longer, and drops off in pieces. Pooh! Said Mr. Hopewell. Now don't talk nonsense. But as I was a-going to say, I am a plain man, and a straightforward man, Sam. What I say, I mean, and what I mean, I say. Private and public life are subject to the same rules, and truth and manliness are two qualities that will carry you through this world much better than policy, or tact, or expediency, or any other word that ever was devised to conceal or mystify a deviation from the straight line. They have a certificate of character, these conservatives, in having the support of the Tories, but that don't quite satisfy me. It may, perhaps, mean no more than this, arter all, they are the best servants we have, but not as good as we want. However, I shall know more about it soon, and when I do, I will give you my opinion candidly. One thing, however, is certain, a change in the institutions of a country I could accede to, approve, and support, if necessary and good, but I never can approve of either an individual or a party changing a name. Chapter 10. The Nelson Monument. The following day being dry, we walked out to view the wonders of this great commercial city of England, Liverpool. The side paths were filled with an active and busy population, and the main streets thronged with heavily laden wagons, conveying to the docks the manufactures of the country, or carrying inward the productions of foreign nations. It was an animating and busy scene. This, said Mr. Hopewell, is solitude. It is in a place like this that you feel yourself to be an isolated being, when you are surrounded by multitudes who have no sympathy with you, to whom you are not only wholly unknown, but not one of whom you have ever seen before. The solitude of the vast American forest is not equal to this. Encompassed by the great objects of nature, you recognize nature's God everywhere, you feel His presence, and rely on His protection. Everything in a city is artificial, the predominant idea is man, and man, under circumstances like the present, is neither your friend nor protector. You form no part of the social system here. Gregarious by nature, you cannot associate. Dependent, you cannot attach yourself. A rational being, you cannot interchange ideas. In seeking the wilderness, you enter the abode of solitude, and are naturally and voluntarily alone. On visiting a city, on the contrary, you enter the residence of man, and if you are forced into isolation there, to you it is worse than a desert. I know of nothing so depressing as this feeling of unconnected individuality, amidst a dense population like this. But, my friend, there is one who never forsakes us either in the throng or the wilderness, whose ear is always open to our petitions, and who has invited us to rely on His goodness and mercy. You hadn't ought to feel lonely here, minister, said Mr. Slick. It's a place we have a right to boast of as Liverpool. We built it, and I'll tell you what it is, to build two such cities as New York and Liverpool in the short time we did, is something to brag of. If there had been no New York, there would have been no Liverpool, but if there had been no Liverpool, there would have been a New York though. They couldn't do nothin' without us. We had to build them elegant line packets for 'em. They couldn't build one that could sail, and if she sailed she couldn't steer, and if she sailed and steered she upsot, there was always a screw loose somewhere. It cost us a great deal too to build them great docks. They cover about 70 acres, I reckon. We have to pay heavy port dues to keep 'em up, and pay interest on capital. The worst of it is, too, while we pay for all this, we han't got the direction of the works. If you have paid for all these things, said I, you had better lay claim to Liverpool. Like the disputed territory, to which it now appears you knew you had no legal or equitable claim, it is probable you will have half of it ceded to you, for the purpose of conciliation. I admire this boast of yours uncommonly. It reminds me of the conversation we had some years ago, about the device on your naval button, of the eagle holding an anchor in its claws, that national emblem of ill-directed ambition and vulgar pretension. I thank you for that hint, said Mr. Slick. I was ingenious like, but there is more in it, for all that, than you'd think. It ain't literal fact, but it is figurative truth. But now I'll shew you something in this town that's as false as parjury, something that's a disgrace to this country and an insult to our great nation, and there is no jest in it nother, but a downright lie. And since you go for to throw up to me our naval button with its eagle and anchor, I'll point out to you something 100,000,000,000 times wuss. What was the name o' that English admiral folks made such a tuss about? That cripple-gated, one-eyed, one-armed little naval critter? Do you mean Lord Nelson? I do, said he, and pointing to his monument, he continued, there he is as big as life, 5 feet nothing, with his shoes on. Now examine that monument, and tell me if the English don't know how to brag, as well as some other folks, and whether they don't brag too sometimes, when they han't got no right to. There is 4 figures there representing the 4 quarters of the globe in chains, and among them America, a crouchin' down, and a beggin' for life, like a mean heathen Injun. Well, just do the civil now, and tell me when that little braggin' feller ever whipped us, will you? Just tell me the day of the year he was ever able to do it, since his mammy cut the apron string and let him run to seek his fortin. Heavens and airth, we'd a trod him right up. No, there never was an officer among you that had anything to brag of about us but one, and he wasn't a Britisher, he was a despisable blue-nosed colonist boy of Halifax. When his captain was took below wounded, he was lieutenant, so he just ups and takes command o' the Shannon, and fit like a tiger and took our splendid frigate the Chesapeake, and that was something to brag on. And what did he get for it? Why, colony sarce, half pay, and leave to make room for Englishers to go over his head, and here is a lying false monument, erected to this man that never even seed one of our national ships, much less smelt thunder and lightning out of one, that English-like, has got this for what he didn't do. I am sorry, Mr. Let, footnote. This was the man that blew up the Brock Monument in Canada. He was a patriot, is dead to Canada, or I'd give him a hint about this. I'd say, I hope none of our free and enlightened citizens will blow this lyin', swaggerin', bullying monument up. I should be sorry for 'em to take notice of such vulgar insolence as this, for bullies will brag. He'd wink and say, I won't not concur with you, Mr. Slick. I hope it won't be blowed up, but wishes like dreams come contrary ways sometimes, and I shouldn't much wonder if it bragged till it bust some night. It would go for it, that's a fact. For Mr. Let has a kind of natural genius for blowing up of monuments. Now you talk of our eagle taking an anchor in its claws as bad taste. I won't say it isn't, but it is a nation's sight better nor this. See what the little admiral critter is about. Why, he is a stampin' and a jabbin' of the iron heel of his boot into the lifeless body of a fallen foe. It's horrid disgustin', and ain't overly brave nother, and to make matters wuss, as if this warn't bad enough, them 4 emblem figures have great heavy iron chains on 'em, and a great enormous sneezer of a lion has one part o' the chain in its mouth, and is a growlin' and a grinnin' and a snarling at 'em like mad, as much as to say, if you dare to move the 1600th part of an inch, I will fall to and make mincemeat of you. In less than half no time. I don't think there never was nothin' so bad as this, ever seen since the days of old Daddy Adam down to this present blessed day, I don't indeed. So don't come for to go, Squire, to taunt me with the eagle and the anchor no more, for I don't like it a bit. You'd better look to your Nelson monument and let us alone. So come now! Amidst much that was coarse, and more that was exaggerated, there was still some foundation for the remarks of the attaché. You arrogate a little too much to yourselves, I observe, in considering the United States as all America. At the time these brilliant deeds were achieved, which this monument is intended to commemorate, the Spaniards owned a very much greater portion of the transatlantic continent than you now do, and their navy composed a part of the hostile fleets which were destroyed by Lord Nelson. At that time, also, you had no navy, or at all events so few ships, as scarcely to deserve the name of one, nor had you won for yourselves that high character, which you now so justly enjoy, for skill and gallantry. I agree with you, however, in thinking the monument is in bad taste. The name of Lord Nelson is its own monument. It will survive when these perishable structures, which the pride or the gratitude of his countrymen have erected to perpetuate his fame, shall have mouldered into dust, and been forgotten forever. If visible objects are thought necessary to suggest the mention of his name oftener than it would otherwise occur to the mind, they should be such as to improve the taste, as well as awaken the patriotism of the beholder. As an American, there is nothing to which you have a right to object, but as a critic, I admit that there is much that you cannot approve in the Nelson Monument. Chapter 11. Cottages. On the 10th day after we landed at Liverpool, we arrived in London and settled ourselves very comfortably in lodgings at number 202, Piccadilly, where every possible attention was paid to us by our landlord and his wife, Mr. and Mrs. Weeks. We performed the journey in a post-chaise, fearing that the rapid motion of a rail car might have an unpleasant effect upon the health of Mr. Hopewell. Of the little incidents of travel that occurred to us, or of the various objects of attraction on the route, it is not my intention to give any account. Our journey was doubtless much like the journeys of other people, and everything of local interest is to be found in guide-books, or topographical works, which are within the reach of everybody. This book, however imperfect its execution may be, is altogether of another kind. I shall therefore pass over this and other subsequent journeys, with no other remark than that they were performed, until something shall occur illustrative of the objects I have in view. On this occasion I shall select from my diary a description of the laborer's cottage and the parish church, because the one shews the habits, tastes, and condition of the poor of this country, in contrast with that of America, and the other, the relative means of religious instruction, and its effect on the lower orders. On the Saturday morning, while preparing to resume our journey, which was now nearly half completed, Mr. Hopewell expressed a desire to remain at the inn where we were, until the following Monday. As the day was fine, he said he should like to ramble about the neighborhood, and enjoyed the fresh air. His attention was soon drawn to some very beautiful new cottages. These, said he, are no doubt erected at the expense, and for the gratification of some great landed proprietor. They are not the abodes of ordinary laborers, but designed for some favored dependent or aged servant. They are expensive toys, but still they are not without their use. They diffuse a taste among the peasantry. They present them with models, which, though they cannot imitate in costliness of material or finish, they can copy in arrangement, and in that sort of decoration, which flowers, and vines, and culture, and care can give. Let us seek one which is peculiarly the poor man's cottage, and let us go in and see who and what they are, how they live, and above all, how they think and talk. Here is a lane, let us follow it, till we come to a habitation. We turned into a grass road, bounded on either side by a high straggling thorn hedge. At its termination was an irregular cottage with a thatched roof, which projected over the windows in front. The latter were latticed with diamond-shaped panes of glass, and were 4 in number, 1 on each side of the door and 2 just under the roof. The door was made of 2 transverse parts, the upper half of which was open. On one side was a basket-like cage containing a magpie, and on the other, a cat lay extended on a bench, dozing in the warmth of the sun. The blue smoke, curling upwards from a crooked chimney, afforded proof of some one being within. We therefore opened a little gate, and proceeded through a neat garden, in which flowers and vegetables were intermixed. It had a gay appearance from the pear, apple, thorn and cherry being all in full bloom. We were received at the door by a middle-aged woman, with the ruddy glow of health on her cheeks, and dressed in coarse, plain, but remarkably neat and suitable, attire. As this was a cottage selected at random, and visited without previous intimation of our intention, I took particular notice of everything I saw, because I regarded its appearance as a fair specimen of its constant and daily state. Mr. Hopewell needed no introduction. His appearance told what he was. His great stature and erect bearing, his intelligent and amiable face, his noble forehead, his beautiful snow-white locks, his precise and antique dress, his simplicity of manner, everything, in short, about him, at once attracted attention and conciliated favor. Mrs. Hodgins, for such was her name, received us with that mixture of respect and ease, which shewed she was accustomed to converse with her superiors. She was dressed in a blue homespun gown, the sleeves of which were drawn up to her elbows and the lower part tucked through her pocket-hole, a black stuff petticoat, black stockings and shoes with the soles more than half an inch thick. She wore also a large white apron, and a neat and by no means unbecoming cap. She informed us her husband was a gardener's laborer, that supported his family by his daily work, and by the proceeds of the little garden attached to the house, and invited us to come in and sit down. The apartment into which the door opened was a kitchen or common room. On one side was a large fireplace, the mantelpiece or shelf, of which was filled with brass candlesticks, large and small, some queer old-fashioned lamps, snuffers and trays, polished to a degree of brightness that was dazzling. A dresser was carried round the wall, filled with plates and dishes, and underneath were exhibited the ordinary culinary utensils, in excellent order. A small table stood before the fire, with a cloth of spotless whiteness spread upon it, as if in preparation for a meal. A few stools completed the furniture. Passing through this place, we were shown into the parlor, a small room with a sanded floor. Against the sides were placed some old, dark, and highly polished chairs, of antique form and rude workmanship. The walls were decorated with several colored prints, illustrative of the Pilgrim's Progress, and hung in small red frames of about 6 inches square. The fireplace was filled with moss, and its mantelshelf had its china sheep and shepherdesses, and a small looking-glass, the whole being surmounted by a gun hung transversely. The Lord's Prayer and the 10 Commandments worked in worsted were suspended in a wooden frame between the windows, which had white muslin blinds, and opened on hinges, like a door. A cupboard made to fit the corner, in a manner to economize room, was filled with china mugs, cups and saucers of different sizes and patterns, some old teaspoons and a plated teapot. There was a small table opposite to the window, which contained half a dozen books. One of these was large, handsomely bound, and decorated with gilt-edged paper. Mr. Hopewell opened it, and expressed great satisfaction at finding such an edition of a Bible in such a house. Mrs. Hodgins explained that this was a present from her eldest son, who had thus appropriated his first earnings to the gratification of his mother. "Creditable to you both, dear," said Mr. Hopewell. "To you, because it is a proof how well you have instructed him, and to him, that he so well appreciated and so faithfully remembered those lessons of duty." He then inquired into the state of her family, whether the boy who was training a peach tree against the end of the house was her son, and many other matters not necessary to record with the same precision that I have enumerated the furniture. "Oh, here is a pretty little child," said he. "Come here, dear, and shake hands along with me. What beautiful hair she has! And she looks so clean and nice, too. Everything and everybody here is so neat, so tidy, and so appropriate. Kiss me, dear, and then talk to me, for I love little children. Suffer them to come unto me, said our Master, for of such is the kingdom of heaven, that is, that we should resemble these little ones in our innocence." He then took her on his knee. "Can you say the Lord's Prayer, dear?" "Yes, sir." "Very good. And the 10 Commandments?" "Yes, sir." "Who taught you?" "My mother, sir, and the parson taught me the catechism." "Why, Sam, this child can say the Lord's Prayer, the 10 Commandments, and the catechism. Ain't this beautiful? Tell me the 5th, dear." And the child repeated it distinctly and accurately. "Right. Now, dear, always bear that in mind, especially towards your mother. You have an excellent mother. Her cares and her toils are many, and amidst them all, how well she has done her duty to you. The only way she can be repaid is to find that you are what she desires you to be, a good girl. God commands this return to be made, and offers you the reward of length of days. Here is a piece of money for you. And now, dear," placing her again upon her feet, "you never saw so old a man as me, and never will again, and one, too, that came from a far-off country 3,000 miles off. It would take you a long time to count 3,000, it is so far. Whenever you do what you ought not, think of the advice of the old minister." Here Mr. Slick beckoned the mother to the door, and whispered something to her, of which the only words that met my ear were, "A trump, a brick, the other man like him ain't made yet, do it, he'll talk then." To which she replied, "I have, oh yes, sir, by all means." She then advanced to Mr. Hopewell, and asked him if he would like to smoke. "Indeed I would, dear, but I have no pipe here." She said her old man smoked of an evening, after his work was done, and that she could give him a pipe and some tobacco, if he would condescend to use them, and going to the cupboard, she produced a long white clay pipe and some cut tobacco. Having filled and lighted his pipe, Mr. Hopewell said, "What church do you go to, dear?" "The parish church, sir." "Right. You will hear sound doctrine and good morals preached there. Oh, this a fortunate country, Sam, for the state provides for the religious instruction of the poor. Where the voluntary system prevails, the poor have to give from their poverty, or go without, and their gifts are so small that they can purchase but little. It's a beautiful system, a charitable system, a Christian system. Who is your landlord?" "Squire Merton, sir, and one of the kindest masters, too, that ever was. He is so good to the poor, and the ladies. Sir, they are so kind, also. When my poor daughter Mary was so ill with the lever, I do think she would have died but for the attentions of those young ladies, and when she grew better, they sent her wine and nourishing things from their own table. They will be so glad to see you, sir, at the Priory. Oh, I wish you could see them. There it is, Sam," he continued. "That illustrates what I always told you of their social system here. We may boast of our independence, but that independence produces isolation. There is an individuality about every man and every family in America that gives no right of inquiry, and imposes no duty of relief on any one. Sickness and sorrow and trouble are not divulged, joy, success, and happiness are not imparted. If we are independent in our thoughts and actions, so are we left to sustain the burden of our own ills. How applicable to our state is that passage of Scripture, 'The heart knoweth its own bitterness, and a stranger intermeddleth not with its joy.' Now, look at this poor family. Here is a clergyman provided for them, whom they do not, and are not even expected to pay. Their spiritual wants are ministered to, faithfully and zealously, as we see by the instruction of that little child. Here is a friend upon whom they can rely in their hour of trouble, as the bereaved mother did on Elisha. And she went up and laid her child that was dead on the bed of the man of God, and shut the door on him, and went out. And when a long train of agitation, misgovernment, and ill-digested changes have deranged this happy country, as has recently been the case, here is an indulgent landlord, disposed to lower his rent or give further time for payment, or if sickness invades any of these cottages, to seek out the sufferer, to afford the remedies, and by his countenance, his kindness, and advice, to alleviate their trouble. Here it is, a positive duty arising from their relative situations of landlord and tenant. The tenants support the owner, the landlord protects the tenants, the duties are reciprocal. With us the duties, as far as Christian duties can be said to be optional, are voluntary, and the voluntary discharge of duties, like the voluntary support of religion, we know, from sad experience, to be sometimes imperfectly performed, at others intermitted, and often wholly neglected. Oh! It is a happy country this, a great and a good country, and how base, how wicked, how diabolical it is to try to set such a family as this against their best friends, their pastor and their landlord, to instill dissatisfaction and distrust into their simple minds, and to teach them to loathe the hand that proffers nothing but regard or relief. It is shocking, isn't it? That's what I often say, sir, said Mrs. Hodgins, to my old man, to keep away from them Chartists. Chartists? Dear, who are they? I never heard of them. Why, sir, they are the men that want the 5 pints. 5 pints? Why, you don't say so, oh! They are bad men, have nothing to do with them. 5 pints? Why, that is 2 quarts and a half. That is too much to drink if it was water, and if anything else, it is beastly drunkenness. Have nothing to do with them. Oh! No, sir, it is 5 points of law. Tut, tut, tut! What have you got to do with law, my dear? By gosh, Auntie, said Mr. Slick, you had better not cut that pie, you will find it rather sour in the apple sarce, and tough in the paste, I tell you. Yes, sir, she replied, but they are unsettling of his mind. What shall I do? For I don't like these night meetings, and he always comes home from cross and sour-like. Well, I am sorry to hear that, said Mr. Hopewell. I wish I could see him, but I can't, for I am bound on a journey." "I am sorry to hear it, dear." "Sam, this country is so beautiful, so highly cultivated, so adorned by nature and art, and contains so much comfort and happiness, that it resembles almost the Garden of Eden. But, Sam, the serpent is here beyond a doubt. It changes its shape, and alters its name, and takes a new color, but still it is the serpent, and it ought to be crushed. Sometimes it calls itself liberal, then radical, then Chartist, then agitator, then repealer, then political dissenter, then anti-corn leaguer, and so on. Sometimes it stings the clergy, and coils round them, and almost strangles them, for it knows the church is its greatest enemy, and it is furious against it. Then it attacks the peers, and covers them with its froth and slaver, and then it bites the landlord. Then it changes form, and shoots at the queen, or her ministers, and sets fire to buildings, and burns up corn to increase distress, and when hunted away, it dives down into the collieries, or visits the manufactories, and maddens the people, and urges them on to plunder and destruction. It's a melancholy thing to think of, but he is as of old, alive and active, seeing whom he can allure and deceive, and whoever listens is ruined forever. Stay, dear, I'll tell you what I will do for you. I'll inquire about these Chartists, and when I go to London, I will write a little tract so plain that any child may read it and understand it, and call it the Chartist, and get it printed, and I will send you one for your husband, and 2 or 3 others, to give to those whom they may benefit. And now, dear, I must go. You and I will never meet again in this world, but I shall often think of you, and often speak of you. I shall tell my people of the comforts, of the neatness, of the beauty of an English cottage. May God bless you, and so regulate your mind as to preserve in you a reverence for His holy word, an obedience to the commands of your spiritual pastor, and a respect for all that are placed in authority over you. Well, it is pretty too, is this cottage, said Mr. Slick, as we strolled back to the inn. But the handsomest thing is to hear that good old soul talk dictionary that way, ain't it? How natural he is! Guess they don't often see such a postle as that in these diggins. Yes, it's pretty as this cottage, but it's small arter all. You'd feel like a squirrel in a cage in it. You have to run round and round, and don't go forward none. What would a man do with a rifle here? For my part, I have a taste for the wild woods. It comes on me regular in the fall, like the lake fever, and I up gun, and off for a week or 2, and camp out, and get a snuff of the spruce wood air, and a good appetite, and a bit of fresh fen sun to sup on at night. I shall be off to the Highlands this fall, but cuss 'em, they handy got no woods there, nothin' but heather, and that's only high enough to tear your clothes. That's the reason the Scotch don't wear no breeches. They don't like to get 'em ragged up that way for everlastingly. They can't afford it, so they let 'em scratch and tear their skin, for that will grow agin, and trousers won't. Yes, it's a pretty cottage that, and a nice tidy body that too, is Mrs. Hodgins. I've seen the time when I would have given a good deal to have been so well housed as that. There is some little difference between that cottage and a log hut of a poor back emigrant settler you and I know where. Did ever I tell you of the night I spent at Lake Teal, with old Judge Sanford? No, not that I recollect. Well, once upon a time I was a-goin' from Millbridge to Shadbrook, on a little matter of business, and an awful bad and lonely road it was, too. There was scarcely no settlers in it, and the road was all made of sticks, stones, mud holes, and broken bridges. It was e'en most unpassable, and who should I overtake on the way but the judge, and his guide, on horseback, and Lawyer Traverse a-joggin' along in his gig, at the rate of 2 miles an hour at the farthest. Mornin', says the judge, for he was a sociable man, and had a kind word for every body, had the judge. Few men knowed human natur better nor he did, and what he used to call the philosophy of life. I am glad to see you on the road, Mr. Slick, says he, for it is so bad I am afraid there are places that will require our united efforts to pass him. Well, I felt kinder sorry for the delay too, for I knowed we should make a poor journey on't, on account of that lawyer critter's gig, that hadn't no more busness on that rough track than a steam engine had. But I seed the judge wanted me to stay company, and help him along, and so I did. He was fond of a joke, was the old judge, and says he, I'm afraid we shall illustrate that passage o' Scripter, Mr. Slick, said he, and their judges shall be overthrown in stony places. It's just a road for it, ain't it? Well, we chattered along the road this way just a leetle faster than we traveled, for we made a snail's gallop of it, that's a fact, and night overtook us, as I suspected it would, at Obi Rafusi's, at the Great Lake, and as it was the only public for 14 miles, and dark was setting in, we dismounted, but oh, what a house it was! Obi was an emigrant, and those emigrants are generally so fond of owning the soil, that like misers, they carry as much of it about 'em on their parsons, in a common way, as they cleverly can. Some on 'em are awful dirty folks, that's a fact, and Obi was one of them. He kept public, did Obi. The sign said it was a house of entertainment for man and beast. For critters that ain't human, I do suppose it spoke the truth, for it was enough to make a hoss larf, if he could understand it, that's a fact. But dirt, wretchedness and rags, don't have that effect on me. The house was built of rough spruce logs, the only thing spruce about it, with the bark on, and the cracks and seams was stuffed with moss. The roof was made of coarse slabs, battened and not shingled, and the chimbley peeped out like a black pot, made of sticks and mud, the way a crow's nest is. The windows were half broke out, and stopped up with shingles and old clothes, and a great bank of mud and straw all round, reached halfway up to the roof, to keep the frost out of the cellar. It looked like an old hat on a dung heap. I pitied the old judge, because he was a man that took the world as he found it, and made no complaints. He knowed if you got the best, it was no use complainin' that the best warn't good. Well, the house stood alone in the middle of a clearin', without an outhouse of any sort or kind about it, or any fence or enclosure, but just rose up as a toadstool grows, all alone in the field. Close behind it was a thick short second growth of young birches, about 15 feet high, which was the only shelter it had, and that was on the wrong side, for it was towards the south. Well, when we alighted, and got the baggage off, away starts the guide with the judge's traps, and ups a path through the woods to a settler's, and leaves us. Away down by the edge of the lake was a little barn, filled up to the roof with grain and hay, and there was no standin' room or shelter in it for the hosses. So the lawyer hitches his critter to a tree, and goes and fetches up some fodder for him, and leaves him for the night, to weather it as he could. As soon as he goes in, I takes old Clay to the barn, for it's a maxim of mine always to look out arter number 1, opens the door, and pulls out sheaf arter sheaf of grain as fast as I could, and throws it out, till I got a place big enough for him to crawl in. Now, sayes I, old boy, as I shot to the door arter him, if that hole ain't big enough for you, eat away till it is, that's all. I had hardly got to the house afore the rain, that had threatened all day, came down like smoke, and the wind got up, and it blew like a young hurricane, and the lake roared dismal. It was an awful night, and it was hard to say which was wuss, the storm or the shelter. Of two evils, sayes I to the lawyer, choose the least. It ain't a bad thing to be well housed in a night like this, is it? The critter groaned, for both cases was so bad he didn't know which to take up to defend, so he grinned horrid and said nothin', and it was enough to make him grin too, that's a fact. He looked as if he had got hold on a bill o' pains and penalties instead of a bill of costs that time, you may depend. Inside of the house was 3 rooms, the keepin' room, where we was all half circled round the fire, and 2 sleepin' rooms off of it. One of these Obi had, who was abed, groanin', cuffin', and tinnin' over and over all the time on the creakin' bedstead with pleurisy. T'other was for the judge. The loft was for the old woman, his mother, and the hearth, or any other soft place we could find, was allocated for lawyer and me. What a scarecrow-looking critter old auntie was, warn't she? She was all in rags and tatters, and though she lived longside of the lake the best part of her emigrant life, had never used water since she was christened. Her eyes were so sunk in her head, they looked like 2 burned holes in a blanket. Her hair was pushed back, and tied so tight with an eel skin behind her head, it seemed to take the hide with it. I most wonder how she ever shot to her eyes to go to sleep. She had no stockings on her legs, and no heels to her shoes, so she couldn't lift her feet up for fear of droppin' off her slippers, but she just shoved and slid about as if she was on ice. She had a small pipe in her mouth, with about an inch of a stem, to keep her nose warm, and her skin was so yaller and wrinkled, and hard and oily, She looked just like a dried smoked red heron, she did, upon my soul. The floor of the room was blacker nor ink, because that is pale sometimes, and the utensils, oh, if the fire didn't purify 'em now and Asian, all the scrubbin' in the world wouldn't, they was past that. Whenever the door was opened, in run the pigs, and the old woman hobbled round arter them, bangin' them with the fryin' pan, till she seemed out o' breath. Every time she took less and less notice of 'em, for she was most beat out herself, and was busy a gettin' of the tea kettle to bile, and it appeared to me she was a-goin' to give in and let 'em sleep with me and the lawyer, near the fire. So I just puts the tongs in the sparklin' coals and heats the eends on 'em red hot, and the next time they comes in, I watches a chance, outs with the tongs, and seizes the old sow by the tail, and holds on till I singes it beautiful. The way she let go ain't no matter, but if she didn't yell it's a pity, that's all. She made right straight for the door, dashed in atween old Auntie's legs, and carries her out on her back, right in straddle legs like a man, and tumbles her head over heels in the duck pond of dirty water outside, and then lays down alongside of her, to put the fire out in its tail and cool itself. Auntie took up the screamin' then, where the pig left off, but her voice warn't so good, poor thing. She was too old for that, it sounded like a cracked bell. It was loud enough, but it warn't just so clear. She came in drippin' and cryin' and scoldin'. She hated water, and what was wuss, this water made her dirtier. It ran off of her like a gutter. The way she let out agin pigs, travelers and houses of entertainment, was a caution to sinners. She vowed she'd stop public next mornin', and bile her kettle with the sign, folks might entertain themselves and be hanged to 'em, for all her, that they might. Then she mounted a ladder and goes up into the loft to change. Judge, says I am sorry too, I singed that pig's tail arter that fashion, for the smell of pork chops makes me feel kinder hungry, and if we had 'em, no soul could eat 'em here in such a sty as this. But dear me, says I, you'd better move, sir. That old woman is juicy, and I see it a-comin' through the cracks of the floor above, like a streak of molasses. Mr. Slick, says he, this is dreadful. I never saw anything so bad before in all this country, but what can't be cured must be endured, I do suppose. We must only be good-natured and do the best we can, that's all. An emigrant house is no place to stop at, is it? There is a tin case, says he, containin' a cold tongue and some biscuits, in my portmanteau. Please to get them out. You must act as butler tonight, if you please, for I can't eat anything that old woman touches. So I spreads one of his napkins on the table, and gets out the eatables, and then he produced a pocket pistol, for he was a sensible man, was the judge, and we made a small check, for there warn't enough for a feed. Arter that, he takes out a nightcap, and fits it on tight, and then puts on his cloak, and wraps the hood of it close over his head, and foldin' himself up in it, he went and laid down without undressin'. The lawyer took a stretch for it on the bench, with his gig cushions for a pillar, and I makes up the fire, sits down on the chair, puts my legs up on the jamb, draws my hat over my eyes, and folds my arms for sleep. But fust and foremost, says I, Auntie, take a drop of the strong waters, arter goin' the whole hog that way, you must need some, and I poured her out a stiff corker into one of her mugs, put some sugar and hot water to it, and she tossed it off as if she railly did like it. Darn that pig, said she, it is so poor, its back is as sharp as a knife. It hurt me properly, that's a fact, and has most broke my crupper bone, and she put her hand behind her, and moaned piteous. Pig's skin, says I, Auntie, is well enough when made into a saddle, but it ain't over pleasant to ride on bare back that way, says I, is it? And them bristles ain't quite so soft as feathers, I do suppose. I thought I should 'a died a holdin' in of a ha-ha that way. Stifling a larf amos stifles oneself, that's a fact. I felt sorry for her, too, but sorrow won't always keep you from larfin', unless you be sorry for yourself. So as I didn't want to offend her, I ups legs egg into the jam, and shot my eyes and tried to go to sleep. Well, I can snooze through most anythin', but I couldn't get much sleep that night. The pigs kept close to the door, a shovin' eggin' it every now and then, to see all was right for a dash in, if the bears came, and the geese kept sentry too, eggin' the foxes, and one old feller would squeak out, "All's well," every 5 minutes, as he marched up and down and back again on the bankin of the house. But the turkeys was the wust. They was perched upon the lee side of the roof, and sometimes an eddy of wind would take a feller right slap off his legs, and send him floppin' and rollin' and sprawlin' and screamin' down to the ground, and then he'd make most as much fuss a gettin' up into line agin. They are very fond of straight lines as turkeys. I never see an old gobbler, with his gorget, that I don't think of a colonel of a marchin' regiment, and if you'll listen to him and watch him, he'll strut just like one, and say, "Halt!" Dress, oh, he is a military man as a turkey cock, he wears long spurs, carries a stiff neck, and charges at red cloth, like a trooper. Well then a little cowardly good-natured cur, that lodged in an empty flour barrel, near the wood pile, gave out a long doleful howl, now and agin, to show these outside passengers, if he couldn't fight for 'em, he could at all events cry for 'em, and it ain't every goose has a mourner to her funeral, that's a fact, unless it be the owner. In the mornin' I wakes up, and looks round for lawyer, but he was gone. So I gathers up the brands, and makes up the fire, and walks out. The pigs didn't try to come in agin, you may depend, when they seed me, they didn't like the curlin' tongs, as much as some folks do, and pigs' tails kinder curl naturally. But there was lawyer A standin' up by the grove, lookin' as peaked and as forlorn, as an automated loon. "What's the matter of you, squire?" says I. "You look like a man that was ready to make a speech, but your witness hadn't come, or you hadn't got no jury." "Somebody has stole my horse," said he. Well, I knowed he was near-sighted, was lawyer, and couldn't see a pint clear of his nose, unless it was a pint o' law. So I looks all round and there was his hoss, a standin' on the bridge, with his long tail hanging down straight at one eend, and his long neck and head a-banging down straight at t'other eend, so that you couldn't tell one from t'other or which eend was towards you. It was a clear cold mornin'. The storm was over and the wind down, and there was a frost on the ground. The critter was cold, I suppose, and had broke the rope and walked off to stretch his legs. It was a monstrous mean night to be out in, that's sartain. "There is your hoss," sayes I. "Where?" sayes he. "Why, on the bridge," sayes I. "He has got his head down, and is lookin' atween his forelegs to see where his tail is, for he is so cold, I do suppose he can't feel it." Well, as soon as we could, we started. But afore we left, says the judge to me, "Mr. Slick," says he, "here is a plaister," taking out a pound note, "a plaister for the skin the pig rubbed off of the old woman. Give it to her, I hope it is big enough to cover it," and he fell back on the bed, and larfed and coughed and larfed, till the tears ran down his cheeks. "Yes," said Mr. Slick. "Yes, squire, this is a pretty cottage of Marm Hodgins. But we have cottages quite as pretty as this, our side of the water, arter all. They are not all like Obi Rafusi's, the immigrant. The natives have different guest places, where you might eat off the floor amost, all so clean. P'raps we hanty the hedges, and flowers, and vines and fixins, and what-nots. Which alone," I said, "make a most important difference. No, Mr. Slick, there is nothing to be compared to this little cottage." "I perfectly agree with you, squire," said Mr. Hopewell. "It is quite unique. There is not only nothing equal to it, but nothing of its kind at all like an English cottage." Chapter 12. Stealing the Hearts of the People. Shortly after our return to the inn, a carriage drove up to the door, and the cards of Mr. Merton and the Reverend Mr. Homily, which were presented by the servant, were soon followed by the gentlemen themselves. Mr. Merton said he had been informed by Mrs. Hodgins of our visit to her cottage, and from her account of our conversation and persons, he was convinced we could be no other than the party described in the sayings and doings of Mr. Samuel Slick, as about to visit England with the Attaché. He expressed great pleasure in having the opportunity of making our acquaintance, and entreated us to spend a few days with him at the Priory. This invitation we were unfortunately compelled to decline, in consequence of urgent business in London, where our immediate presence was indispensable. The rector then pressed Mr. Hopewell to preach for him, on the following day at the parish church, which he also declined. He said that he had no sermons with him, and that he had very great objections to extemporaneous preaching, which he thought should never be resorted to except in cases of absolute necessity. He, however, at last consented to do so, on condition that Mrs. Hodgins and her husband attended, and upon being assured that it was their invariable custom to be present, he said, he thought it not impossible that he might make an impression upon him, and as it was his maxim never to omit an opportunity of doing good, he would, with the blessing of God, make the attempt. The next day was remarkably fine, and as the scene was new to me, and most probably will be so to most of my colonial readers, I shall endeavor to describe it with some minuteness. We walked to the church by a path over the hills, and heard the bells of a number of little churches, summoning the surrounding population to the house of God. The roads and the paths were crowded with the peasantry and their children, approaching the churchyard in different directions. The church and the rectory were contiguous to each other, and situated in a deep dell. The former was a long and rather low structure, originally built of light-colored stone, which had grown gray with time. It had a large square steeple, with pointed corners, like turrets, each of which was furnished with a vane, but some of these ornaments were loose and turned round in a circle, while others stood still and appeared to be examining with true rustic curiosity the condition of their neighbors. The old rectory stood close to the church and was very irregularly built, one part looking as if it had stepped forward to take a peep at us, and another as if endeavoring to conceal itself from view behind a screen of ivy. The windows, which were constructed of diamond-shaped glass, were almost square, and opened on hinges. Nearly half of the house was covered by a rose tree, from which the lattices peered very inquisitively upon the assembled congregation. Altogether it looked like the residence of a vigilant man, who could both see and be unseen if he pleased. Near the door of the church were groups of men in their clean smock frocks and straw hats, and of women in their tidy dark dresses and white aprons. The children all looked clean, healthy, and cheerful. The interior of the church was so unlike that of an American one that my attention was irresistibly drawn to its peculiarities. It was low, and divided in the center by an arch. The floor was of stone, and from long and constant use, very uneven in places. The pews were much higher on the sides than ours, and were unpainted and roughly put together, while the pulpit was a rude square box, and was placed in the corner. Near the door stood an ancient stone font, of rough workmanship, and much worn. The windows were long and narrow, and placed very high in the walls. On the one over the altar was a very old painting, on stained glass, of the Virgin, with a hoop and yellow petticoat, crimson vest, a fly cap, and very thick shoes. The light of this window was still further subdued by a fine old yew tree, which stood in the yard close behind it. There was another window of beautifully stained glass, the light of which fell on a large monument, many feet square, of white marble. In the center of this ancient and beautiful work of art were two principal figures, with smaller ones kneeling on each side, having the hands raised in the attitude of prayer. They were intended to represent some of the ancestors of the Merton family. The date was as old as 1575. On various parts of the wall were other and ruder monuments of slate stone, the inscriptions and dates of which were nearly effaced by time. The roof was of a construction now never seen in America, and the old oak rafters, which were more numerous than was requisite, either for strength or ornament, were massive and curiously put together, giving this part of the building a heavy and gloomy appearance. As we entered the church, Mr. Hopewell said he had selected a text suitable to the times, and that he would endeavor to save the poor people in the neighborhood from the delusions of the Chartist demagogues, who, it appeared, were endeavoring to undermine the throne and the altar, and bring universal ruin upon the country. When he ascended the pulpit to preach, his figure, his great age, and his sensible and benevolent countenance, attracted universal attention. I had never seen him officiate till this day, but if I was struck with his venerable appearance before, I was now lost in admiration of his rich and deep-toned voice, his peculiar manner, and simple style of eloquence. He took for his text these words: "So Absalom stole the hearts of the men of Israel." He depicted, in a very striking manner, the arts of this intriguing and ungrateful man to ingratiate himself with the people, and render the government unpopular. He traced his whole course, from his standing at the crowded thoroughfare, and lamenting that the king had deputed no one to hear and decide upon the controversies of the people, to his untimely end, and the destruction of his ignorant followers. He made a powerful application of the seditious words of Absalom. "O that I were a judge in the land, that every man which hath a suit or cause might come unto me, and I would do him justice." He showed the effect of these empty and wicked promises upon his followers, who in the holy record of this unnatural rebellion are described as men who went out in their simplicity, and knew not anything. He then said that similar arts were used in all ages for similar purposes, and that these professions of disinterested patriotism were the common pretenses by which wicked men availed themselves of the animal force of those who assemble in their simplicity, and know not anything, to achieve their own personal aggrandizement, and warned them to give no heed to such dishonest people. He then drew a picture of the real blessings they enjoyed in this happy country, which, though not without an admixture of evil, were as many and as great as the imperfect and unequal condition of man was capable either of imparting or receiving. Among the first of these, he placed the provision made by the state for the instruction of the poor, by means of an established church. He said they would doubtless hear this wise and pious deed of their forefathers attacked also by unprincipled men, and falsehood and ridicule would be invoked to aid in the assault, but that he was a witness on its behalf, from the distant wilderness of North America, where the voice of gratitude was raised to England, whose missionaries had planted a church there similar to their own, and had proclaimed the glad tidings of salvation to those who would otherwise have still continued to live without its pale. He then portrayed in a rapid and most masterly manner the sin and the disastrous consequences of rebellion, pointed out the necessity that existed for vigilance, and defined their respective duties to God, and to those who, by his permission, were set in authority over them, and concluded with the usual benediction, which, though I had heard it on similar occasions all my life, seemed now more efficacious, more paternal, and more touching than ever, when uttered by him, in his peculiarly patriarchal manner. The abstract I have just given, I regret to say, cannot convey any adequate idea of this powerful, excellent, and appropriate sermon. It was listened to with intense interest by the congregation, many of whom were affected to tears. In the afternoon we attended church again, when we heard a good, plain, and practical discourse from the rector, but unfortunately he had neither the talent nor the natural eloquence of our friend, and although it satisfied the judgment, it did not affect the heart like that of the old minister. At the door we met, on our return, Mrs. Hodgins. "Ah, my dear," said Mr. Hopewell. "How do you do? I am going to your cottage, but I am an old man now. Take my arm, it will support me in my walk." It was thus that this good man, while honoring this poor woman, avoided the appearance of condescension, and received her arm as a favor to himself. She commenced thanking him for his sermon in the morning. She said it had convinced her William of the sin of the Chartist agitation, and that he had firmly resolved never to meet them again. It had saved him from ruin, and made her a happy woman. "Glad to hear it has done him good, my dear," said he. "It does me good, too, to hear its effect. Now, never remind him of past errors, never allude to them, make his home cheerful, make it the pleasantest place he can find anywhere, and he won't want to seek amusement elsewhere, or excitement either, for these seditious meetings intoxicate by their excitement. Oh, I am very glad I have touched him, that I have prevented these seditious men from stealing his heart." In this way they chatted, until they arrived at the cottage, which Hodgins had just reached by a shorter, but more rugged path. "It is such a lovely afternoon," said Mr. Hopewell. "I believe I will rest in this arbor here a while, and enjoy the fresh breeze, and the perfume of your honeysuckles and flowers." "Wouldn't a pipe be better, minister?" said Mr. Slick. "For my part, I don't think anything equal to the flavor of rail good Jean wine first chopped tobacco." "Well, it is a great refreshment, is tobacco," said Mr. Hopewell. "I don't care if I do take a pipe. Bring me one, Mr. Hodgins, and one for yourself also, and I will smoke and talk with you a while, for they seem as natural to each other as eating and drinking do." As soon as these were produced, Mr. Slick and I retired, and requested Mrs. Hodgins to leave the minister and her husband together for a while, for as Mr. Slick observed, the old man will talk it into him like a book, for if he was possessed of the spirit of a devil, instead of a chartist, he is just the boy to drive it out of him. Let him be a while, and he'll tame old uncle there, like a cosset sheep, just see if he don't, that's all. We then walked up and down the shady lane, smoking our cigars, and Mr. Slick observed, well, there's a nation's sight of difference, too, ain't there, atween this country church and a country meetin' house our side of the water. I won't say in your country or my country, but I say our side of the water, and then it won't rile nobody, for your folks will say I mean the States, and our citizens will say I mean the colonies. But you and I know who the cap fits, one or t'other, or both, don't we? Now here, this old-fashioned church ain't quite up to the notch, and is a leetle behind the enlightenment of the age like, with its queer old fixins and what not. But still it looks solemnly, don't it, and the dim light seems as if we warn't expected to be a-lookin' about, and as if outer world was shot out, from sight and thort, and it warn't man's house nother. I don't know whether it was that dear old man's preachin', and he is a brick, ain't he? Or whether it's the place, or the place and him together, but somehow, or somehow else, I feel more serious today than common, that's a fact. The people too are all so plain dressed, so decent, so devout and no show, it looks like earnest. The only fashionable people here was the squire's servants, and they did look genteel, and no mistake. Elegant men, and most splendid-looking women they was too. I thought it was some noble, or aids, or big bug's family, but Mrs. Hodgins says they are the people of the squires about here, the butlers and ladies' maids, and superfine uppercrust-looking folks they be too. Then everybody walks here, even Squire Merton and his splendoriferous Gauls walked like the poorest of the poor. There was no carriage to the door, nor no hosses hitched to the gate, or tied to the back of wagons, or people gossiping outside, but all come in and minded their business, as if it was worth attending to, and then arter church was finished off, I liked the way the big folks talked to the little folks, and inquired arter their families. It may he actin', but if it is, it's plaguey good actin', I tell you. I'm a-thinkin' it ta'n't a rail gentleman that's proud, but only a hop. You've seen a hop grow, ha'n't you? It shoots up in a night, the matter of several inches right out of the ground, as stiff as a poker, straight up and down, with a spick-and-span new green coat and a red nose, as proud as Lucifer. Well, I call all upstarts hops, and I believe it's only hops. Arter all that scorny. Yes, I kinder like an English country church, only it's a leetle, just a leetle too old-fashioned for me. Folks look a leetle too much like Grandfather Slick, and the boys used to laugh at him, and call him a benighted Britisher. Perhaps that's the cause of my prejudice, and yet I must say, British or no British, it ta'n't bad, is it? The meetin' houses are side of the water, no matter where, but away up in the back country, how teetotally different they be. Bean't they? A great big, handsome wooden house, chock full of winders, painted so white as to put your eyes out, and so full of light within, that inside seems all outdoors, and no tree nor bush, nor nothin' near it but the road fence, with a man to preach in it, that is so strict and straight-laced he will do anything of a weekday, and nothin' of a Sunday. Congregations are rigged out in their spick-and-span brand-new clothes, silks, satins, ribbons, leghorns, palmetters, kiss-me-quicks, and all sorts of rigs, and the men in their long-tail blues, pigskin pads, calfskin boots, and sheepskin saddlecloths. Here they publish a book of fashions, there they publish 'em in meetin', and instead of a picter, have the rail naked truth. Preacher there don't preach morals, because that's churchy, and he don't like neither the church nor its morals, but he preaches doctrine, which doctrine is, there's no Christians but themselves. Well, the fences outside of the meetin' house, for a quarter of a mile or so, each side of the house, and each side of the road, ain't to be seen for hosses and wagons, and gigs hitched there. Poor devils of hosses that have plowed, or hauled, or harrowed, or logged, or snaked, or somethin' or another all the week, and rest of a Sunday by alterin' their gait, as a man rests on a journey by alterin' of his stirrup, a hole higher or a hole lower. Women that has all their finery on can't walk, and some things is undecent. It's as undecent for a woman to be seen walkin' to meetin', as it is to be caught at, what shall I say, why caught at attendant to her business to home. The women are the fust and the last to meetin'. Fine clothes cost somethin', and if they ain't showed, what's the use of them? The men folk remind me of the hosses to Sable Island. It's a long low sandbank on Nova Scotia coast, 30 miles long and better as Sable Island, and not much higher than the water. It has awful breakers round it, and picks up a shockin' sight of vessels does that island. Government keeps a superintendent there and 12 men to save wracked people, and there is a herd of 300 wild hosses kept there for food for saved crews that land there, when provision is short, or for a superintendent to catch and break for use, as the case may be. Well, if he wants a new hoss, he mounts his folks on his tame hosses, and makes a dash into the herd, and runs a wild feller down, lugs him off to the stable yard, and breaks him in no time. A smart little hoss he is too, but he always has an eye to natur arterwards. The change is too sudden, and he'll off, if he gets a chance. Now that's the case with these country congregations we know where. The women and old tame men folk are, inside. The young wild boys and untamed men folk are on the fences, outside a set-in on the top rail, a speculatin' on times or marriages, or markets, or what not, or a walkin' round and studyin' hoss flesh, or a talkin' of a swap to be completed of a Monday, or a leadin' off of 2 hosses on the sly of the old deacons, talkin' a lick of a half-mile on a by-road, right slap ahead, and swearin' the hosses had got loose, and they was just a fetchin' of them back. Whose side saddle is this? Slim Sol Dowdy's. Shifted on to the deacon's beast, and put his on to her end and tied the 2 critters together by the tail. This is old Mother Pitcher's wagon. Her hoss kicks like a grasshopper. Lengthen the breechin', and when Andy starts, he'll make all fly agin into shavin's, like a plane. Who is that a comin' along full split there a horseback? It's old Booby's son, Tom. Well, it's the old man's shaft hoss. Call out, huh! And he'll stop short, and pitch Tom right over his head on the broad of his back, whap! Tim Fish and Ned Pike, come scale up here with us boys on the fence. The weight is too great. Away goes the fence, and away goes the boys, all flyin'. Legs, arms, hats, poles, stakes, withes, and all, with an awful crash and an awful shout, and away goes 2 or 3 hosses that have broke their bridles, and off home like wink. Out comes Elder Sauerkraut. Them as won't come in had better stay to home, says he. And when he hears that them as are in had better stay in when they be there, he takes the hint and goes back agin. Come, boys, let's go to Black Stump Swamp and sarch for honey. We shall be back in time to walk home with the galls from night meetin', by early candlelight. Let's go. Well, when they want to recruit the stock of tame ones inside meetin', they circumvent some o' these wild ones outside, make a dash on 'em, catch 'em, dip 'em, and give 'em a name, for all sects don't always baptize 'em as we do, when children, but let 'em grow up wild in the herd till they are wanted. They have hard work to break 'em in, for they are smart ones, that's a fact, but like the hosses of Sable Island, they have always an eye to natur arterwards. The change is too sudden, you can't trust 'em, at least I never see one as I could, that's all. Well, when they come out o' meetin', look at the dignity and sanctity, and pride o' humility o' the tame old ones. Read their faces. How does the print go? Why this way, I am a sinner, at least I was once, but thank fortune I ain't like you unconverted, benighted, good-for-nothin' critter you. Read the untamed one's face, what's the print there? Why it's this. As soon as he sees over-righteous stock by arter that fashion, it says, how good we are, ain't we? Who wet his hay to the lake t'other day, on his way to market, and made 2 tons weigh 2 tons and a half. You'd better look as if butter wouldn't melt in your mouth, hadn't you, old sugar cane? Now just follow them 2 ruling elders, Sauerkraut and Cold Laugh. They are plaguey jealous of their neighbor, Elder Josh Chisel, that exhorted today. How did you like Brother Josh today? Says Sauerkraut, utterin' of it through his nose. Good men always speak through the nose. It's what comes out o' the mouth that defile a man, but there is no mistake in the nose, it's the porch of the temple that. How did you like Brother Josh? Well, he wasn't very pure fool. Was he ever pure fool? Well, when a boy, they say he was considerable some as a wrastler. Sauerkraut won't larf, because it's agin rules. but he goggles like a turkey cock, and says it's forever and ever the same thing with brother Josh. He is like an overshot mill, one everlastin' wishy-washy stream. When the water ain't quite enough to turn the wheel, and only spatters, says Cold's laugh. Sauerkraut goggles again, as if he was swallerin' shelled corn whole. That trick of wettin' the hay, says he, to make it weigh heavy, warn't cleverly done. It ain't pretty to be caught, it's only bunglers do that. He is so fond of temperance, says Cold's laugh, he wanted to make his hay giant society, and drink cold water, too. Sauerkraut goggles Aegean, till he takes a fit of the asthmy, sets down on a stump, claps both hands on his sides, and coughs till he finds coughing no joke no more. Oh dear, convarted men, though they won't larf themselves, make others larf the worst kind, sometimes, don't they? I do believe, on my soul, if religion was altogether left to the voluntary in this world, it would die a natural death, not that men wouldn't support it, but because it would be supported under false pretenses. Truth can't be long upheld by falsehood. Hypocrisy would change its features, and intolerance its name, and religion would soon degenerate into a cold, intriguing, unprincipled, merciless superstition, that's a fact. Yes, on the whole, I rather like these plain, decent, unpretendin', country churches here, although t'other ones remind me of old times, when I was an untamed one too. Yes, I like an English church, but as for minister pretendin' for to come for to go for to preach agin that beautiful long-haired young rebel, Squire Absalom, for stealin' the hearts of the people, why it's rather taking the rag off the bush, ain't it? Tell you what, Squire, there ain't a man in their whole church here, from Lord Canterbury that preaches afore the Queen, to Parson Homily that preached afore us, nor never was, nor never will be equal to old minister hisself for stealin' the hearts of the people. Chapter 13. Natur. In the course of our journey, the conversation turned upon the several series of the Clockmaker I had published, and their relative merits. Mr. Slick appeared to think they all owed their popularity mainly to the freshness and originality of character incidental to a new country. You are in the wrong pew here, Squire, said he. You are, upon my soul. If you think to sketch the English in a way any one will stop to look at, you have missed a figure, that's all. You can't do it nohow, you can't fix it. There is no contrast here, no variation of colors, no light and shade, no nothin'. What sort of a picture would straight lines of anything make? Take a parcel of sodgers, officers and all, and stretch 'em out in a row, and paint 'em, and then engrave 'em, and put it into one of our annuals, and see how folks would larf, and ask, what boardin' school gall did that? Who pulled her up out of standin' corn, and sot her up on eend for an artist? They'd say, there is nothin' here to take hold on. It's so plaguey smooth and high polished, the hands slip off, you can't get a grip of it. Now take Lord Firstchop, who is the most fashionable man in London, dress him in the last cut coat, best trousers, French boots, Paris gloves, and grapevine root cane, don't forget his whiskers, or moustache, or breastpins, or gold chains, or anything, and what have you got? A tailor's print card, and nothin' else. Take a lady, and dress her in a'most a beautiful long habit, man's hat, stand-up collar and stock, clap a beautiful little cowhide whip in her hand, and mount her on a'most a splendiferous white hoss, with long tail and flowin' mane, a rarin' and a cavortin' like mad, and a champin' and a chawin' of its bit, and makin' the froth fly from its mouth, a spatterin' and white spottin' of her beautiful trailin' skirt like anything. And what have you got? Why, a print like the posted handbills of a circus. Now spit on your fingers, and rub Lord Firstchop out of the slate, and draw an Irish laborer, with his coat off, in his shirt sleeves, with his breeches loose and untied at the knees, his yarn stockings and thick shoes on, a little didine in his mouth, as black as ink and as short as nothin', his hat with devilish little rim and no crown to it, and a hod on his shoulders, filled with bricks, and him lookin' as if he was a-singin' away as merry as a cricket. Do that, and you have got somethin' worth lookin' at, quite picturesque, as Sister Saul used to say. And because why? You have got somethin' natural. Well, take the angeliferous dear a horseback, and rub her out. Well, I won't say that nother, for I'm fond of the little critters, dressed or not dressed for company, or any way they like. Yes, I like woman nature, I tell you. But turn over the slate, and draw on t'other side on't an old woman, with a red cloak, and a striped petticoat, and a poor pinched up, old, squashed-in bonnet on, bendin' for'ard, with a staff in her hand, a leadin' of a donkey that has a pair of yaller willow saddlebags on, with colored vegetables and flowers, and red beet tops, a-goin' to market. And what have you got? Why, a pictur' worth lookin' at, too. Why, because it's natur'. Now, look here, Squire, let Copley if he was alive, but he ain't, and it's a pity too, for it would have kinder happified the old man, to see his son in the House of Lords, wouldn't it? Squire Copley, you know, was a Boston man, and a credit to our great nation too. Perhaps Europe never has dittoed him since. Well, if he was above ground now, alive, and stirrin', why take him and fetch him to an upper-crust London party, and say's you, old tenor, say's you, paint all them silver plates, and silver dishes, and silver coverlids, and what nots, and then paint them lords with their stars, and them ladies, Lord, if he would paint them with their garters, folks would buy the pictur', 'cause that's nat'ral, them ladies with their jewels, and their sarvants with their liveries, as large as life, and twice as nat'ral. Well, he'd paint it, if you paid him for it, that's a fact, for there is no better bait to fish for us Yankees arter all, than $1. That old boy never turned up his nose at $1, except when he thought he ought to get 2. And if he painted it, it wouldn't be bad, I tell you. Now say's you, you have done high life, do low life for me, and I will pay you well. I'll come down handsome, and do the thing genteel, you may depend. Then, say's you, put in for a background that noble, old Noah-like lookin' wood, that's as dark as Comingo. Have you done, say's you? I guess so, say's he. Then put in a brook just in front of it, runnin' over stones, and foamin' and a-bubblin' up like anything. It's in, say's he. Then jab 2 forked sticks in the ground 10 feet apart, this side of the brook, say's you, and clap a pole across between the forks. Is that down, say's you? Yes, say's he. Then, say's you, hang a pot on that horizontal pole, make a clear little wood fire underneath, paint 2 covered carts near it. Let an old hoss drink at the stream, and 2 donkeys make a feed off a patch of thistles. Have you stuck that in? Stop a bit, says he, paintin' ain't quite as fast done as writin'. Have a little grain of patience, will you? It's tall paintin', makin' the brush walk at that price. Now there you are, say's he. What's next? But mind, I've most filled my canvas. It will cost you a pretty considerable penny, if you want all them critters in, when I come to cipher all the pictur' up, and sum totalize the whole of it. Oh! Cuss the cost, say's you. Do you just obey orders, and break owners, that's all you have to do, old loyalist. Very well, say's he, here goes. Well then, say's you, paint a party of gypsies there. Mind their different colored clothes, and different attitudes, and different occupations. Here a man mendin' a harness, there a woman pickin' a stolen fowl, there a man skinning a rabbit, there a woman with her petticoat up, a puttin' of a patch in it. Here 2 boys a fishin', and there a little gull a playin' with a dog, that's a racin' and a yelpin', and a barkin' like mad. Well, when he's done, say's you, which pictur' do you reckon is the best now, Squire Copley? Speak candid, for I want to know, and I ask you now as a countryman. Well, he'll just up and tell you, Mr. Poker, say's he, your fashionable party is the devil, that's a fact. Man made the town, but God made the country. Your company is as formal, and as stiff, and as uninterestin' as a row of poplars, but your gypsy scene is beautiful, because it's nat'ral. It was me painted old Chatham's death in the House of Lords. Folks praised it a good deal, but it was no great shakes, there was no natur' in it. The scene was real, the likenesses was good, and there was spirit in it, but their damned uniform toggery spiled the whole thing. It was artificial, and wanted life and natur'. Now, suppose such a thing in Congress, or suppose some feller skivered the speaker with a bowie knife as happened to Arkansas. If I was to paint it, it would be beautiful. Our free and enlightened people is so different, so characteristic and peculiar, it would give a great field to a painter to sketch the different style of man of each state, so that any citizen would sing right out, heavens and airth if that don't beat all. Why, as I am a livin' sinner that's the Hoosier of Indiana, or the Sucker of Illinois, or the Puke of Missouri, or the Bucky of Ohio, or the Red Horse of Kentucky, or the Mudhead of Tennessee, or the Wolverine of Michigan, or the Eel of New England, or the Corn Cracker of Virginia. That's the thing that gives inspiration. That's the glass of Talbogus that raises your spirits. There is much of elegance, and more of comfort in England. It is a great and a good country, Mr. Poker, but there is no nature in it. It is as true as gospel, said Mr. Slick. I'm tellin' you no lie. It's a fact. If you expect to paint them English, as you have the blue noses and us, you'll pull your line up without a fish, oftener than you are thinkin' on. That's the reason all our folks have failed. Rush's book is just molasses and water, not quite so sweet as lasses, and not quite so good as water, but a spilin' of both. And why? His picture was a polished life, where there is no nature. Washington Irving's book is like a Dutch paintin', it is good, because it is faithful. The mop has the right number of yarns, and each yarn has the right number of twists, although he mistook the mop of the grandfather for the mop of the man of the present day, and the pewter plates are on the kitchen dresser, and the other little notions are all there. He has done the most that could be done for them, but the painter deserves more praise than the subject. Why is it every man's sketches of America takes? Do you suppose it is the sketches? No. Do you reckon it is the interest we create? No. Is it our grand experiments? No, they don't care a brass button for us, or our country, or experiments nother. What is it then? It is because they are sketches of nature. Nature in every grade and every variety of form, from the silver plate and silver fork to the finger and huntin' knife. Our artificials Britishers laugh at, they are bad copies, that's a fact, I give them up. Let them laugh, and be darned, but I stick to my nature, and I stump them to produce the like. Oh, Squire, if you ever sketch me, for goodness gracious sake, don't sketch me as an attaché to our embassy, with the legation button on the coat, and black Ube Japan in livery. Don't do that, but paint me in my old wagon to Nova Scotia, with old Clay before me, you by my side, a cigar in my mouth, and nature all round me. And if that is too artificial, oh, paint me in the backwoods, with my huntin' coat on, my leggins, my cap, my belt, and my powder horn. Paint me with my talkin' iron in my hand, wipin' her, chargin' her, selectin' the bullet, placin' it in the greased wad, and rammin' it down. Then draw a splendid oak opening so as to give a good view, paint a squirrel on the tip-top of the highest branch, of the loftiest tree, place me off at 100 yards, drawin' a bead on him fine, then show the smoke, and young Squire Squirrel comin' tumblin' down head over heels lumpus, to see whether the ground was as hard as dead squirrels said it was. Paint me natural, I beseech you, for I tell you now, as I told you before, and ever shall say, there is nothin' worth havin' or knowin', or hearin', or readin', or seein', or tastin', or smellin', or feelin', and above all and more than all, nothin' worth affectionin' but nature. Chapter 14. The Sockdolager. As soon as I found my friend Mr. Hopewell comfortably settled in his lodgings, I went to the office of the Belgian consul and other persons to obtain the necessary passports for visiting Germany, where I had a son at school. Mr. Slick proceeded at the same time to the residence of His Excellency Abednego Lehman, who had been sent to this country by the United States on a special mission, relative to the tariff. On my return from the city in the afternoon, he told me he had presented his credentials to the Sockdolager, and was most graciously and cordially received, but still, I could not fail to observe that there was an evident air of disappointment about him. Pray, what is the meaning of the Sockdolager? I asked. I never heard of the term before. Possible, said he. Never heard tell of the Sockdolager, why you don't say so? The Sockdolager is the president of the lakes, he is the whale of the internal seas, the Indians worshipped him once on a time, as the king of fishes. He lives in great state in the deep waters, does the old boy, and he don't often shew himself. I never seed him myself, nor any one that ever had sot eyes on him, but the old Indians have seed him and know him well. He won't take no bait, will the Sockdolager. He can't be caught, know how you can fix, he is so tarnal knowin', and he can't be speared nother, for the moment he sees aim taken, he rouse the water and is out of sight in no tune. He can take in whole shoals of others hisself, though at a mouthful. He's a whapper, that's a fact. I call our minister here the sockdologer, for our diplomators were never known to be hooked once yet, and actually beat all natur for knowin' the soundin's, smellin' the bait, givin' the dodge, or reelin' the water, so no soul can see through it but themselves. Yes, he is a sockdologer, or a whale among diplomators. Well, I rigs up this morning, full fig, calls a cab, and proceeds in state to our embassy, gives what Cooper calls a lord's beat of 6 thunderin' raps of the knocker, presents the legation ticket, and was admitted to where ambassador was. He is a very pretty man all up his shirt, and he talks pretty, and smiles pretty, and bows pretty, and he has got the whitest hand you ever see. It looks as white as a new bread and milk poultice. It does indeed. Sam Slick, says he, as I'm alive. Well, how do you do, Mr. Slick? I am nation glad to see you. I affection you as a member of our legation. I feel kinder proud to have the first literary man of our great nation as my attaché. Your knowledge of human nature, added to your N of soft sawder, says I, will raise our great nation, I guess, in the scale o' European estimation. He is as sensitive as a skinned eel, is layman, and he winced at that poke at his soft sawder like anything, and puckered a little about the mouth, but he didn't say nothin', he only bowed. He was a Unitarian preacher once, was Abednego, but he swapped preachin' for politics, and a good trade he made of it too, that's a fact. A great change, says I, Abednego, since you was a preachin' to Connecticut, and I was a vendin' of clocks to Nova Scotia, ain't it? Who'd 'a' thought then you'd 'a' been a sockdologer, and me your pilot fish? It was a raw spot, that, and I always touched him on it for fun. Sam, said he, and his face felt like an empty puss, when it gets a few cents put into each end on it, the weight makes it grow twice as long in a minute. Sam, said he, don't call me that except when we are alone here, that's a good soul, not that I am proud, for I am a true Republican, and he put his hand on his heart, bowed and smiled handsome, but these people will make a nickname of it, and we shall never hear the last of it, that's a fact. We must respect ourselves, afore others will respect us. You understand, don't you? Oh, don't I, says I, that's all? It's only here I talks this way, because we are at home now, but I can't help a thinkin' how strange things do turn up sometimes. Do you recollect, when I heard you preachin' about Hope pitchin' of her tent on a hill? By gosh, it struck me then, you'd pitch your tent high some day, you did it beautiful. He knowed I didn't like this change, that Mr. Hopewell had kinder inoculated me with other guests' views on these matters, so he began to throw up bankments and to picket in the ground, all round for defense like. Hope, says he, is the attribute of a Christian, Slick, for he hopes beyond this world, but I changed on principle. Well, says I changed on interest. Now if our great nation is backed by principle and interest here, I guess its credit is kinder well built. And atween you and me, Abednego, that's more than the soft-horned British will ever see from all our states. Some on 'em are intermined to pay neither debt nor interest, and give nothin' but lip in return. Now, says he, a pretendin' to take no notice of this, you know we have the voluntary with us, Mr. Slick. He said Mr. that time, for he began to get formal on purpose to stop jokes. But dear me, where all men are equal, what's the use of one man tryin' to look big? He must take to growin' agin, I guess, to do that. You know we have the voluntary with us, Mr. Slick, says he. Just so, says I. Well, what's the meaning of that? Why, says I, that you support religion or let it alone, as you like, that you can take it up as a peddler does his pack, carry it till you are tired, then lay it down, set on it, and let it support you. Exactly, says he, it is voluntary on the hearer, and it's just so with the minister, too, for his preachin' is voluntary also. He can preach or lot it alone, as he likes. It's voluntary all through. It's a bad rule that won't work both ways. Well, says I, there is a good deal in that, too. I said that just to lead him on. A good deal, says he, why it's everything. But I didn't rest on that alone. I propounded this maxim to myself. Every man, says I, is bound to serve his fellow citizens to his utmost. That's true, ain't it, Mr. Slick? Guess so, says I. Well then, I asked myself this here question, can I serve my fellow citizens best by being minister to Peach Settlement, tendin' on a little village of 2,000 souls, and preachin' my throat sore, or being special minister to St. James's, and sarvin' our great republic and its 13 millions? Why, no reasonable man can doubt, so I give up preachin'. Well, says I, Abednego, you are a sockdologer, that's a fact. You are a great man, and a great scholard. Now a great scholard, when he can't do a sum the way it's stated, just states it so, he can do it. Now the right way to state that sum is arter this fashion. Which is best, to endeavor to save the souls of 2,000 people under my spiritual charge, or let them go to Old Nick and save a piece of wild land in Maine, get pay for an old steamer burnt to Canada, and uphold the slave trade for the interest of the States. That's specious, but not true, said he, but it's a matter rather for my consideration than your'n. And he looked as a feller does when he buttons his trousers pocket, as much as to say, you have no right to be a puttin' of your pickers and stealers in there, that's mine. We will do better to be less selfish, said he, and talk of our great nation. Well, says I, how do we stand here in Europe? Do we maintain the high pitch we had, or do we sing a note lower than we did? Well, he walked up and down the room, with his hands under his coat-tails, for ever so long, without a sayin' of a word. At last, says he, with a beautiful smile that was just skin deep, for it played on his face as a cat's paw does on the calm waters, what was you a-sayin' of, Mr. Slick, saw he. What's our position to Europe, says I, just now, is it letter A, number 1? Oh, says he, and he walked up and down agin, cipherin' like to himself, and then says he, I'll tell you, that word sockdologer, and the trade of preachin', and clock-makin', it would be as well to sink here, either on convene with dignity. Don't you think so? Sartainly, says I, it's only fit for talk over a cigar, alone. It don't always answer a good purpose to blart everything out. But our position, says I, among the nations of the earth, is it what our everlasting union is entitled to? Because, says he, some day when I am asked out to dinner, some wag or another of a lord will call me parson, and ask me to crave a blessin', just to raise the larf agin me for havin' been a preacher. If he does, says I, just say, my attaché does that, and I'll just up first and give it to him atween the 2 eyes, and when that's done, says you, my lord, that's your grace afore meat, praps your lordship will return thanks arter dinner. Let him try it, that's all. But our great nation, says I, tell me, han't he that noble stand we made on the right of Sarch, raised us about the top loftiest? Oh, says he, right of Sarch. Right of Sarch. I've been tryin' to sarch my memory, but can't find it. I don't recollect that sarmont about Hope pitchin' her tent on the hill. When was it? It was afore the Juvenile United Democratic Republican Association to Funnel Hall, says I. Oh, says he, that was an oration, it was an oration that. Oh, says I. We won't say no more about that. I only meant it as a joke, and nothin' more. But ralely now, Abednego, what is the state of our legation? I don't see nothin' ridiculous, says he, in that our expression, of Hope pitchin' her tent on a hill. It's figurative and poetic, but it's within the line that divides taste from bombast. Hope pitchin' her tent on a hill. What is there to reprehend in that? Good earth and seas, says I, let's pitch Hope, and her tent, and the hill, all to Old Nick in a heap together, and talk of somethin' else. You needn't be so perkily ashamed of havin' preached, man. Cromwell was a great preacher all his life, but it didn't spile him as a sockdologer one bit, but rather helped him, that's a fact. How have we held our foot in here? Not well, I am grieved to say, says he, not well. The failure of the United States Bank, the repudiation of debts by several of our states, the foolish opposition we made to the suppression of the slave trade, and above all, the bad faith in the business of the boundary question has lowered us down, e'en amos to the bottom of the shaft. Abednego, says I, we want somethin' besides boastin' and talkin' big. We want a dash, a great stroke of policy. Washington hanging Andre that time, gained more than a battle. Jackson by hanging Arbuthnot and Ambrister, gained his election. Kenny for having hanged them 3 citizens will be made an admiral of yet, see if he don't. Now if Captain Tyler had said, in his message to Congress, any state that repudiates its foreign debts, we will first fine it in the whole amount, and then cut it off from our great, free, enlightened, moral and intellectual republic, he would have gained by the dash his next election, and run up our flag to the masthead in Europe. He would have been popular to home, and respected abroad, that's as clear as mud. He would have done right, sir, if he had done that, said Abednego, and the right thing is always approved of in the end, and always esteemed all through the peace. A dash, as a stroke of policy, said he, has sometimes a good effect. General Jackson threatening France with a war, if they didn't pay the indemnity, when he knew the king would make 'em pay it whether or no, was a masterpiece, and General Castell in France as she signed the right of Sarch treaty, we would fight both her and England together single-handed, was the best move on the political chessboard this century. All these, sir, are very well in their way, to produce an effect, but there's a better policy nor all that, a far better policy, and one, too, that some of our states and legislators, and presidents, and sockdologers, as you call 'em, in my mind have got to larn yet, Sam. What's that, sayes I? For I don't believe in my soul there is nothin' most our diplomators don't know. They are a body o' men that does honor to our great nation. What policy are you indicatin' of? Why, says he, that honesty is the best policy. When I heerd him say that, I springs right up on end, like a rope dancer. Give me your hand, Abednego, says I, you are a man, every inch of you, and I squeezed it so hard, it made his eyes water. I always knowed you had an excellent headpiece, says I, and now I see the heart is in the right place too. If you have thrown preachin' overboard, you have kept your morals for ballast, anyhow. I feel kinder proud of you, you are just a fit representative for our great nation. You are a sockdologer, that's a fact. I approbate your notion, it's as correct as a bootjack. For nations or individuals, it's all the same, honesty is the best policy, and no mistake. That, says I, is the hill, Abednego, for hope to pitch her tent on, and no mistake, and I put my finger to my nose, and winked. Well, says he, it is. But you are a droll feller, Slick, there is no standin' your jokes. I'll give you leave to larf if you like, but you must give me leave to win if I can. Goodbye. But mind, Sam, our dignity is at stake. Let's have no more of sockdologers, or preachin', or clock-makin', or hope pitchin' her tent. A word to the wise. Goodbye. Yes, said Mr. Slick. I rather like Abednego's talk myself. I kinder think that it will be respectable to be attaché to such a man as that. But he is going out of town for some time, is the sockdologer. There is an agricultural dinner, where he has to make a conciliation speech, and a scientific association, where there is a piece of delicate brag and a bit of soft sawder to do, and then there are visits to the nobility, peep at manufactures, and all that sort of work, so he won't be in town for a good spell, and until then, I can't go to court, for he is to introduce me himself. Pity that, but then it'll give me lots o' time to study human nature, that is, if there is any of it left here, for I have some doubts about that. Yes, he is an able lead horse, is Abednego. He is a'most a grand preacher, a good poet, a first-chop orator, a great diplomator, and a top sawyer of a man. In short, he is a sockdologer. Chapter 15. Dining out. My visit to Germany was protracted beyond the period I had originally designed, and during my absence, Mr. Slick had been constantly in company, either dining out daily, when in town, or visiting from one house to another in the country. I found him in great spirits. He assured me he had many capital stories to tell me, and that he rather guessed he knew as much of the English, and a leetle, just a leetle, grain more, perhaps, than they knew of the Yankees. They are considerable large print are the Bull family, said he. You can read them by moonlight. Indeed, their faces ain't on like the moon in a general way. Only one has got a man in it, and the other hain't always. It ta'n't a bright face, you can look into it without winkin'. It's a cloudy one here too, especially in November, and most all the time makes you rather sad and solemncholy. Yes, John is a moony man, that's a fact, and at the full a little queer sometimes. England is a stupid country compared to our'n. There is no variety where there is no nature. You have class variety here, but no individuality. They are insipid, and call it perlite. The men dress alike, talk alike, and look as much alike as Providence will let 'em. The clubhouses and the tailors have done a good deal towards this, and so has Whiggism and Dissent, for they have destroyed distinctions. But this is too deep for me. Ask Minister, he will tell you the cause. I only tell you the fact. Dinin' out here is both heavy work and light feed in. It's monstrous stupid. One dinner like one rainy day, it's rained ever since I've been here a'most, is like another, one drawin' room like another drawin' room, one peer's entertainment, in a general way, is like another peer's. The same powdered, liveried, lazy, idle, good for nothing, do little, stand in the way of each other, useless sarvants. Same pictures, same plate, same fixin's, same don't know what to do with yourself kindro lookin' master. Great folks are like great folks, marchants like marchants, and so on. It's a picter, it looks like life, but it ta'n't. The animal is tamed here, he is fatter than the wild one, but he han't the spirit. You have seen old Clay in a pasture, a racin' about, free from harness, head and tail up, snortin', cavortin', attitudinison of himself. Mane flowin' in the wind, eyeballs startin' out, nostrils inside out a'most, ears pricked up. A nat'ral hoss. Put him in a wagon, with a rail spick and span harness, all covered over with brass buckles and brass knobs, and ribbons in his bridle, rail jam. Curb him up, talk Yankee to him, and get his ginger up. Well, he looks well, but he is a broke hoss. He reminds you of Sam Slick, 'cause when you see a hoss, you think of his master, but he don't remind you of the rail old Clay, that's a fact. Take a day here, now in town, and they are so identical the same, that one day certificates for another. You can't get out of bed afore 12 in winter, the days is so short, and the fires ain't made, or the room dusted, or the breakfast can't be got, or somethin' or another. And if you did, what's the use? There is no one to talk to, and books only weaken your understandin', as water does brandy. They make you let others guess for you, instead of guessin' for yourself. Sarvants spoil your habits here, and books spite your mind. I wouldn't swap ideas with any man. I make my own opinions, as I used to do my own clocks, and I find they are truer than other men's. The Turks are so cussed heavy, they have people to dance for 'em. The English are wuss, for they hire people to think for 'em. Never read a book, squire, always think for yourself. Well, arter breakfast, it's on hat and coat, umbrella in hand, don't never forget that, for the rheumatiz, like the police, is always on the lookout here, to grab hold of a feller, and go somewhere where there is somebody, or another, and smoke, and then wash it down with a sherry cobbler. The drinks ain't good here, they han't no variety in them nother, no white nose, applejack, stonewall, chain lightning, railroad, hailstorm, ginseng talabogus, switchel flip, gum ticklers, phlegm, cutters, juleps, skate iron, cast steel, cocktail, or nothin', but that heavy stupid black fat porter winky face. Then down to the coffee house, see what vessels have arrived, how markets is, whether there is a chance of doin' anythin' in cotton or tobacco, who's broke to home, and so on. Then go to the park, and see what's a-goin' on there, whether those pretty critters, the rads, are holdin' a Prime Minister Parson Ally responsible, by shootin' at him, or whether there is a levee, or the Queen is ridin' out, or what not. Take a look at the world, make a visit or two to kill time, when all at once it's dark. Home then, smoke a cigar, dress for dinner, and arrive at 7:15. Folks are up to the notch here when dinner is in question, that's a fact, fat, gouty, broken-winded, and foundered as they be. It's rap, 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 for 20 minutes at the door, and in they come, one arter the other, as fast as the sarvants can carry up their names. Cuss them sarvants. It takes 7 or 8 of 'em to carry a man's name upstairs, they are so awful lazy, and so shockin' full of porter. If a feller was so lame he had to be carried up himself, I don't believe on my soul, the whole gang of them, from the butler that dresses in the same clothes as his master, to boots that ain't dressed at all, could make out to bows him upstairs, upon my soul I don't. Well, you goin' along with your name, walk up to old auntie, and make a scrape, and the same to old uncle, and then fall back. This is done as solemn, as if a feller's name was called out to take his place in a funeral. That and the mistakes is the fun of it. There is a sarvant at a house I visit at, that I suspicion is a bit of a bam, and the critter shows both his wit and sense. He never does it to a somebody, 'cause that would cost him his place, but when a nobody has a droll name, he just gives an accent, or a sly twist to it, that folks can't help a larf in, no more than Mr. Nobody can feelin' like a fool. He's a droll boy, that. I should like to know him. Well, arter nouncin' is done, then comes two questions. Do I know anybody here? And if I do, does he look like talk or not? Well, seein' that you have no handle to your name, and a stranger, it's most likely you can't answer these questions right, so you stand and use your eyes, and put your tongue up in its case till it's wanted. Company are all come, and now they have to be marshaled two and two, lock and lock, and go into the dinin' room to feed. When I first came I was nation proud of that title, the Attaché. Now I am happified it's nothin' but only an attaché, and I'll tell you why. The great guns, and big bugs, have to take in each other's ladies, so these old ones have to herd together. Well, the nobodies go together too, and sit together, and I've observed these nobodies are the pleasantest people at table, and they have the pleasantest places, because they sit down with each other, and are just like yourself, plaguey glad to get someone to talk to. Somebody can only visit somebody, but nobody can go anywhere, and therefore nobody sees and knows twice as much as somebody does. Somebodies must be axed, if they are as stupid as a pump, but nobodies needn't, and never are, unless they are spicy sort o' folks, so you are sure of them, and they have all the fun and wit of the table at their end, and no mistake. I wouldn't take a title if they would give it to me, for if I had one, I should have a fat old parblind dowager detailed on to me to take into dinner, and what the plague is her jewels and laces, and silks and satins, and wigs to me? As it is, I have a chance to have a gall to take, and that's a jewel herself, one that don't want no settin' off, and carries her diamonds in her eyes, and so on. I've told our minister not to introduce me as an attaché no more, but as Mr. Nobody, from the state of Nothin', in America, that's natur eigen. But to get back to the dinner. Arter you are in marchin' order, you move in through two rows of sarvants in uniform. I used to think they was placed there for show, but it's to keep the air off of folks a-goin' through the entry, and it ain't a bad thought, nuther. Lord, the first time I went to one o' these grand let-offs I felt kinder skeery, and as nobody was allocated to me to take in, I goes in alone, not knowin' where I was to settle down as a squatter, and kinder lagged behind, when the butler comes and rams a napkin in my hand, and gives me a shove, and says he, "Go and stand behind your master, sir," says he. Oh, Solomon! How that waked me up! How I curled inwardly when he did that! "You've mistaken the child," says I mildly, and I held out the napkin, and just as he went to take it, I gave him a sly poke in the bread basket, that made him bend forward and say, "You wake snakes, and walk your chalks," says I, "will you?" And down I pops on the fust empty chair. Lord, how white he looked about the gills arterwards. I thought I should 'a' split when I looked at him. Guess he'll know an attaché when he sees him next time. Well, there is dinner. One sarvice of plate is like another sarvice of plate, any 1 dozen of sarvants are like another dozen of sarvants, hock is hock, and champagne is champagne, and one dinner is like another dinner. The only difference is in the thing itself that's cooked. Veal, to be good, must look like anything else but veal, you mustn't know it when you see it, or it's vulgar. Mutton must be incognito too, beef must have a mask on, anything that looks solid, take a spoon to, anything that looks light, cut with a knife. If a thing looks like fish, you may take your oath it is flesh, and if it seems rail flesh, it's only disguised, for it's sure to be fish. Nothin' must be natural. Natur is out of fashion here. This is a manufacturing country, everything is done by machinery, and that ain't must be made to look like it, and I must say, the dinner machinery is perfect. Sarvants keep going round and round in a ring, slow, but sartain, and forever, like the arms of a great big windmill, shoving dish after dish, in dumb show, afore your nose, for you to see how you like the flavor. When your glass is empty it's filled, when your eyes is off your plate, it's off too, afore you can say nick biddle. Folks speak low here, Steam is valuable, and noise unpolite. They call it a subdued tone. Pertain things, they are subdued, that's a fact. Slaves to an arbitrary tyrannical fashion that don't leave them no free will at all. You don't often speak across a table any more nor you do across a street, but perhaps Mr. Somebody of West End of town will say to a Mr. Nobody from West End of America, Niagara is noble. Mr. Nobody will say, guess it is, it got its patent afore the Norman Conquest. I reckon, and afore the subdued tone come in fashion. Then Mr. Somebody will look like an oracle, and say, great rivers and great trees in America. You speak good English, and then he will seem surprised, but not say it, only you can read the words on his face. Upon my soul, you are a'most as white as us. Dinner is over. It's time for ladies to cut stick. Aunt Goosey looks at the next oldest goosey, and ducks her head, as if she was a-going through a gate, and then they all come to their feet, and the goslings come to their feet, and they all toddle off to the drawing-room together. The decanters now take the grand tour of the table, and, like most travelers, go out with full pockets, and return with empty ones. Talk has a pair of stays here, and is laced up tight and stiff. Larning is pedantic, politics is unsafe, religion ain't fashionable. You must tread on neutral ground. Well, neutral ground gets so trampled down by both sides, and so plundered by all, there ain't anything fresh or good grows on it, and it has no cover for game nother. Howsoever, the ground is tried, it's well beat, but nothing is put up, and you get back to where you started. Uncle Gander looks at next oldest gander hard, bobs his head, and lifts one leg, all ready for a go, and says, will you take any more wine? No, says he, but I take the hint, let's jine the ladies. Well, when the whole flock is gathered in the goose pasture, the drawing-room, other little flocks come trooping in, and stand, or walk, or down on chairs, and them that know each other talk, and them that don't twirl their thumbs over their fingers, and when they are tired of that, twirl their fingers over their thumbs. I'm nobody, and so I goes and sets sideways on an ottoman, like a Gaul on a side saddle, and look at what's afore me. And fust I always look at the Gauls. Now, this I will say, they are amazin' fine critters are the women kind here, when they are taken proper care of. The English may stump the univarse amos for trainin' hosses and Gauls. They give 'em both plenty of walkin' exercise, feed 'em regular, shoe 'em well, trim 'em neat, and keep a beautiful skin on 'em. They keep 'em in good health, and don't house 'em too much. They are clippers, that's a fact. There is few things in nature equal to a hoss and a Gaul, that's well trained and in good condition. I could stand all day and look at 'em, and I call myself a considerable of a judge. It's singular how much they are alike too. The moment the trainin' is over or neglected, either of 'em is fit to be seen. They grow out of shape, and look coarse. They are considerable knowin' in this kind o' where too, are the English. They vamp 'em up so well, it's hard to tell their age, and I ain't sure they don't make 'em live longer than where the art ain't so well practised. The mark o' mouth is kept up in a hoss here by the file, and a hay cutter saves his teeth, and helps his digestion. Well, a dentist does the same good turn for a woman. It makes her pass for several years younger, and helps her looks, mends her voice, and makes her as smart as a 3-year-old. What's that? It's music. Well, that's artificial too, it's scientific they say, it's done by rule. Just look at that Gaul to the peony, first comes a little garmin thunder. Good earth and seas, what a crash! It seems as if she'd banged the instrument all to 1,000 pieces. I guess she's vexed at somebody and is a-peggin' it into the peony out of spite. Now comes the singing, see what faces she makes, how she stretches her mouth open, like a barn door, and turns up the white of her eyes, like a duck in thunder. She is in a musical ecstasy as that Gaul, she feels good all over, her soul is a-goin' out along with that air music. Oh, it's divine, and she is an angel, ain't she? Yes, I guess she is, and when I'm an angel, I will fall in love with her, but as I'm a man, at least what's left of me, I'd just as soon fall in love with one that was just a leetle more of a woman, and just a leetle less of an angel. But hello! What under the sun is she about? Why, her voice is going down her own throat, to gain strength, and here it comes out agin as deep-toned as a man's, while that dandy feller alongside of her is singin' what they call falsetter. They've actually changed voices. The Gaul sings like a man, and that screamer like a woman. This is science, this is taste, this is fashion, but hang me if it's nature. I'm tired to death of it, but one good thing is, you needn't listen without you like, for everybody is talking as loud as ever. Lord, how extremes meet sometimes, as minister says. Here, how fashion is the top of the pot, and that pot hangs on the highest hook on the crane. In America, nature can't go no farther, it's the rail thing. Look at the womenkind, now. An Indian Gaul, down south, goes most naked. Well, a splendiferous company Gaul, here, when she is full dressed is only half covered, and neither of them attract you one mite or morsel. We dine at 2 and sup at 7, here they lunch at 2, and dine at 7. The words are different, but they are identical the same. Well, the singin' is amazin' like too. Who ever heard them Italian singers recitin' their jabber, showin' their teeth, and cuttin' didos at a great private consart, that wouldn't take his oath he had heard niggers at a dignity ball, down south, sing just the same, and just as well. And then do, for goodness gracious sake, hear that great absent man, belongin' to the House o' Commons, when the chaplain says let us pray, sing right out at once, as if he was to home, oh! By all means, as much as to say, me and the powers above are ready to hear you, but don't be long about it. Ain't that for all the world like a camp meetin', when a reformed ringtail roarer calls out to the minister, that's a fact, welly phobus, by gosh, amen, or when preacher says, who will be saved, answers, me and the boys, throw us a hen coop, the Gauls will drift downstream on a bale o' cotton. Well then, our very lowest, and their very highest, don't always act pretty, that's a fact. Sometimes they repudiate, you take, don't you? There is another party tonight, the flock is a thinning off agin, and as I want a cigar most amazingly, let's go to a divan, and some other time, I'll tell you what a soiree is. But answer me this here question now, Squire, when this same thing is acted over and over, day after day, and no variation, from July to eternity, don't you think you'd get a leetle, just a leetle more tired of it every day, and wish for nature once more? If you wouldn't I would, that's all. The second volume. Chapter 1, The Nose of a Spy. Squire, said Mr. Hopewell, you know Sam well enough, I hope, to make all due allowances for the exuberance of his fancy. The sketch he has just given you of London society, like the novels of the present day, though founded on fact, is very unlike the reality. There may be assemblages of persons in this great city, and no doubt there are, quite as insipid and absurd as the one he has just portrayed, but you must not suppose it is at all a fair specimen of the society of this place. My own experience is quite the reverse. I think it the most refined, the most agreeable, and the most instructive in the world. Whatever your favorite study or pursuit may be, here you are sure to find well-informed and enthusiastic associates. If you have merit, it is appreciated, and for an aristocratic country, that merit places you on a level with your superiors in rank in a manner that is quite incomprehensible to a republican. Money is the great leveler of distinctions with us. Here, it is talent. Fashion spreads many tables here, but talent is always found seated at the best, if it thinks proper to comply with certain usages, without which, even genius ceases to be attractive. On some future occasion, I will enter more at large on this subject, but now it is too late. I have already exceeded my usual hour for retiring. Excuse me, Sam, said he. I know you will not be offended with me, but Squire, there are some subjects on which Sam may amuse, but cannot instruct you, and one is fashionable life in London. You must judge for yourself, sir. Good night, my children. Mr. Slick rose, and opened the door for him, and as he passed, bowed and held out his hand. Remember me, your honor, no man opens the door in this country without being paid for it. Remember me, sir. True, Sam, said the minister, and it is unlucky that it does not extend to opening the mouth. If it did, you would soon make your fortune, for you can't keep yours shut. Good night. The society to which I have subsequently had the good fortune to be admitted fully justifies the eulogium of Mr. Hopewell. Though many persons can write well, few can talk well, but the number of those who excel in conversation is much greater in certain circles in London than in any other place. By talking well, I do not mean talking wisely or learnedly, but agreeably, for relaxation and pleasure are the principal objects of social assemblies. This can only be illustrated by instancing some very remarkable persons, who are the pride and pleasure of every table they honor and delight with their presence, but this may not be. For obvious reasons, I could not do it if I would, and most assuredly, I would not do it if I could. No more certain mode could be devised of destroying conversation than by showing that when the citadel is unguarded, the approach of a friend is as unsafe as that of an enemy. Alas! Poor Hook! Who can read the unkind notice of the in a late periodical, and not feel that on some occasions you must have admitted to your confidence men who were as unworthy of that distinction as they were incapable of appreciating it, and that they who will disregard the privileges of a table will not hesitate to violate even the sanctity of the tomb? Kant may talk of your interpocula errors with pious horror and pretension, now that its indulgence is safe, may affect to disclaim your acquaintance, but kinder, and better, and truer men than those who furnish your biographer with his facts will not fail to recollect your talents with pride, and your wit and your humor with wonder and delight. We do not require such flagrant examples as these to teach us our duty, but they are not without their use in increasing our caution. When Mr. Hopewell withdrew, Mr. Slick observed, "Ain't that old man a trump? He is always in the right place. Whenever you want to find him, just go and look for him where he ought to be, and there you will find him as sure as there is snakes in Varginny. He is a brick, that's a fact. Still, for all that, he ain't just altogether a citizen of this world nuther. He fishes in deep water, with a sinker to his hook. He can't throw a fly as I can, reel out his line, run downstream, and then wind up, and let out, and wind up again, till he lands his fish, as I do. He looks deep into things, is a better religionist, politicianer, and bookster than I be, but then that's all he does know. If you want to find your way about, or read a man, come to me, that's all, for I'm the boy that just can do it. If I can't walk into a man, I can dodge round him, and if he is too nimble for that, I can jump over him, and if he is too tall for that, although I don't like the play, yet I can whip him. Now, Squire, I have been a good deal to England, and crossed this big pond here the matter of 7 times, and know a good deal about it, more than a great many folks that have written books on it, p'raps. Mind what I tell you, the English ain't what they was. I'm not speaking in jest now, or in prejudice. I ha'n't a grain of prejudice in me. I've seed too much of the world for that, I reckon. I call myself a candid man, and I tell you the English are no more like what the English used to be, when pigs were swine, and turkey chewed tobaccy, than they are like the Picts or Scots, or Norman, French, or Saxons, or nothin' dot. Not what they used to be, I said. Pray, what do you mean? I mean, said he, just what I say. They ain't the same people no more. They are as proud, and overbearin', and conceited, and haughty to foreigners as ever, but then they ain't so manly, open-hearted, and noble as they used to be, once upon a time. They have the spy system now, in full operation here, so just take my advice, and mind your potato trap, or you will be in trouble afore you are 10 days older, see if you ain't. The spy system, I replied. Good heavens, Mr. Slick, how can you talk such nonsense, and yet have the modesty to say you have no prejudice? Yes, the spy system, said he, and I'll prove it. You know Dr. Mcdougal to Nova Scotia. Well, he knows all about mineralogy, and geology, and astrology, and everything a'most, except what he ought to know, and that is dollarology. For he ain't over and above half well off, that's a fact. Well, a critter of the name of Oatmeal, down to Pictou, said to another Scotchman there one day, the great naturalist Dr. Mcdougal is come to town. Who, says Sawney. Dr. Mcdougal, the naturalist, says Oatmeal. Hout, mon, says Sawney, he is nae natural, that chiel. He kens mair than maist men. He is nae that fool you take him to be. Now I am not such a fool as you take me to be, Squire. Whenever I did a sum to school, minister used to say, prove it, Sam, and if it won't prove, do it over again, till it will, A sum ain't right when it won't prove. Now, I say the English have the spy system, and I'll prove it. Nay, more than that, they have the nastiest, dirtiest, meanest, sneakest system in the world. It is 10 times as bad as the French plan. In France they have barkeepers, waiters, chamber galls, guides, quotillions. Postilions, you mean? I said. Well, postilions then, for the French have queer names for people, that's a fact, disbanded sodgers, and such trash for spies. In England they have earls and countesses, parliament men, and them that call themselves gentlemen and ladies, for spies. How very absurd, I said. Oh yes, very absurd, said Mr. Slick. Whenever I say anything in England, it's very absurd, it's all prejudice. Nothing is strange, though, when it is said of us, and the absurder it is, the truer it is. I can bam as well as any man when bam is the word, but when fact is the play, I am right up and down, and true as a trivet. I won't deceive you, I'll prove it. There was a Colonel Dunn, plague take his name, I can't recollect it, but it makes no odds. I know he is done for, though, that's a fact. Well, he was a British colonel, that was out to Halifax when I was there. I knowed him by sight, I didn't know him by talk, for I didn't fill then the dignified situation I now do of attaché. I was only a clockmaker then, and I suppose he wouldn't have dirted the tip end of his white glove with me then, any more than I would sile mine with him now, and very expensive and troublesome things them white gloves be too, there is no keepin' of them clean. For my part, I don't see why a man can't make his own skin as clean as a kid's any time, and if a feller can't be let shake hands with a Gaul except he has a glove on, why ain't he made to cover his lips, and kiss through kid skin too? But to get back to the colonel, and it's a pity he hadn't had a glove over his mouth, that's a fact. Well, he went home to England with his regiment, and one night when he was dining among some first-chop men, nobles and so on, they sot up considerable late over their claret, and poor thin cold stuff it is too, is claret. A man may get drowned in it, but how the plague he can get drunk with it is dark to me. It's like everything else French, it has no substance in it, it's nothing but red ink, that's a fact. Well, how it was I don't know, but so it eventuated, that about daylight he was mops and brooms, and began to talk something or another he hadn't ought to, something he didn't know himself, and something he didn't mean, and didn't remember. Faith, next mornin' he was booked, and the first thing he seed when he waked was another man a tryin' on of his shoes, to see how they'd fit to march to the head of his regiment with. Fact, I assure you, and a fact too that shows what Englishman has come to. I despise 'em, I hate 'em, I scorn such critters as I do uncircumcised niggers. What a strange perversion of facts, I replied. But he would admit of no explanation. Oh yes, quite parvarted, not a word of truth in it. There never is when England is concerned. There is no beam in an Englishman's eye, no not a smell of one. He has pulled it out long ago. That's the reason he can see the mote in other folkses so plain. Oh, of course it ain't true. It's a Yankee invention. It's a hickory ham and a wooden nutmeg. Well then, there was another feller got bagged t'other day, as innocent as could be, for givin' his opinion when folks was a-talkin' about matters and things in general, and this here one in particular. I can't tell the words, for I don't know 'em, nor care about 'em, and if I did, I couldn't carry 'em about so long, but it was for sayin' it hadn't ought to have been taken notice of, considerin' it just popped out promiscuous like with the bottle cork. If he hadn't had the clear grit in him, and showed teeth and claws, they'd nullified him so, you wouldn't have seed a grease spot of him no more. What do you call that, now? Do you call that liberty? Do you call that old English? Do you call it pretty, say now? Thank God, it ta'n't Yankee. I see you have no prejudice, Mr. Slick, I replied. Not one mite or morsel, he replied. Though I was born in Connecticut, I have traveled all over the 13 united universal worlds of Orn and am a citizen at large. No, I have no prejudice. You say I am mistaken, perhaps I am, I hope I be, and a stranger may get hold of the wrong end of a thing sometimes, that's a fact. But I don't think I be wrong, or else the papers don't tell the truth, and I read it in all the journals, I did, upon my soul. Why man, it's history now, if such nasty mean doin's is worth puttin' into a book. What makes this spy system to England is that these eavesdroppers are obliged to hear all that's said, or lose what commission they hold. At least so folks tell me. I recollect when I was there last, for it's some years since government first set up the spy system, there was a great feed given to a Mr. Robe, or Roby, or some such name, an out-and-out Tory. Well, something or another was said over their cups, that might as well have been let alone, I do suppose, though dear me, what is the use of wine but to unlisten the tongue, and what is the use of the tongue, but to talk? Oh, cuss 'em, I have no patience with them. Well, there was an officer of a marching regiment there, who it seems ought to have took down the words and sent 'em up to the head general, but he was a knowing coon, was officer, and didn't hear it. No sooner said than done, someone else did the dirty work for him. But you can't have a substitute for this, you must serve in person, so the old general hauls him right up for it. Why the plague, didn't you make a fuss? Says the general, why didn't you get right up, and break up the party? I didn't hear it, says he. You didn't hear it, says old sword belt, then you had ought to have heard it, and for 2 pins I'd sharpen your hearing for you, so that a snore of a fly would wake you up, as if a biler had bust. Oh, how it has lowered the English in the eyes of foreigners! How sneaking it makes them look! They seem for all the world like scared dogs, and a dog when he slopes off with his head down, his tail atween his legs, and his back so mean it won't bristle, is a caution to sinners. Lord! I wish I was queen! What, of such a degraded race as you say the English are, of such a mean-spirited, sneaking nation? Well, they weren't always so, he replied. I will say that, for I have no prejudice. By nature, there is something noble and manly in a Britisher, and always was, till this cussed spy system got into fashion. They tell me it was the Liberals first brought it into vogue. How that is, I don't know, but I shouldn't wonder if it was them, for I know this, if a feller talks very liberal in politics, put him into office, and see what a tyrant he'll make. If he talks very liberal in religion, it's because he ha'n't got none at all. If he talks very liberal to the poor, talk is all the poor will ever get out of him. If he talks liberal about corn law, it ta'n't to feed the hungry, but to lower wages, and so on in everything a'most. None is so liberal as those as ha'n't got nothing. The most liberal feller I know on is Old Scratch himself. If ever the Liberals come in, they should make him Prime Minister. He is very liberal in religion, and would join them in excluding the Bible from common schools, I know. He is very liberal about the criminal code, for he can't bear to see criminals punished. He is very liberal in politics, for he don't approbate restraint, and likes to let every critter go to the devil his own way. Oh, he should be head spy and Prime Minister, that feller. But without joking though, if I was Queen, the first time any o' my ministers came to me to report what the spies had said, I'd just up and say, Minister, I'd say, it is a cussed on English, ominly, niggerly business, is this of pumpin', and spyin', and tattlin'. I don't like it a bit. I'll have neither art nor part in it. I wash my hands clear of it. It will just break the spirit of my people. So, Minister, look here. The next report that is brought to me of a spy, I'll whip his tongue out and whop your ear off, or my name ain't Queen. So just mind what I say. First spy pokes his nose into your office, chop it off and clap it up over Temple Bar, where they puts the heads of traitors, and write these words over, with your own fist, that they may know the handwritten, and not mistake the meaning. This is the nose of a spy. Chapter 2. The Patron, or the Cow's Tail. Nothing is so fatiguing as sightseeing. The number and variety of objects to which your attention is called, and the rapid succession in which they pass in review, at once wearies and perplexes the mind, and unless you take notes to refresh your memory, you are apt to find you carry away with you but an imperfect and indistinct recollection. Yesterday was devoted to an inspection of the tunnel and an examination of the tower, 2 things that ought always to be viewed in juxtaposition, one being the greatest evidence of the science and wealth of modern times, and the other of the power and pomp of our forefathers. It is a long time before a stranger can fully appreciate the extent of population and wealth of this vast metropolis. At first, he is astonished and confused. His vision is indistinct. By degrees he begins to understand its localities, the ground plan becomes intelligible, and he can take it all in at a view. The map is a large one, it is a chart of the world. He knows the capes and the bays, he has sailed round them, and knows their relative distance, and at last becomes aware of the magnitude of the whole. Object after object becomes more familiar. He can estimate the population. He compares the amount of it with that of countries that he is acquainted with, and finds that this one town contains within it nearly as great a number of souls as all British North America. He estimates the incomes of the inhabitants, and finds figures almost inadequate to express the amount. He asks for the sources from whence it is derived. He resorts to his maxims of political economy, and they cannot inform him. He calculates the number of acres of land in England, adds up the rental, and is again at fault. He inquires into the statistics of the exchange, and discovers that even that is inadequate, and, as a last resource, concludes that the whole world is tributary to this queen of cities. It is the heart of the universe. All the circulation centers here, and hence are derived all those streams that give life and strength to the extremities. How vast, how populous, how rich, how well regulated, how well supplied, how clean, how well ventilated, how healthy, what a splendid city! How worthy of such an empire and such a people! What is the result of his experience? It is, that there is no such country in the world as England, and no such place in England as London, that London is better than any other town in winter, and quite as good as any other place in summer, that containing not only all that he requires, but all that he can wish, in the greatest perfection, he desires never to leave it. Local description, however, is not my object. I shall therefore return to my narrative. Our examination of the tower and the tunnel occupied the whole day, and though much gratified, we were no less fatigued. On returning to our lodgings, I found letters from Nova Scotia. Among others, was one from the widow of an old friend, enclosing a memorial to the Commander-in-Chief, setting forth the important and gratuitous services of her late husband to the local government of the province, and soliciting for her son some small situation in the Ordnance Department, which had just fallen vacant at Halifax. I knew that it was not only out of my power to aid her, but that it was impossible for her, however strong the claims of her husband might be, to obtain her request. These things are required for friends and dependents in England, and in the race of competition, what chance of success has a colonist? I made up my mind at once to forward her memorial as requested, but pondered on the propriety of adding to it a recommendation. It could do no good. At most, it would only be the certificate of an unknown man, of one who had neither of the two great qualifications, namely, county or parliamentary interest, but it might do harm. It might, by engendering ridicule from the insolence of office, weaken a claim, otherwise well-founded. Who the devil is this Mr. Thomas Poker, that recommends the prayer of the petition? The fellow imagines all the world must have heard of him. A droll fellow that, I take it from his name, but all colonists are queer fellows, eh? Bad news from home? Said Mr. Slick, who had noticed my abstraction. No screw loose there, I hope. You don't look as if you like the flavor of that air nut you are crackin' of. Who's dead? And what is to pay now? I read the letter and the memorial, and then explained from my own knowledge how numerous and how valuable were the services of my deceased friend, and expressed my regret at not being able to serve the memorialist. Poor woman! Said Mr. Hopewell. I pity her. A colonist has no chance for these things, they have no patron. In this country merit will always obtain a patron, in the provinces never. The English are a noble-minded, generous people, and whoever here deserves encouragement or reward is certain to obtain either or both, but it must be a brilliant man, indeed, whose light can be perceived across the Atlantic. I entertain, sir, I said, a very strong prejudice against relying on patrons. Dr. Johnson, after a long and fruitless attendance on Lord Chesterfield, says 7 years, my lord, have now passed since I waited in your outward rooms, or was repulsed from your door, during which time I have been pushing on my work through difficulties, of which it is useless to complain, and have brought it at last to the verge of publication, without one act of assistance, one word of encouragement, or one smile of favor. Such treatment I did not expect, for I never bade a patron before. Ah, said Mr. Hopewell. A man who feels that he is wrong is always angry with somebody else. Dr. Johnson is not so much to be admired for the independence that dictated that letter, as condemned for the meanness and servility of 7 years of voluntary degradation. It is no wonder he spoke with bitterness, for, while he censured his lordship, he must have despised himself. There is a great difference between a literary and a political patron. The former is not needed, and a man does better without one. The latter is essential. A good book, like good wine, needs no bush, but to get an office you want merits or patrons, merits so great that they cannot be passed over, or friends so powerful they cannot be refused. Oh, you can't do nothin', Squire, said Mr. Sick. Send it back to old Marm. Tell her you have the misfortune to be a colonist, that if her son would like to be a constable, or a Hogreve, or a Thistleviewer, or somethin' or another of that kind, you are her man, but she has got the wrong cow by the tail this time. I never hear of a patron. I don't think of a frolic I once had with a cow's tail, and by hanging on to it like a snappin' turtle, I just saved my life, that's a fact. Tell you what it is, Squire, take a fool's advice for once. Here you are. I have made you considerable well known, that's a fact, and will introduce you to court, to king and queen, or any body you please. For our legation, though they can't dance, perhaps, as well as the French one can, could set all Europe a-dancin' in wide-awake earnest, if it chose. They darsn't refuse us nothin', or we would fust embargo, and then go to war. Anyone you want to know, I'll give you the ticket. Look round, select a good critter, and hold on to the tail, for dear life, and see if you handy a patron, worth havin'. You don't want none yourself, but you might want one some time or another, for them that's a comin' arter you. When I was a half-growed lad, the bears came down from Norwest one year in droves, as a body might say, and our woods near Slickville was jist full of 'em. It warn't safe to go a-wanderin' about there a-doin' of nothin', I tell you. Well, one arternoon, Father sends me into the back pasture to bring home the cows, and says he, keep a-stirrin', Sam, go ahead right away, and be out of the bushes afore sunset, on account of the bears, for that's about the varmints' supper time. Well, I looks to the sky, and I sees it was a considerable of a piece yet to daylight down, so I begins to pick strawberries as I goes along, and you never see anything so thick as they were, and wherever the grass was long, they'd stand up like a little bush, and hang in clusters, most as big and twice as good, to my leeking, as garden ones. Well, the sun, it appears to me, is like a hoss. When it comes near dark it mends its pace, and gets on like smoke, so afore I knowed where I was, twilight had come peepin' over the spruce tops. Off I sot, hot foot, into the bushes, arter the cows, and as always eventuates when you are in a hurry, they was further back than common that time, away ever so fur back to a brook clean off to the rear of the farm, so that day was gone afore I got out of the woods, and I got proper frightened. Every noise I heerd I thought it was a bear, and when I looked round o' one side, I guessed I heerd one on the other, and I hardly turned to look there before I reckon it was behind me. I was e'en a'most skeered to death. Thinks I shall never be able to keep up to the cows if a bear comes arter 'em and chases 'em, and if I fall astarn, he'll just snap up a plump little corn-fed fella like me in less than half no time. Cryin', says I, though, will do no good. You must be up and doin', Sam, or it's gone goose with you. So a thought struck me. Father had always been talkin' to me about the leadin' men, and makin' acquaintance with the political big bugs when I growed up and havin' a patron, and so on. Thinks I'll take the leadin' cow for my patron. So I just goes and cuts a long tough ash saplin', and takes the little limbs off of it, and then walks alongside of Muley, as machin' as you please, so she mightn't suspect nothin', and then grabs right hold of her tail, and yelled and screamed like mad, and walloped away at her like anything. Well, the way she cut dirt was cautionary. She cleared stumps, ditches, windfalls, and everything, and made a straight track of it for home as the crow flies. Oh, she was a dipper, she fairly flew again, and if ever she flagged, I laid it into her with the ash saplin', and away we started agin, as if old Nick himself was arter us. But afore I reached home, the rest of the cows came a bellowin', and a roarin' and racin' like mad arter us, and gained on us too, so as most to overtake us, Just as I come to the bars of the cow yard, over went Muller, like a fox, brought me whap up again, which knocked all the wind out of my lungs and the fire out of my eyes, and laid me sprawlin' on the ground, and every one of the flock went right slap over me, all but one. Poor Brindle! She never came home again. Bear nabbed her, and tore her most ridiculous. He ate what he wanted, which was no trifle, I can tell you, and left the rest till next time. Don't talk to me, Squire, about merits. We all want a lift in this world, something or another to lay hold on, to help us along. We want the cow's tail. Tell your friend, the female widder, she has got hold of the wrong cow by the tail in getting hold of you, for you are nothing but a despisable colonist. But to look out for some patron here, some Leodin man, or great lord, to clinch fast hold of him, and stick to him like a leech, and if he flags, for patrons, like old Muley, get tired sometimes, to recollect the ash saplin, to lay into him well, and keep him at it. And no fear but he'll carry her through. He'll fetch her home safe at last, and no mistake, depend on it, Squire. The best lesson that little boy could be taught is that of the patron, or the cow's tail. Chapter 3. Ascot Races. Today I visited Ascot. Race courses are similar everywhere, and present the same objects: good horses, cruel riders, knowing men, dupes, jockeys, gamblers, and a large assemblage of mixed company. But this is a gayer scene than most others, and every epithet, appropriate to a course, diminutive or otherwise, must be in the superlative degree when applied to Ascot. This is the general, and often the only impression that most men carry away with them. Mr. Slick, who regards these things practically, called my attention to another view of it. Squire, said he, I'd a plaguey sight sooner see Ascot than anything else to England. There ain't nothin' like it. I don't mean the racin', because they can't go ahead like us, if they was to die for it. We have colts that can whip chain lightnin', on a pinch. Old Clay trotted with it once all round an orchard, and beat it his whole length, but it singed his tail properly as he passed it, you may depend. It ain't its runnin' I speak of therefore, though that ain't mean nother, but it's got another feeder that you'll know it by from all others. Oh, it's an everlastin' pity you warn't here, when I was to England last time. Queen was there then, and where she is, of course all the world and its wife is too. She warn't there this year, and it serve as folks right. If I was an Angelifer's queen, like her, I wouldn't go nowhere till I had a Tory minister, and then a feller that had a trigger eye would stand a chance to get a white hemp neckcloth. I don't wonder Hume don't like young England, for when that boy grows up, he'll teach some folks that they had better let some folks alone, or some folks had better take care of some folks ampersands, that's all. The time I speak of, people went in their carriages, and not by railroad. Now, PRAPS you don't know, in fact you can't know, for you can't cipher, colonists ain't no good at figures, but if you did know, the way to judge of a nation is by its private carriages. From Hyde Park Corner to Ascot Heath is 20-odd miles. Well, there was one whole endurin' stream of carriages all the way, sometimes havin' 1 or 2 eddies, and where the toll gate stood, havin' still water for ever so far. Well, it flowed and flowed on for hours and hours without stoppin', like a river, and when you got up to the race ground, there was the matter of 2 or 3 tiers of carriages, with the hosses off, packed as close as pins in a paper. It costs near hand to $1,200 a year to keep up a carriage here. Now, for goodness sake, just multiply that everlastin' string of carriages by £300 each, and see what's spent in that way every year, and then multiply that by 100,000 more that's in other places to England you don't see, and then tell me if rich people here ain't as thick as huckleberries. Well, when you've done, go to France, to Belgium, and to Prussia, 3 sizable places for Europe, and rake and scrape every private carriage they've got, and they ain't no touch to what Ascot can show. Well, when you've done your cipherin', come right back to London, as hard as you can clip from the race course, and you won't miss any of 'em. The town is as full as ever, to your eyes. A knowin' old coon, bred and born to London, might, but you couldn't. Arter that's over, go and pitch the whole bilin' of 'em into the Thames, hosses, carriages, people, and all, and next day, if it warn't for the black weepers and long faces of them that's lost money by it, and the black crape and happy faces of them that's got money, or titles, or what not by it, you wouldn't know nothing about it. Carriages wouldn't rise 10 cents in the pound in the market. A stranger like you, if you weren't told, wouldn't know nothing was the matter above common. There ain't nothing to England shows its wealth like this. Says father to me when I came back, Sam, says he, what struck you most? Ascot races, says I. Just like you, says he. Hosses and galls is all you think of. Wherever they be, there you are, that's a fact. You're a chip of the old block, my boy. There ain't nothing like 'em, is there? Well, he was half right, was father. It's worth seein' for hosses and galls too, but it's worth seein' for its carriage wealth alone. Heavens and earth, what a rich country it must be that has such a show in that line as England. Don't talk of stock, for it may fail, or silversmiths' shops, for you can't tell what's plated, or jewels, for they may be paste, or goods, for they may be worth only half nothin', but talk of the carriages, them's the witnesses that don't lie. And what do they say? Calcutta keeps me, and China keeps me, and Botany Bay keeps me, and Canada keeps me, and Nova Scotia keeps me, and the whales keep me, and the white bears keep me, and everything on the earth keeps me, everything under the earth keeps me. In short, all the world keeps me. No, not all the world, Sam, said Mr. Hopewell. There are some repudiative states that don't keep me, and if you go to the auction rooms, you'll see some beautiful carriages for sale, that say, the United States Bank used to keep me, and some more that say, Nick Biddle put me down. Minister, I won't stand that, said Mr. Slick. I won't stay here and hear you belittle Uncle Sam that way for nothin'. He ain't wuss than John Bull, arter all. Ain't there no swindlebanks here? Just tell me that. Don't our liners fetch over, every trip, fellers that cut and run from England, with their fobs filled with other men's money? Ain't there lords in this country that know how to repudiate, as well as ringtail roarers in Orne? So come now, don't throw stones till you put your window shutters to, or you may stand a smart chance of getting your own glass broke, that's a fact. And then, Squire, just look at the carriages. I'll bet you a goose and trimmings you can't find their ditto nowhere. They are carriages, and no mistake, that's a fact. Look at the hosses, the harness, the paint, the linens, the well-dressed, lazy, idle, infarno handsome servants. These rascals, I suspicion, are picked out for their looks. Look at the whole thing all through the piece, take it, by and large, stock, lock, and barrel, and it's the dandy, that's a fact. Don't it cost money, that's all? Sum totalize it then, and see what it all comes to. It would make your hair stand on end, I know. If it was all put into figure, it would reach clean across the river, and if it was all put into dollars, it would make a solid tire of silver, and hoop the world round and round, like a wheel. If you want to give a man an idea of England, Squire, tell him of Ascot, and if you want to cram him, get old multiplication table Joe H. to cast it up, for he'll make it come to twice as much as it really is, and that will choke him. Yes, Squire, stick to Ascot. Chapter 4. The Gander Pulling. A cunning man is generally a suspicious one, and is as often led into error himself by his own misconceptions, as protected from imposition by his habitual caution. Mr. Slick, who always acted on a motive, and never on an impulse, and who concealed his real objects behind ostensible ones, imagined that everybody else was governed by the same principle of action, and therefore frequently deceived himself by attributing designs to others that never existed but in his own imagination. Whether the following story of the gander pulling was a fancy sketch of the Attaché, or a narrative of facts, I had no means of ascertaining. Strange interviews and queer conversations he constantly had with official as well as private individuals, but as he often gave his opinions the form of an anecdote, for the purpose of interesting his hearers, it was not always easy to decide whether his stories were facts or fictions. If, on the present occasion, it was of the latter description, it is manifest that he entertained no very high opinion of the constitutional changes effected in the government of the colonies by the Whigs, during their long and perilous rule. If of the former kind, it is to be lamented that he concealed his deliberate convictions under an allegorical piece of humor. His disposition to humbug was so great, it was difficult to obtain a plain, straightforward reply from him, but had the Secretary of State put the question to him in direct terms, what he thought of Lord Durham's responsible government, and the practical working of it under Lord Sydenham's and Sir Charles Bagot's administration, he would have obtained a plain and intelligible answer. If the interview to which he alludes ever did take place, which I am bound to add, is very doubtful, notwithstanding the minuteness with which it is detailed, it is deeply to be regretted that he was not addressed in that frank manner which could alone elicit his real sentiments, for I know of no man so competent to offer an opinion on these subjects as himself. To govern England successfully, it is necessary to know the temper of Englishmen. Obvious as this appears to be, the frequent relinquishment of government measures by the dominant party shows that their own statesmen are sometimes deficient in this knowledge. Mr. Slick says that if Sir James Graham had consulted him, he could have shown him how to carry the educational clauses of his favorite bill. This, perhaps, is rather an instance of Mr. Slick's vanity than a proof of his sagacity. But if this species of information is not easy of attainment here, even by natives, how difficult must it be to govern a people 3,000 miles off, who differ most materially in thought, word, and deed, from their official rulers. Mr. Slick, when we had not met during the day, generally visited me at night, about the time I usually returned from a dinner party, and amused me by a recital of his adventures. "Squire," said he, "I have had a most curious caper today, and one that will interest you, I guess. Just as I was a-settin' down to breakfast this mornin', and was a-tinnin' of an egg inside out into a wine-glass, to salt, pepper and batter it for Red Lane Alley, I received a note from a Mr. Penn, saying the Right Honorable Mr. Tact would be glad, if it was convenient, if I would call down to his office, to Downing Street, today, at 4 o'clock. Think, says I to myself, what's to pay now? Is it the boundary line, or Creole case, or colonial trade, or the burnin' of the Caroline, or right o' Sarch? Or what national subject is on the carpet today? Hows'ever, says I, let the charge be what it will, slugs, rifle bullets, or powder, go I must, that's a fact. So I tips him a shot right off. Here's the draft, sir, it's in Reg'lar state lingo. Well, when the time comes I rigs up, puts on the legation coat, calls a cab, and downs to Downing Street, and looks as dignified as I cleverly knew how. When I enters the outer door, I sees a man in an armchair in the entry, and he looked like a buster, I tell you, just ready to blow up with the steam of all the secrets he had in his biler. Can I see Mr. Tact, says I? Tell you directly, says he, just short like, for Englishmen are kinder costive of words. They don't use more nor will do, at no time, and he rings a bell. This brings in his second in command, and says he, pray walk in here, if you please, sir, and he led me into a little plain, stagecoach house-looking room, with nothing but a table and 2 or 3 chairs in it, and says he, who shall I say, sir? The Honorable Mr. Slick, says I, Attaché of the American Legation to the Court of St. James's, Victoria. Off he sot, and there I waited and waited for ever so long, but he didn't come back. Well, I walked to the winder and looked out, but there was nothing to see there, and then I turned and looked at a great big map on the wall, and there was nothing I didn't know there, and then I took out my penknife to whittle, but my nails was all whittled off already, except one, and that was made into a pen, and I didn't like to spile that, and as there wasn't anything I could get hold of, I just slivered a great big bit off the leg of the chair, and began to make a toothpick of it. And when I had got that finished, I begins to get tired, for nothing makes me so peskily uneasy as to be kept waitin', for if a clockmaker don't know the valley of time, who the plague does? So just to pass it away, I began to hum Jim Brown. Did you ever hear it, squire? It's a most a beautiful air, as most all them nigger songs are. I'll make you a varse, that will suit a despisable colonist exactly. Earth and seas! If you was to sing that air song there, how it would make him stare, wouldn't it? Such words as them was never heard in that patronage office, I guess, and yet folks must have often thought it too, that's a fact. I was a-hummin' the rail Jim Brown, and got as far as, when I stopped right in the middle of it, for it kinder sorter struck at me warn't dignified to be a singin' of nigger catches that way. So says I to myself, this ain't respectful to our great nation to keep a high functionary a-waitin' arter this fashion, is it? Guess I'd better assart the honor of our republic by goin' away, and let him see that it warn't me that was his lackey last year. Well, just as I had taken the sleeve of my coat and given my hat a rub over with it. A good hat will carry off an old suit of clothes any time, but a new suit of clothes will never carry off an old hat, so I likes to keep my hat in good order in a general way. Well, just as I had done, in walks the porter's first lieutenant, and says he, Mr. Tact will see you, sir. He come plaguey near not seeing of me then, says I, for I had just commenced making tracks as you come in. The next time he sends for me, tell him not to send till he is ready, will you? For it's a rule o' mine to tag arter no man. The critter just stopped short, and began to see whether that spelt treason or no. He never heerd freedom o's speech afore, that feller, I guess, unless it was somebody a jawin' of him, up hill and down dale. So says I, lead off, my old coon, and I will follow you, and no mistake, if you blaze the line well. So he led me upstairs, opened a door, and now said me, and there was Mr. Tact, sittin' at a large table, all alone. How do you do, Mr. Slick, says he. I am very glad to see you. Pray be seated. He really was a very gentlemanlike man, was Squire Tact, that's a fact. Sorry I kept you waitin' so long, says he, but the Turkish ambassador was here at the time, and I was compelled to wait until he went. I sent for you, sir, ahem, and he rubbed his hand across his mouth, and looked up at the Cornish, and said, I sent for you, sir, ahem. Thinks I see now. All you will say for half an hour is only throwed up for a brush fence, to lay down behind to take aim through, and arter that, the first shot is the one that's aimed at the bird, to explain to you about this African slave treaty, said he. Your government don't seem to comprehend me in reference to this right of sarch. Looking a man in the face, to see he is the right man, and sarch in his pockets, are two very different things. You take, don't you? I'm up to snuff, sir, says I, and no mistake. I knowed well enough that warn't what he sent for me for, by the way he hummed and hawed when he began. Taking up a trunk, as every hotel keeper does and has a right to do, and examinin' the name on the brass plate to the enant, is one thing. Forcin' the lock and ransackin' the contents, is another. One is precaution, the other is burglary. It ta'n't burglary, says I, unless the lodger sleeps in his trunk. It's only. Well, says he, a colorin' up, that's technical. I leave these matters to my law officers. I larnt that little matter of law from Brother Eldad, the lawyer, but I guess I was wrong there. I don't think I had ought to have given him that sly poke, but I didn't like his talkin' that way to me. Whenever a feller tries to pull the wool over your eyes, it's a sign he don't think high of your understandin'. It isn't complimental, that's a fact. One is a serious offense, I mean, says he, the other is not. We don't want to sarch, we only want to look a slaver in the face, and see whether he is a free and enlightened American or not. If he is, the flag of liberty protects him and his slaves. If he ain't, it don't protect him, nor them nother. Then he did a leadin' article on slavery, and a paragraph on non-intervention, and spoke a little soft sawder about America, and wound up by askin' me if he had made himself understood. Plain as a boot jack, says I. When that was over, he took breath. He sat back on his chair, put one leg over the other, and took a fresh departure again. I have read your books, Mr. Slick, said he, and read 'em, too, with great pleasure. You have been a great traveler in your day. You've been round the world a'most, haven't you? Well, says I shan't say I han't. What a deal of information a man of your observation must have acquired. He is a gentlemanly man, that you may depend. I don't know when I've seed one so well-mannered. Not so much, sir, as you would suppose, says I. Why, how so, says he. Why, says I, the first time a man goes round the world, he is plaguey skeered for fear of fallin' off the edge. The second time he gets used to it, and larns a good deal. Fallin' off the edge, says he, what an original idea that is. That's one of your best. I like your works for that they are original. We have nothin' but imitations now. Fallin' off the edge, that's capital. I must tell Peel that, for he is very fond of that sort of thing. He was a very pretty spoken man, was Mr. Tact. He is quite the gentleman, that's a fact. I love to hear him talk, he is so very perlite, and seems to take a likin to me parson ally. Few men are so open to flattery as Mr. Slick, and although soft sawder is one of the artifices he constantly uses in his intercourse with others, he is often thrown off of his guard by it himself. How much easier it is to discover the weaknesses of others than to see our own! But to resume the story. You have been a good deal in the colonies, haven't you? Said he. Considerable sum, says I. Now, says I to myself, this is the real object he sent for me for. But I won't tell him nothing. If he'd up and asked me right off the reel, like a man, he'd have found me up to the notch, but he thought to play me off. Now I'll serve him out his own way, so here goes. Your long acquaintance with the provinces, and familiar intercourse with the people, says he, must have made you quite at home on all colonial topics. I thought so once, says I, but I don't think so now no more, sir. Why, how is that? Says he. Why, sir, says I, you can hold a book so near your eyes as not to be able to read a word of it. Hold it off further, and get the right focus, and you can read beautiful. Now the right distance to see a colony, and know all about it, is England. 3,000 miles is the right focus for a political spyglass. A man living here, and who never was out of England, knows twice as much about the provinces as I do. Oh, you are joking, says he. Not a bit, says I. I find folks here that not only know everything about them countries, but have no doubts upon any matter, and ask no questions. In fact, they not only know more than me, but more than the people themselves do, what they want. It's curious, but it's a fact. A colonist is the most beautiful critter in nature to try experiments on, you ever see, for he is so simple and good-natured he don't know no better, and so weak, he couldn't help himself if he did. There's great fun in making these experiments, too. It puts me in mind of gander pulling. You know what this is, don't you? No, he said. I never heard of it. Is it an American sport? Yes, says I, it is, and the most excellent thing, too, you ever see. You are a very droll man. Mr. Slick, said he, a very droll man indeed. In all your books there is a great deal of fun, but in all your fun there is a meaning. Your jokes hit, and hit pretty hard, too, sometimes. They make a man think as well as laugh. But describe this gander pulling. Well, I'll tell you how it is, says I. First and foremost, a ring road is formed, like a small race course. Then, 2 great long posts is fixed into the ground, one on each side of the road, and a rope made fast by the ends to each post, leaving the middle of the rope to hang loose in a curve. Well, then they take a gander and pick his neck as clean as a babby's, and then grease it most beautiful all the way from the breast to the head, till it becomes as slippery as a soaped eel. Then they tie both his legs together with a strong piece of cord, of the size of a halyard, and hang him by the feet to the middle of the swinging rope, with his head downward. All the youngsters, all round the county, come to see the sport, mounted a horseback. Well, the owner of the goose goes round with his hat, and gets so much a piece in it from every one that enters for the pull-in. And when all have entered, they bring their hosses in a line, one arter another, and at the words, "Go ahead," off they set, as hard as they can split, and as they pass under the goose, make a grab at him, and whoever carries off the head, wins. Well, the goose dodges his head and flaps his wings, and swings about so, it ain't no easy matter to clutch his neck, and when you do, it's so greasy it slips right through the fingers, like nothin'. Sometimes it takes so long that the hosses are fairly beat out, and can't scarcely raise a gallop, and then a man stands by the post, with a heavy loaded whip, to lash 'em on, so that they mayn't stand under the goose, which ain't fair. The whoopin', and hollerin', and screamin', and bettin', and excitement beats all, there ain't hardly no sport equal to it. It's great fun to all except the poor goosey gander. The game of colony government to Canada, for some years back, puts me in mind of that exactly. Colonist has had his heels put where his head used to be, this some time past. He has had his legs tied, and his neck properly greased, I tell you, and the way every Parliament man, and governor, and secretary, gallops round and round, one arter another, a grab in at poor colonist, ain't no matter. Every new one on 'em that comes, is confident he is a-going to settle it, but it slips through his hand, and off he goes, properly larfed at. They have pretty nearly fixed goosey colonists, though, He has got his neck wrung several times. It's twisted all o' one side, his tongue hangs out, and he squeaks piteous, that's a fact. Another good grab or two will put him out o' pain, and it's a pity it wouldn't, for no created critter can live long, turned wrong end up, that way. But the sport will last long arter that, for arter his neck is broke, it ain't no easy matter to get the head off. The cords that tie that on are as thick as your finger. It's the greatest fun out there you ever see, to all except poor goosey colonists. I've larfed ready to kill myself at it. Some o' these Englishers that come out, mounted for the sport, and expect a peerage as a reward for bringin' home the head and settlin' the business for colonists, do cut such figures, it would make you split, and they are all so everlastin' conceited, they won't take no advice. The way they can't do it is cautionary. One gets throwed, another gets all covered with grease, a third loses his hat, a fourth gets run away with by his horse, a fifth sees he can't do it, makes some excuse, and leaves the ground afore the sport is over, and now and then, an unfortunate critter gets a hiss that breaks his own neck. There is only one on 'em that I have seed out there, that can do it right. It requires some experience, that's a fact. But let John Bull alone for that. He is a critter that thinks he knows everything, and if you told him he didn't, he wouldn't believe you, not he. He'd only pity your ignorance, and look dreadful sorry for you. Oh, if you want to see high life, come and see. A colonial gander pulling. Tying up a goose, sir, is no great harm, says I, seeing that a goose was made to be killed, picked and devoured, and nothin' else. Tying up a colonist by the heels is another thing. I don't think it right, but I don't know nothin', I've had the book too close to my eyes. Joe H.E. that never was there, can tell you twice as much as I can about the colonies. The focus to see right, as I said afore, is 3,000 miles off. Well, says he, that's a capital illustration, Mr. Slick. There is more in that than meets the ear. Don't tell me you don't know nothin' about the colonies. Few men know so much as you do. I wish to heavens you was a colonist, says he. If you were, I would offer you a government. I don't doubt it, says I, seeing that your department have advanced or rewarded so many colonists already. But I don't think he heard that shot, and I warn't sorry for it's not right to be a pokin' it into a perlite man, is it? I must tell the Queen that story of the gander pulling, says he. I like it amazingly. It's a capital caricature. I'll send the idea to H.B. Pray name some day when you are disengaged. I hope you will give me the pleasure of dining with me. Will this day fortnight suit you? Thank you, says I shall have great pleasure. He rarely was a gentlemanly man that. He was so good-natured, and took the jokes so well, I was kinder sorry I played it off on him. I handy-seed no man to England I affection so much as Mr. Tact, I swear. I begin to think, arter all, it was the right of Sarch in vessels he wanted to talk to me about, instead of Sarch in me, as I suspicioned. It don't do always to look for motives, men often act without any. The next time, if he axes me, I'll talk plain, and just tell him what I do think, but still, if he reads that riddle right, he may larn a good deal, too, from the story of the gander pulling. Mayn't he? Chapter 5. The Black Stole. The foregoing sketch exhibits a personal trait in Mr. Slick's character, the present and national one. In the interview, whether real or fanciful, that he alleges to have had with one of the Secretaries of State, he was not disposed to give a direct reply, because his habitual caution led him to suspect that an attempt was made to draw him out on a particular topic without his being made aware of the object. On the present occasion, he exhibits that irritability, which is so common among all his countrymen, at the absurd accounts that travelers give of the United States in general, and the gross exaggerations they publish of the state of slavery in particular. That there is a party in this country, whose morbid sensibility is pandered to on the subject of Negro emancipation there can be no doubt, as is proved by the experiment made by Mr. Slick, recorded in this chapter. On this subject every man has a right to his own opinions, but any interference with the municipal regulations of another country is so utterly unjustifiable that it cannot be wondered at that the Americans resent the conduct of the European abolitionists in the most unqualified and violent manner. The conversation that I am now about to repeat took place on the Thames. Our visits, hitherto, had been restricted by the rain to London. Today, the weather being fine, we took passage on board of a steamer, and went to Greenwich. While we were walking up and down the deck, Mr. Slick again adverted to the story of the government spies with great warmth. I endeavored, but in vain, to persuade him that no regular organized system of espionage existed in England. He had obtained a garbled account of one or two occurrences, and his prejudice, which, notwithstanding his disavowal, I knew to be so strong as to warp all his opinions of England and the English, immediately built up a system, which nothing I could say could at all shake. I assured him the instances he had mentioned were isolated and unauthorized acts, told in a very distorted manner but mitigated, as they really were, when truly related. They were at the time received with the unanimous disapprobation of every right-thinking man in the kingdom, and that the odium which had fallen on the relators was so immeasurably greater than what had been bestowed on the thoughtless principals, that there was no danger of such things again occurring in our day. But he was immovable. "Oh, of course, it isn't true," he said, "and every Englishman will swear it's a falsehood. But you must not expect us to disbelieve it, nevertheless, for your travelers who come to America pick up here and there some absurd untruth or another, or, if they are all picked up already, invent one, and although every man, woman, and child is ready to take their Bible oaths it is a bam, yet the English believe this one false witness in preference to the whole nation. You must excuse me, Squire, you have a right to your opinion, though it seems you have no right to blart it out always, but I am a freeman. I was raised in Slickville, Onion County, State of Connecticut, United States of America, which is a free country, and no mistake, and I have a right to my opinion, and a right to speak it, too, and let me see the man, earl or commoner, parliamenter or sodger officer, that dare to report me. I guess he'd wish he'd been born a week later, that's all. I'd make a caution of him, I know. I'd polish his dial plate first, and then I'd feel his short ribs, so as to make him larf, a leetle just a leetle the loudest he ever heard. Lord, he'd think thunder and lightnin' a mint julep to it. I'd ring him in the nose as they do pigs in my country, to prevent them rooting up what they hadn't ought." Having excited himself by his own story, he first imagined a case and then resented it, as if it had occurred. I expressed to him my great regret that he should visit England with these feelings and prejudices, as I had hoped his conversation would have been as rational and as amusing as it was in Nova Scotia, and concluded by saying that I felt assured he would find that no such prejudice existed here against his countrymen, as he entertained towards the English. "Lord love you," said he, "I have no prejudice. I am the most candid man you ever see. I have got some grit, but I ain't ugly, I ain't indeed. But you are wrong about the English, and I'll prove it to you. Do you see that turkey there?" said he. "Where?" I asked. "I see no turkey, indeed, I have seen none on board." "What do you mean?" "Why, that slight, pale-faced, student-like Britisher, he is a turkey, that feller. He has been all over the Union, and he is a-goin' to write a book. He was at New York when we left, and was introduced to me in the street. To make it liquorish, he has got all the advertisements about runaway slaves, sales of niggers, cruel mistresses and licentious masters, that he could pick up. He is a caterer and panderer to English hypocrisy. There is nothing too gross for him to swallow. We call them turkeys, first because they travel so fast, for no bird travels hot foot that way, except it be an ostrich, and second, because they gobble up everything that comes in their way. Them fellers will swallow a falsehood as fast as a turkey does a grasshopper, take it right down whole, without winkin'. Now, as we have nothing above particular to do, I'll cram him for you. I will show you how hungry he'll bite at a tale of horror, let it be never so unlikely, how readily he will believe it, because it is egg in us, and then, when his book comes out, you shall see that all England will credit it, though I swear I invented it as a cram, and you swear you heard it told as a joke. They've drank in so much that is strong, in this way, have the English, they require something sharp enough to tickle their palates now. Wine handy no taste for a man that drinks grog, that's a fact. It's as weak as Taunton water. Come and walk up and down deck along with me once or twice, and then we will sit down by him, promiscuously like, and as soon as I get his appetite sharp, see how I will cram him. This steamboat is very unsteady today. Sir, said Mr. Slick, it's not overly convenient walking, is it? The ice was broken. Mr. Slick led him on by degrees to his travels, commencing with New England, which the traveler eulogized very much. He then complimented him on the accuracy of his remarks and the depth of his reflections, and concluded by expressing a hope that he would publish his observations soon, as few tourists were so well qualified for the task as himself. Finding these preliminary remarks taken in good part, he commenced the process of cramming. But oh, my friend, said he, with a most sanctimonious air, did you visit, and I am ashamed as an American citizen to ask the question, I feel the blood a tannin of my cheek when I inquire, did you visit the South? That land that is polluted with slavery, that land where the Boston and Kraken of freemen pile up the agony pangs on the corroding wounds inflicted by the iron chains of the slave, until natur can't stand it no more. My heart bleeds like a stuck critter, when I think of this plague spot on the body politic. I ought not to speak thus, prudence forbids it, national pride forbids it, but genuine feelings is too strong for polite forms. Out of the fullness of the heart the mouth speaketh. Have you been there? Turkey was thrown off his guard. He opened his wallet, which was well stocked, and retailed his stories, many of them so very rich, that I doubted the capacity of the Attaché to out-Herod him. Mr. Slick received these tales with evident horror, and complimented the narrator with a well-simulated groan, and when he had done, said, Ah, I see how it is, they have purposely kept dark about the most atrocious features of slavery. Have you never seen the Gougen School? No, never. What, not seen the Gougen School? No, sir, I never heard of it. Why, you don't mean to say so? I do indeed, I assure you. Well, if that don't pass. And you never even heard tell of it, eh? Never, sir. I have never either seen it or heard of it. I thought as much, said Mr. Slick. I doubt if any Britisher ever did or ever will see it. Well, sir, in South Carolina, there is a man called Josiah Wormwood. I am ashamed to say he is a Connecticut man. For a considerable of a spell, he was a strolling preacher, but it didn't pay in the long run. There is so much competition in that line in our country, that he conceded the business was overdone, and he opened a lyceum to Charleston, South Car, for wishing, wrestlin' and other perlite British accomplishments, and a most a beautiful sparrer he is, too. I don't know as I ever see a more scientific gentleman than he is, in that line. Lately he has halved on to it the art of gougin or monocolizin, as he calls it, to sound grand, and if it weren't so dreadful in its consequences, it certainly is a most alluring thing, is gougin. The sleight of hand is beautiful. All other sleights we know are tricks, but this is reality. There is the eye of your adversary in your hand. There is no mistake. It's the real thing. You feel you have him, that you have set your mark on him, and that you have took your satisfaction. The throb of delight felt by a monocolister is beyond all conception. Oh heavens! Said the traveler. Oh horror of horrors! I never heard anything so dreadful. Your manner of telling it, too, adds to its terrors. You appear to view the practice with the proper Christian disgust, and yet you talk like an amateur. Oh, the thing is sickening. It is, indeed, said Mr. Slick, particularly to him that loses his peeper. But the dexterity, you know, is another thing. It is very scientific. He has 2 niggers, has Squire Wormwood, who teach the wrastlin' and gouge sparrin', but practicin' for the eye is done for punishment of runaways. He has plenty of subjects. All the planters send their fugitive niggers there to be practiced on for an eye. The scholars ain't allowed to take more than 1 eye out of them. If they do, they have to pay for the nigger, for he is no sort o' good after, for nothin' but to pick oakum. I could go through the form, and give you the cries to the life, but I won't. It is too horrid, it really is too dreadful. Oh do, I beg of you, said the traveler. I cannot, indeed, it is too shocking. It will disgust you. Oh, not at all, said Turkey. When I know it is simulated, and not real, it is another thing. I cannot indeed, said Mr. Slick. It would shock your philanthropic soul, and set your very teeth of humanity on edge. But have you ever seen the Black Stole? No. Never seen the Black Stole? No, never. Why, it ain't possible. Did you never hear of it nuther? No, never. Well, now, do tell. So you never heerd tell of it, nor never sot eyes on it? Certainly never. Well, that bangs the bush, now. I suppose you didn't. Guess you never did, and never will, nor no other traveler, nuther, that ever slept in shoe leather. They keep dark about these atrocities. Well, the Black Stole is a loose kind of shirt coat, like an English carter's frock, only it is of a different color. It is black instead of white, and made of nigger hide, beautifully tanned, and dressed as soft as a glove. It ain't every nigger's hide that's fit for a stole. If they are too young, it is too much like kid. If they are too old, it's like sole leather, it's so tough, and if they have been whipped, as all on 'em have amos, why the back is all cut to pieces, and the hide ruined. It takes several sound nigger skins to make a stole, but when made, it's a beautiful article, that's a fact. It is used on a plantation for punishment. When the whip don't do its work, strip a slave, and just clap onto him the Black Stole. Dress him up in a dead man's skin, and it frightens him near about to death. You'll hear him screech for a mile a'most, so tarnally skeered. And the best of the fun is that all the rest of the herd, bulls, cows, and calves, run away from him, just as if he was a panther. Fun, sir! Do you call this fun? Why, sartainly I do. Ain't it better nor whippin' to death? What's a stole arter all? It's nothin' but a coat. Philosophizin' on it, stranger, there is nothin' to shock a man. The dead don't feel. Skinning, then, ain't cruel, nor is it immoral. To bury a good hide is waste is wicked. There are more good hides buried in the States, black and white, every year, than would pay the poor rates and state taxes. They make excellent hunting coats, and would make beautiful razor straps, bindin' for books, and such like things. It would make a noble export. Tannin and hemlock bark cures the horrid nigger flavor. But then, we ha'n't arrived at that state of philosophy, and when it is confined to one class of the human family, it would be dangerous. The skin of a crippled slave might be worth more than the critter was himself, and I make no doubt we should soon hear of a stray nigger being shot for his hide, as you do of a moose for his skin, and a bear for his fur. Indeed, that is the reason, though I shouldn't mention it as an attaché, that our government won't now concur to suppress the slave trade. They say the prisoners will all be murdered, and their peels sold, and that vessels, instead of taking in at Africa a cargo of humans, will take in a cargo of hides, as they do to South America. As a Christian, a philanthropist, indeed, as a man, this is a horrid subject to contemplate, ain't it? Indeed it is, said Turkey. I feel a little overcome, my head swims, I am oppressed with nausea, I must go below. How the Goney swallowed it all, didn't he? Said Mr. Slick, with great glee. Ha'n't he a most a beautiful twist, that feller? How he gobbled it down, tank, shank and flank at a gulp, didn't he? Oh! He is a turkey and no mistake, that chap, but see here, squire, just look through the skylight. See the Goney, how his pencil is a-leggin' it off, for dear life. Oh, there's great fun in crammin' those fellers. Now tell me, candid squire, do you think there is no prejudice in the Britishers agin us and our free and enlightened country, when they can swallow such stuff as the Gougen School and Black Stole? Chapter 6. The Prince de Gennevilles' Horse. There is more in that story, squire, said Mr. Hopewell, of the patron, and Sam's queer illustration of the cow's tail, than you are aware of. The machinery of the colonies is good enough in itself, but it wants a safety valve. When the pressure within is too great, there should be something devised to let off the steam. This is a subject well worthy of your consideration, and if you have an opportunity of conversing with any of the ministry, pray draw their attention to it. By not understanding this, the English have caused one revolution at home, and another in America. Exactly, said Mr. Slick. It reminds me of what I once saw done by the Prince de Gennevilles' horse, on the Halifax road. Pardon me, said Mr. Hopewell. You shall have an opportunity presently of telling your story of the prince's horse, but suffer me to proceed. England, besides other outlets, has a never-failing one in the colonies, but the colonies have no outlet. Cromwell and Hampden were actually embarked on board of a vessel in the Thames, for Boston, when they were prevented from sailing by an order in council. What was the consequence? The sovereign was dethroned. Instead of leading a small sect of fanatical Puritans, and being the first men of a village in Massachusetts, they aspired to be the first men in an empire, and succeeded. So in the old colonies. Had Washington been sent abroad in command of a regiment, Adams to govern a colony, Franklin to make experiments in an observatory like that at Greenwich, and a more extended field been opened to colonial talent, the United States would still have continued to be dependencies of Great Britain. There is no room for men of talent in British America, and by not affording them an opportunity of distinguishing themselves, or rewarding them when they do, they are always ready to make one by opposition. In comparing their situation with that of the inhabitants of the British Isles, they feel that they labor under disabilities. These disabilities they feel as a degradation, and as those who impose that degradation live 3,000 miles off, it becomes a question whether it is better to suffer or resist. The Prince de Gentilly's horse, said Mr. Slick, is a case in point. One moment, Sam, said Mr. Hopewell. The very word dependencies shows the state of the colonies. If they are to be retained, they should be incorporated with Great Britain. The people should be made to feel, not that they are colonists, but Englishmen. They may tinker at constitutions as much as they please. The root of the evil lies deeper than statesmen are aware of. O'Connell, when he agitates for a repeal of the Union, if he really has no ulterior objects beyond that of an Irish Parliament, does not know what he is talking about. If his request were granted, Ireland would become a province, and descend from being an integral part of the empire into a dependency. Had he ever lived in a colony, he would have known the tendencies of such a condition. What I desire to see is the very reverse. Now that steam has united the two continents of Europe and America, in such a manner that you can travel from Nova Scotia to England, in as short a time as it once required to go from Dublin to London, I should hope for a united legislature. Recollect that the distance from New Orleans to the head of the river is greater than from Halifax N.S. to Liverpool. I do not want to see colonists and Englishmen arrayed against each other, as different races, but united as one people, having the same rights and privileges, each bearing a share of the public burdens, and all having a voice in the general government. The love of distinction is natural to man. 3 millions of people cannot be shut up in a colony. They will either turn on each other, or unite against their keepers. The road that leads to retirement in the provinces should be open to those whom the hope of distinction invites to return and contend for the honors of the empire. At present, the egress is practically closed. If you was to talk forever, Minister, said Mr. Slick, you couldn't say more than the Prince de Gentilly's hoss on that subject. The interruption was very annoying, for no man I ever met so thoroughly understands the subject of colonial government as Mr. Hopewell. His experience is greater than that of any man now living, and his views more enlarged and more philosophical. Go on, Sam, said he with great good humor. Let us hear what the prince's horse said. Well, said Mr. Slick, I don't just exactly mean to say he spoke, as Balaam's donkey did, in good English or French nother, but he did that spoke a whole book, with a handsome woodcut to the fore, and that's a fact. About 2 years ago, one mortal breelin' hot day, as I was a-pokin' along the road from Halifax to Windsor, with old Clay in the wagon, with my coat off, a-ridin' in my shirt sleeves, and a-thinkin' how slick a mint julep would travel down Red Lane, if I had it, I heard such a chatterin', and login', and screamin' as I never a'most heerd afore since I was raised. What in natur is this, sayes I, as I gave old Clay a crack of the whip, to push on. There is some critters here, I guess, that have found a haw-haw's nest, with a tee-hee's egg in it. What's in the wind now? Well, a sudden turn of the road brought me to where they was, and who should they be but French officers from the prince's ship, travellin' incognito in plain clothes. But, Lord bless you, cook a Frenchman any way you please, and you can't disguise him. Natur will out, in spite of all, and the name of a Frencher is written as plain as anything in his whiskers, and his hair, and his skin, and his coat, and his boots, and his air, and his gait, and in everything, but only let him open his mouth, and the cat's out of the bag in no time, ain't it? They are droll boys, is the French, that's a fact. Well, there was 4 on 'em dismounted, a holdin' of their hosses by the bridle, and a standin' near a spring of nice cool water, and there was a 5th, and he was a layin' down belly flounder on the ground, a tryin' to drink out of the runnin' spring. Parlez-vous French, says I, Mount Sheer? At that they sought to, and larfed again more than ever. I thought they would have gone into the high strikes, they hee-hawed so. Well, one on 'em, that was a duke, as I found out afterwards, said oh yees, sar, we spoke English too. Lawful heart, says I, what's the joke? Why, says he, look there, sir, and then they larfed again, ready to split, and sore enough, no sooner had the lieutenant laid down to drink, than the prince's hoss kneeled down, and put his head just over his neck, and began to drink too. Well, the officer couldn't get up for the hoss, and he couldn't keep his face out of the water for the hoss, and he couldn't drink for the hoss, and he was almost choked to death, and as black in the face as your hat. And the prince and the officers larfed so, they couldn't help him, if they was to die for it. Says I to myself, a joke is a joke, if it can't carry too far, but this critter win be strangled, as sure as a gun, if he lays here splutterin' this way much longer. So I just gives the hoss a dab in the mouth, and made him get up, and then says I, Prince, says I, for I knowed him by his beard, he had one exactly like one of the old saints' heads in an Italian picture, all dressed to a pint, so says I, Prince. And a plaguey handsome man he is too, and as full of fun as a kitten, so says I, Prince, and what's better, all his officers seemed plaguey proud and fond of him too, so says I, Prince. Voilà le condition of one colonist, which, says I, Prince, means in English, that lieutenant is just like a colonist. Come on, says he, how is that? Why, says I, Prince, whenever a colonist goes for to drink at a spring of the good things in this world, and plaguey small springs we have here too, and fairly lays down to it, just as he gets his lips cleverly to it, for a swig, there is some cussed neck or another, of some confounded Britisher, pops right over him, and pins him there. He can't get up, he can't back out, and he can't drink, and he is blacked and blued in the face, and most choked with the weight. What country was you man of? Said he, for he spoke very good for a Frenchman. With that I straightened myself up, and looked dignified, for I knowed I had a right to be proud, and no mistake. Says I, Prince, I am an American citizen. How them 2 words altered him. Perhaps there ben't no 2 words to ditto him. He looked for all the world like a different man when he seed I wasn't a mean uncircumcised colonist. Very glad to see you, Mr. Yankee, said he, very glad indeed. Shall I have the honor to ride with you a little way in your carriage? As for the matter of that, says I, Monsieur Prince, the honor is all the other way, for I can be as civil as any man, if he sets out to act pretty and do the thing genteel. With that he jumped right in, and then he said something in French to the officers, some order or another, I suppose, about comin' on and fetchin' his hoss with them. I have hearn in my time, a good many men speak French, but I never see the man yet that could hold a candle to him. Oh, it was like lightnin', just one long endurin' streak. It seemed all one sentence and one word. It was beautiful, but I couldn't understand it, it was so everlastin' fast. Now, says he, set sail, and off we sot, at the rate of 16 knots an hour. Old Clay pleased him, you may depend. He turned round and clapped his hands, and larfed, and waved his hat to his officers to come on, and they whipped, and spurred, and galloped, and raced for dear life. But we dropped 'em astarn like anything, and he larfed again, heartier than ever. There is no people amos like to ride so fast as sailors. They crack on, like a house afire. Well, arter a while, says he, back topsails, and I hauled up, and he jumped down, and outs with a pocket book, and takes a beautiful gold coronation medal. It was solid gold, no pinchback, but the rail yalla stuff, just fresh from King's shop to Paris, where his money is made, and says he, Mr. Yankee, will you accept that to remember the Prince de Gennevilliers and his horse by? And then he took off his hat and made me a bow, and if that weren't a bow, then I never see one, that's all. I don't believe mortal man, unless it was a Philadelphia nigger, could make such a bow. It was enough to sprain his ankle, he curled so low. And then off he went with a hop, skip, and a jump, sailor fashion, back to meet his people. Now, squire, if you see Lord Stanley, tell him that story of the Prince de Gennevilliers' horse, but before you get so far as that, pin him by admissions. When you want to get a man on the hip, ask him a question or two, and get his answers, and then you have him in a corner. He must stand and let you put on the bridle. He can't help it no how, he can fix it. Says you, my lord, don't forget his title. Every man likes the sound of that, it's music to his ears, it's like our splendid national air, Yankee Doodle, you never get tired of it. My lord, says you, what do you suppose is the reason the French keep Algiers? Well, he'll up and say, it's an outlet for the fiery spirits of France, it gives them employment and an opportunity to distinguish themselves, and what the climate and the enemy spare, become valuable officers. It makes good soldiers out of bad subjects. Do you call that good policy, sayest you? Well, he's a trump, is Mr. Stanley, at least folks say so, and he'll say right off the reel unquestionably it is excellent policy. When he says that, you have him bagged. He may flounder and spring like a salmon just caught, but he can't out of the land and net. You've got him, and no mistake. Sayest you, what outlet have you for the colonies? Well, he'll scratch his head and stare at that for a space. He'll hum and haw a little to get breath, for he never thought of that afore since he growed up. But he's no fool, I can tell you, and he'll out with his mold, run an answer and be ready for you in no time. He'll say, they don't require none. Sir, they have no redundant population. They are an outlet themselves. Sayest you, I wasn't talking of an outlet for population, for France or the provinces nother. I was talking of an outlet for the clever men, for the unquiet ones, for the fiery spirits. For that, sir, he will say, they have the local patronage. Oh, sayest you, I warn't aware. I beg pardon, I have been absent some time, as long as 20 days or perhaps 25, there must have been great changes since I left. The garrison, sayest you, is English, sayest he? The armed ships in the harbor? English. The governor and his secretary? English. The principal officer of customs and principal part of his deputies? English. The commissariat and the staff? English to a man. The dockyard people? English. The postmaster general? English. What English, sayest you, and look all surprised as if you didn't know. I thought he was a colonist, seeing the province pays so much for the mails. No, he'll say, not now, we have just sent an English one over, for we find it's a good thing that. One word more, sayest you, and I have done. If your army officers out there get leave of absence, do you stop their pay? No. Do you serve a native colonist the same way? No, we stop half their salaries. Exactly, sayest you, make them feel the difference. Always make a nigger feel he is a nigger, or he'll get sassy, you may depend. As for patronage, sayest you, you know as well as I do that all that's not worth havin' is just left to poor colonist. He is an officer of militia, gets no pay and finds his own fit out. Like Don Quixote's tailor, he works for nothin' and finds thread. Any other little matters of the same kind, that nobody wants, and nobody else will take, if Blue Nose makes interest for, and has good luck, he can get as a great favor, to conciliate his countrymen. No, minister, sayest you, you are a clever man, everybody says you are a brick, and if you ain't, you talk more like one than anybody I have seen this while past. I don't want no office myself, if I did perhaps, I wouldn't talk about patronage this way, but I am a colonist, I want to see the colonists remain so. They are attached to England, that is a fact, keep them so, by making them Englishmen. Throw the door wide open, patronize them, enlist them in the imperial service, allow them a chance to contend for honors and let them win them, if they can. If they don't, it's their own fault, and cuss them they ought to be kicked, for if they ain't too lazy, there is no mistake in them, that's a fact. The country will be proud of them, if they go ahead. Their language will change then. It will be our army, the delighted critters will say, not the English army, our navy, our church, our parliament, our aristocracy, and see, and the word English will be left out holus bolus, and that proud, that endearing word, our, will be inserted. Do this, and you will shew yourself the first statesman of modern times. You'll rise right up to the top of the pot, you'll go clean over Peel's head, as your folks go over ourn, not by jumping over him, but by talking him by the neck and squeezing him down. You emancipated the blacks, now liberate the colonists and make Englishmen of them, and see whether the gonies won't grin from ear to ear, and chew their teeth, as well as the niggers did. Don't let Yankee clockmakers, you may say that if you like, if it will help your argument, don't let travelin' Yankee clockmakers tell such stories, against your justice and our pride as that of the Prince de Gennevilliers and his horse. Chapter 7. Life in the Country. Here, said Mr. Sick, is an invitation for you and me, and Minister to go and visit Sir Littlerd Bighead, down to Yorkshire. You can go if you like, and for once, perhaps it's worth going to see how these chaps first kill time, and then how time kills them in turn. Eatin', drinkin', sleepin', growlin', fowlin', and huntin' kills time, and gout, apoplexy, dyspepsy, and blue devils kills them. They are like two fightin' dogs, one dies of the thrashin' he gets, and t'other dies of the wounds he got a killin' of him. Tit for tat, what's sarce for the goose, is sarce for the gander. If you want to go, Minister will go with you, but hang me if I do. The only thing is, it'll puzzle you to get him away, if he gets down there. You never see such a crotchetical old critter in your life as he is. He flies right off the handle for nothin'. He goes strayin' away off in the fields and gullies, a-browsin' about with a hammer, crackin' up bits of stones like walnuts, or pickin' up old weeds, faded flowers, and what not, and stands starin' at 'em for ever so long, through his eyeglass, and keeps a savant to himself, wonderful provision of nature, earth and seas. What does he mean? How long would a man live on such provision, I should like to know, as them bitter yarbs? Well then, he'll just as soon set down and jaw away by the hour together with a dirty-faced, stupid little poodle-looking child, as if it was a nice spry little dog he was a-trainin' of for treein' partridges, or talk poetry with the Gauls, or corn law with the patriots, or anything. Nothin' comes amiss to him. But what provokes me is to hear him go blardin' all over the country about home scenes, and beautiful landscape, and rich verdure. My sakes, the verdure here is so deep, it looks like mornin', it's actually dismal. Then there's no water to give light to the pictur', and no sun to cheer it, and the hedges are all square, and the lime trees are as stiff as an old Gaul that was once pretty, and has growed proud on the memory of it. I don't like their landscape a bit, there ain't no natur' in it. Oh! If you go, take him along with you, for he will put you in cons aid of all you see, except reform, dissent, and things o' that kind, for he is an out-and-out old Tory, and thinks nothin' can be changed here for the better, except them that don't agree with him. He was a-warning you t'other day not to take all I said for gospel about society here, but you'll see who's right and who's wrong afore you've done, I know. I described to you, when you returned from Germany, dinin' out to London. Now I'll give you my opinion of life in the country. And first of all, as I was a-sayin', there's no such thing as natur' here. Everything is artificial, everything of its kind alike, and everything uninterestin' and tiresome. Well, if London is dull, in the way of West End people, the country, I guess, is a little mucher. Life in the country is different, of course, from life in town, but still life itself is alike there, except in again class difference. That is, nobility is all alike, as far as their order goes, and country gents is alike, as far as their class goes, and the last especially, when they han't travelled none, everlastin' flat, in their own way. Take a lord, now, and visit him to his country seat, and I'll tell you what you will find, a sort of Washington State House place. It is either a rail old castle of the genuine kind, or a gingerbread crinkum-crankum imitation of a thing that only existed in fancy, but never was seen afore, a thing that's made modern for use, and in ancient style for shew, or else it's a great cold, formal, slice of a London terrace, stack on a hill in a wood. Well, there is lawn, park, artificial pond called a lake, deer that's fashionablized and civilized, and as little natur' in 'em as the humans have. Kennel and hounds for parsicutin foxes, preserves, not what we call preserves, quinces and apple sarce, and green gages done in sugar, but preserves for breed and tame partridges and peasants to shoot at, aviaries, hiveries, uveries, hot houses, and so on, for they put an H before every word do these critters, and then tell us Yankees we don't speak English. Well, when you have seen an old and a new house of these folks, you have seen all. Feeders differ a little, but face of all is so alike, that though perhaps you wouldn't mistake one for another, yet you'd say they was all of one family. The king is their father. Now it may seem kinder odd to you, and I do suppose it will, but what little natur there is to England is among these upper crust nobility. Extremes meet. The most elegant critter in America is an Indian chief. The most elegant one in England is a noble. There is natur in both. You will vow that's a crotchet of mine, but it's a fact, and I will tell you how it is some other time. For I opine the most charmin', most natural, least artificial, kindest, and condescendingest people here are rail nobles. Younger children are the devil, half rank makes them proud, and entire poverty makes them sour. Strap pride on an empty puss, and it puts a most beautiful edge on, it cuts like a razor. They have to assart their dignity, t'other one's dignity don't want no asartin'. It speaks for itself. I won't enter into particulars now. I want to shew you country life, because if you don't want to hang yourself, don't tarry there, that's all, go and look at 'em, but don't stay there. If you can't help it nohow, you can fix it, do it in 3 days, one to come, one to see, and one to go. If you do that, and make the fuss late, and the last early, you'll get through it, for it won't only make a day and a half, when sum totalized. We'll fancy it, that's better than the rail thing any time. So let's go to a country gentleman's house, or landed, as they call 'em, 'cause they are so infernally heavy. Well, his house is either an old inconvenient up and down, crooked lane place, bad lighted, bad warmed, and shockin' cut up in small rooms, or a spick and span formal, new one, havin' all or most, according to his puss of those things, about lords' houses, only on a smaller scale. Well, I'll arrive in time for dinner, I'll titivate myself up, and down to drawing room, and who's the company that's to dine there? Why, cuss 'em, half a dozen of these gents own the country for miles round, so they have to keep some company at the house, and the rest is neighbors. Now, for goodness gracious sake, just let's see who they be. Why, 1 or 2 poor parsons, that have nothin' new in 'em, and nothin' new on 'em, goodish sort of people too, only they larf a leetle, just a leetle louder at host's jokes, than at mine, at least, I suspicion it, 'cause I never could see nothin' to larf at in his jokes. 1 or 2 country knobs of brother-landed gents, that look as big as if the whole of the 3% consols was in their breeches pockets. 1 or 2 damsels, that was young once, but have confessed to bein' old maids, dropped the word miss, 'cause it sounded ridiculous, and took the title of misses, to look like widders. 2 or 3 wivewomen of the Chinese stock, a bustin' of their stays off a'most, and as fat as show beef. An oldest son or 2, with the end of the silver spoon he was born with, a peepin' out o' the corner of his mouth, and his face as vacant as a horn lantern without a candle in it. A younger son or so just from college, who looks as if he had an idea he'd have to earn his livin', and whose lantern face looks as if it had had a candle in it, that had e'en a'most burnt the sides out, rather. Thin and pale, with streaks of Latin and Greek in it. 1 or 2 everlastin' pretty young Gauls, so pretty as there is nothin' to do, you can't hardly help bein' spoony on 'em. Matchless Gauls they be too, for there is no matches for 'em. The primogenitor boy takes all, so they have no fortin. Well, a younger son won't do for 'em, for he has no fortin, and t'other primogeno there couldn't if he would, for he wants the estate next to his'n, and has to take the Gaul that owns it, or he won't get it. I pity them Gauls, I do upon my soul. It's a hard fate that, as Minster says in his pretty talk, to bud, unfold, bloom, wither, and die on the parent stock, and have no one to pluck the rose, and put it in his bosom, ain't it? Dinner is ready, and you lock, and march off 2 and 2, to t'other room, and feed. Well, the dinner is like town dinner, there ain't much difference, there is some. There is a difference between a country coat and a London coat, but still they look alike, and are intended to be as near the same as they can. The appetite is better than town folks, and there is more eatin' and less talkin', But the talkin', like the eatin', is heavy and solemnly. Now do, Mr. Poker, that's a good soul, now do, Squire, look at the sarvants. Do you hear that feller, a blowin' and a wheezin' like a hoss that's got the heaves? Well, he is so fat and lazy, and murders beef and beer so, he has got the asthmy, and walkin' puts him out o' breath. Ain't it beautiful? Faithful old sarvant that, so attached to the family. Which means the family prog. Always to home. Which means he is always eatin' and drinkin', and handy time to go out. So respectful. Which means Bowen is an everlastin' sight easier, and safer too, nor talkin' is. So honest. Which means Parquisites covers all he takes. Keeps everythin' in such good order. Which means he makes the women do his work. Puts everythin' in its place, he is so methodical. Which means there is no young children in the house, and old auntie always puts things back where she takes them from. For she is a good bit of stuff is auntie, as thin, tough, and supple as a painter's palette knife. Oh Lord! How I would like to lick him with a brand new cowhide whip, round and round the park, every day, an hour afore breakfast, to improve his wind, and teach him how to mend his pace. I'd repair his old bellowses for him, I know. Then look at the butler, how he tortles like a terrapin. He has got the gout, that feller, and no wonder, nuther. Every decanter that comes in has just half a bottle in it, the rest goes in tastin', to see it ain't corked. His character would suffer if a bit o' cork floated in it. Every other bottle is corked, so he drinks that bottle, and opens another, and gives master half of it. The housekeeper pets him, calls him Mr., asks him if he has heard from Sir Philip lately, hintin' that he is of gentle blood, only the wrong side of the blanket, and that pleases him. They are both well to do in the world. Vales count up in time, and they talk big sometimes, when alone together, and hint at warning off the old knight, Marine, and settin' up a tripe shop some o' these days. Don't that hint about wedlock bring him a nice little hot supper that night, and don't that little supper bring her a tumbler of nice mulled wine, and don't both on 'em look as knowin' as a boiled codfish, and a shelled oyster, that's all. He once got warned himself, did old Thomas, so said he, where do you intend to go, master? Me, said the old man, scratchin' his head, and lookin' puzzled nowhere. Oh, I thought you intend to leave, said Thomas, for I don't. Very good that, Thomas, come I like that. The old knight's got an anecdote by that, and nanny goats ain't picked up every day in the country. He tells that to every stranger larfs, and the two parsons larf, and the old sir larfs so, he wakes up an old sleepin' cough that most breaks his ribs, and Thomas is set up for a character. Well, arter servants is gone, and women folks made themselves scarce, we haul up closer to the table, have more room for legs, and then comes the most interestin' part. Per rates, quarter sessions, turnpikes, corn laws, next assizes, railroads and parish matters, with a touch of the horse and dog between primo and secondo genitor, for variety. If politics turn up, you can read who host is in a general way with half an eye. If he is an anti-corn lawer, then he is a manufacturer that wants to grind the poor instead of grain. He is a new man and reformer. If he goes up to the bob for corn law, then he wants to live and let live, is of an old family, and a Tory. Talk of test oaths being done away with. Why, Lord love you, they are in full force here yet. See what a feller swears by, that's his test, and no mistake. Well, you wouldn't guess now there was so much to talk of, would you? But hear 'em over and over every day, the same everlastin' round, and you would think the topic's not so many arter all, I can tell you. It soon runs out, and when it does, you must wait till the next rain, for another freshet to float these heavy logs on. Coffee comes, and then it's up and jine the ladies. Well, then talk is tried agin, but it's no go, they can't come it, and one of the good-natured fat old ladybirds goes to the piano, and sits on the music stool. Oh, Hedges! How it creaks, but it's good stuff, I guess it will carry double this hitch, and she sings I wish I was a butterfly, heavens and airth. The fust time I heard one of these hugacious critters come out with that query day, I thought I should 'a' dropped right off of the otter man on the floor, and rolled over and over a Logan, it tickled me so, it makes me larf now only to think of it. Well, the wings don't come, such big butterflies have to grub it in spite of old Nick, and after wishin' and wishin' ever so long in vain, one of the young galls sits down, and sings in rail right down earnest, I won't be a nun, poor critter. There is some sense in that, but I guess she will be 'bleeged to be, for all that. Now eatin' is done, talkin' is done, and singin' is done, so here is chamber candles, and off to bed, that is if you are stayin' there. If you ain't, Mr. Weathermutton's carriage is ready, sir, and Mr. Weathermutton and Mrs. Weathermutton and the entire stranger get in, and when you do, you are in for it, I can tell you. You are in for a 7-mile heat at least of cross-country roads, axletree deep, rain pourin' straight up and down like Niagara, high hedges, deep ditches full of water dark as Egypt, ain't room to pass nothin' if you meet it, and don't feel just altogether easy about them cussed alligators and navigators, critters that work on railroads all day, and on houses and travelers by night. If you come with Mr. Weathermutton, you seed the carriage in course. It's an old one, a family one, and as heavy as an ox cart. The hosses are old, family hosses, everlastin' fat, almighty lazy, and the way they travel is a caution to a snail. It's vulgar to go fast, it's only butcher's hosses trot quick, and besides there is no hurry, there is nothin' to do to home. Affectionate couple. Happy man. He takes his wife's hand in his, kisses it? No, not he, but he puts his head back in the corner of the carriage, and goes to sleep, and dreams, of her? Not he indeed, but of a saddle of mutton and currant jelly. Well, if you are stoppin' at Sir Littlerd Bighead's, you escape the flight by night, and go to bed and think of homeland natur. Next mornin', or rather next noon, down to breakfast. Oh, it's awfully stupid. That second nap in the mornin' always fuddles the head, and makes it as mothery as riled cider grounds. Nobody looks as sweet as sugar candy quite, except them two beautiful galls and their honey lips. But them is only to look at. If you want honey, there is some on a little cut glass, dug out of a dish. But you can't eat it, for lookin' at the genuine, at least I can't, and never could. I don't know what you can do. Perhaps you'd like to look at the picture, it will serve to pass away time. They are family ones. And family picture serve as a history. Our Mexican Indians did all their history in picture. Let's go round the room and look. Lawful heart. What a big brown ox, that is. Old. Star and garters. Father fatted him. He was a prize ox. He eat 1,000 bushel of turnips, 1,000 pound of oil cake, 1,000 of hay, and 1,000 weight of mango wurzel, and took 1,000 days to fat, and weighed ever so many thousands too. I don't believe it, but I don't say so, out of manners, for I'll take my oath he was fatted on porter, because he looks exactly like the footman on all fours. He is a walking, brown stout, that feller. There is a hunter come I like hosses, but this brute was painted when at grass, and is too fat to look well. Guess he was a goodish hoss in his day though. He ain't a bad cut, that's a fact. Hullo? What's this picter? Why, this is from our side of the water. As I am a livin' sinner, this is a Newfoundlander, this dog. Yes, and he is of the true genuine breed too. Look at his broad forehead, his dew claws, his little ears. Sir Littlerd must have been named arter him. His long hair, his beautiful eye. He is a first chop article that. But oh Lord, he is too shockin' fat altogether. He is like Mother Gary's chickens, they are all fat and feathers. A wick run through 'em makes a candle. This critter is all hair and blubber. If he goes too near the grate, he'll catch into a blaze and set fire to the house. There's our friend the host with cap and gold tassel on, ridin' on his back, and there's his younger brother, that died to Cambridge from settin' up all night for his degree, and suppin' on dry mathematics, and swallerin' Newton, whole, younger brother like, walkin' on foot, and leadin' the dog by the head, while the air is a scoldin' him for not goin' faster. Then there's an old auntie that a fortin come from. She looks like a bale o' cotton, fuss screwed as tight as possible, and then corded hard. Lord, if they had only given her a pinch of snuff, when she was full dressed and trussed, and sot her a sneezin', she'd a blowed up, and the fortin would have come 20 years sooner. Yes, it's a family picture, indeed, they are all family picture. They are all fine animals, but overfed and underworked. Now it's up and take a turn in the gardens. There is some splendid flowers on that slope. You and the gulls go to look at 'em, and just as you get there, the grass is juicy from the everlastin' rain, and awful slippy. Up go your heels, and down goes stranger on the broad of his back, slippin' and slidin' and coastin' right down the bank, slap over the light mud earth bed, and cruishin' the flowers as flat as a pancake, and you yaller ochred all over clean away from the scruff of your neck down to the tip end of your heel. The gulls larf, the helps larf, and the bedroom maid larfs, and who the plague can blame them? Old Marm don't larf though, because she is too perlite, and besides she's lost her flowers, and that's no larfin' matter, and you don't larf, 'cause you feel a little the nastiest you ever did, and just as near like a fool as to be taken for one, in the dark, that's a fact. Well, you renew the outer man, and try it agin, and it's look at the stable and hosses with Sir Host, and the dogs, and the carriages, and 2 American trees, and a peacock, and a guinea hen, and a gold pheasant, and a silver pheasant, and all that, and then lunch. Who the plague can eat lunch? That's only just breakfasted. So away goes lunch, and off goes you and the Sir, a tramphausen and a trapseon over the wet grass agin. I should like to know what ain't wet in this country, and plowed fields, and wide ditches chock full of dirty water, if you slip in, to souse you most ridiculous, and over gates that's nailed up, and stiles that's got no steps for fear of thoroughfare, and through underwood that's loaded with raindrops, away off to t'other end of the estate, to see the most beautiful field of turnips that ever was seen, only the flies eat all the plants up, and then back by another path, that's slumpier than t'other, and twice as long, that you may see an old wall with 2 broke-out winders, all covered with ivy, which is called a ruin. And well named it is, too, for I tore a brand new pair of trousers, most unhandsome, a-scramblin' over the fences to see it, and ruined a pair of shoes that was all squashed out of shape by the wet and mud. Well, arter all this day of pleasure, it is time to rig up in your go-to-meetin' clothes for dinner, and that is the same as yesterday, only stupider, if that's possible, and that is life in the country. How the plague can it be otherwise than dull? If there is nothin' to see, there can't be nothin' to talk about. Now the town is full of things to see. There is Babbage's machine, and Bank Governor's machine, and the Yankee woman's machine, and the flyin' machine, and all sorts of machines, and galleries, and tunnels, and mesmerizers, and theaters, and flower shows, and cattle shows, and beast shows, and every kind of show, and what's better nor all, beautiful got-up women, and men turned out in fuss-chop style, too. I don't mean to say country women ain't handsome here, 'cause they be. There is no sun here, and how in natur can it be other ways than that they have good complexions? But it ta'n't safe to be caged with them in a house out o' town. Fust thing you both do, is to get spoony, makin' eyes and company faces at each other, and then think of mattin', like a pair of doves, and that won't answer for the like of you and me. The fact is, squire, if you want to see women, you mustn't go to a house in the country, nor to mere good company in town for it, though there be first chop articles in both, but you must go among the big bugs, the top lofty nobility, in London, for since the days of old Marm Eve, down to this instant present time, I don't think there ever was or ever will be such splendiferous galls as is there. Lord, the fust time I seed 'em it put me in mind of what happened to me at New Brunswick once. Governor of Maine sent me over to their governors, official-like, with a state letter, and the British officers asked me to dine to their mess. Well, the English brag so like niggers, I thought I'd prove 'em, and set 'em off on their old trade just for fun. So, says I, stranger captain, says I, is all these forks and spoons, and plates and covers, and urns, and what nots, rail genuine solid silver, the clear thing, and no mistake. Sartainly, said he, we have nothin' but silver here. He did, upon my soul, just as cool as if it was all true. Well, you can't tell a military what he says ain't credible, or you have to fight him. It's considered ungenteel, so I just puts my finger on my nose, and winks, as much as to say, I ain't such a cussed fool as you take me to be, I can tell you. When he seed I'd found him out, he larfed like anything. Guess he found that was no go, for I warn't born in the woods to be scared by an owl, that's a fact. Well, the fust time I went to Lord's party, I thought it was another brag agin. I never see nothin' like it. Heavens and airth, I most jumped out o' my skin. Where under the sun, sayes I to myself, did he rake and scrape together such super-superior galls as these? This party is a kind o' conservatory, he has got all the rary plants and sweetest roses in England here, and must have ransacked the whole country for 'em. Knowin' I was a judge of womankind, he wants me to think they are all this way, but it's impossible. They are only shoe frigates. Arter all, it don't stand to reason they can't be all clippers. He can't put the leak into me that way, so it ta'n't no use tryin'. Well, the next time, I see just such another covey of partridges, same plumage, same step, and same breed. Well done, sayes I, they are armed to pull the wool over my eyes, that's a fact, but they won't find that no easy matter, I know. Guess they must be done now, they can't show another preserve like them agin in all Britain. What trouble they do take to brag here, don't they? Well, to make a long story short, how do you think it eventuated, squire? Why, every party I went to had as grand a shoe as them, only some on 'em was better, fact I assure you, it's gospel truth, there ain't a word of a lie in it, text to the letter. I never see nothin' like it since I was raised, nor dreamed nothin' like it, and what's more, I don't think the world has nothin' like it nuther. It beats all natur. It takes the rag off quite. If that old Turk, Mahomed, had seed these galls, he wouldn't have bragged about his beautiful ones in paradise so for everlastingly, I know, for these English heifers would have beat 'em all holler, that's a fact. For my part, I call myself a judge. I have an eye there ain't no deceivin'. I have made it a study, and know every pint about a woman, as well as I do about a hoss. Therefore, if I say so, it must be so, and no mistake. I make all allowances for the gear, and the gettin' up, and the vampin', and all that sort o' flash, but toggery won't make an ugly gull handsome, know how you can fix it. It may lower her ugliness a leetle, but it won't raise her beauty, if she han't got none. But I warn't a talkin' of nobility, I was a talkin' of life in the country. But the wust of it is, when galls come on the carpet, I could talk all day, for the dear little critters, I do love 'em, that's a fact. Lick! It sets me crazy amost. Well, where was we? For petticoats always puts everything out o' my head. Whereabouts was we? You were saying that there were more things to be seen in London than in the country. Exactly, now I have it. I've got the thread agin. So there is. There's England's Queen, and England's Prince, and Hanover's King, and the old sword belt that whopped Boney, and he is better worth seem than any man now livin' on the face of the universal airth, let t'other one be where he will, that's a fact. He is a great man, all through the piece, and no mistake. If there was, what do you call that word, when one man's breath pops into another man's body, changin' lodgin's like? Do you mean transmigration? Yes, if there was such a thing as that, I should say it was old Live Oak himself, Mr. Washington, that was transmigrated into him, and that's no mean thing to say of him, I tell you. Well now, there's none o' these things to the country, and it's so everlastin' stupid, it's only a Britisher and a nigger that could live in an English country house. A nigger don't like movin', and it would just suit him, if it warn't so awful wet and cold. It might do for a nigger, suckin' sugar candy and drinkin' mint julep, but it won't do for a free and enlightened citizen like me. A country house, oh goody gracious! The Lord preserve me from it, I say. If ever any soul ever catches me there agin, I'll give 'em leave to tell me of it, that's all. Oh go, squire, by all means, you will find it monstrous pleasant, I know you will. Go and spend a week there, it will make you feel up in the stirrups, I know. Praps nothin' can exceed it. It takes the rag off the bush quite. It caps all, that's a fact, does life in the country. Chapter 8. Bunkum. I am not surprised at the views expressed by Mr. Slick in the previous chapter. He has led too active a life, and his habits and thoughts are too businesslike to admit of his enjoying retirement, or accommodating himself to the formal restraints of polished society. And yet, after making this allowance for his erratic life, it is but fair to add that his descriptions were always exaggerated, and wearied as he no doubt was by the uniformity of country life, yet in describing it, he has evidently seized on the most striking features, and made them more prominent than they really appeared, even to his fatigued and prejudiced vision. In other respects, they are just the sentiments we may suppose would be naturally entertained by a man like the attaché, under such circumstances. On the evening after that on which he had described life in the country to me, he called with 2 orders for admission to the House of Commons, and took me down with him to hear the debates. "It's a great sight," said he. "We shall see all their uppercrust men put their best foot out. There's a great musterin' of the tribes tonight, and the sachems will come out with a great talk. There'll be some sport, I guess, some hard hittin', scalpin', and tomahawkin'. To see a Britisher scalp a Britisher is equal to a bullfight any time. You don't care whether the bull, or the horse, or the rider is killed, none of 'em is nothin' to you, so you can enjoy it, and her for him that wins. I don't care who carries the day, the valley of a treat of julep, but I want to see the sport. It's excitin', them things. Come, let's go." We were shown into a small gallery, at one end of the legislative wall, the 2 side ones being appropriated to members, and with some difficulty found sitting room in a place that commanded a view of the whole house. We were unfortunate. All the great speakers, Lord Stanley, Sir Robert Peel, Sir James Graham, Shiel, and Lord John Russell, had either already addressed the chair, and were thereby precluded by the rules of the House from coming forward again, or did not choose to answer second-rate men. Those whom we did hear made a most wretched exhibition. About 1 o'clock, the adjournment took place, and we returned, fatigued and disappointed. "Did you ever see the beat of that, Squire?" said Mr. Slick. "Don't that take the rag off quite? Cuss them fellers that spoke, they are wuss than assembly men, hang me if they ain't, and they ain't fit to tend a bear trap, for they'd be sure to catch themselves, if they did, in their own pitfall. Did you hear that Irishman a-latherin' away with both arms, as if he was tryin' to thrash out wheat, and see how bothered he looked, as if he couldn't find nothin' but dust and chaff in the straw? Well, that critter was aigin' the bill, in course, and Irish-like, used every argument in favor of it. Like a pig swimmin' aigin' stream, every time he struck out, he was a cuttin' of his own throat. He then blobbered, and goggled, till he choked with words and passion, and then sot down. Then that English radical feller, that spoke with great voice, and little sense. Ain't he a beauty, without paint, that critter? He knowed he had to vote aigin' the bill, 'cause it was a government bill, and be knowed he had to speak for bunkum, and therefore. "Bunkum," I said. "Pray, what is that? Did you never hear of bunkum?" "No, never." "Why, you don't mean to say you don't know what that is?" "I do not indeed." "Not bunkum? Why, there's more of it to Nova Scotia every winter than would paper every room in Government House, and then curl the hair of every Gaul in the town. Not hear of bunkum? Why, how you talk!" "No, never." "Well, if that don't pass. I thought everybody knowed that word. I'll tell you then, what bunkum is. All over America, every place likes to hear of its members to Congress, and see their speeches, and if they don't, they send a piece to the paper, inquirin' if their member died a nat'ral death, or was skivered with a bowie knife, for they han't seen his speeches lately, and his friends are anxious to know his fate. Our free and enlightened citizens don't approbate silent members. It don't seem to them as if Squashville, or Pumpkinville, or Lumbertown was right represented, unless Squashville, or Pumpkinville, or Lumbertown, makes itself heard and known, aye, and feared too. So every feller in bounden duty talks, and talks big too, and the smaller the state, the louder, bigger, and fiercer its members talk. Well, when a critter talks for talk's sake, just to have a speech in the paper to send to home, and not for any other earthly purpose but electioneering, our folks call it bunkum. Now the state o' Maine is a great place for bunkum. Its members for years threatened to run foul of England, with all steam on, and sink her, about the boundary line, voted $1 million, payable in pine logs and spruce boards, up to Bangor Mills, and called out 100,000 militia, only they never come, to capture a sawmill to New Brunswick. That's bunkum. All that flourish about right o' sarch was bunkum, all that brag about hanging your Canada sheriff was bunkum. All the speeches about the Caroline, and Creole, and right of sarch, was bunkum. In short, almost all that's said in Congress in the colonies, for we set the fashions to them, as Paris Gauls do to our milliners, and all over America is bunkum. Well, they talk bunkum here too, as well as there. Slavery speeches are all bunkum, so are reform speeches, too. Do you think them fellers that keep up such an everlasting gab about representation care 1 cent about the extension of franchise? Why, no, not they. It's only to secure their seats to gull their constituents, to get a name. Do you think them gonies that make such a tuss about the arms bill care about the Irish? No, not they. They want Irish votes, that's all. It's bunkum. Do you just go and mesmerize John Russell, and Macaulay, and the other officers of the regiment of reformers, and then take the awkward squad of recruits, fellers that were made drunk with excitement, and then enlisted with the promise of a shillin', which they never got, the sergeants having drank it all, go and mesmerize them all, from General Russell down to private chartists, clap 'em into a caterwauling or catalepsin sleep, or whatever the word is, and make 'em tell the secrets of their hearts, as the poet did the clairvoyants in Gaul, and just hear what they'll tell you. Lord John will say, I was sincere. And I believe on my soul he was. He is wrong beyond all doubt, but he is an honest man, and a clever man, and if he had taken his own way more, and given Powlett Thompson his less, he would have been a great colony secretary, and more's the pity he is in such company. He'll get off his beam ends, and write himself though, yet I guess, well, he'd say, I was sincere, I was disinterested, but I am disappointed. I have awakened a pack of hungry villains who have sharp teeth, long claws, and the appetite of the devil. They have swallowed all I gave them, and now would eat me up without salt, if they could. Oh, that I could hark back! There's no satisfying a movement party. Now what do the men say? I don't mean men of rank, but the men in the ranks. Where's all the fine things we were promised when reform gained the day? Sayest they, aye, where are they? For we are worse off than ever, now, having lost all our old friends, and got bilked by our new ones tarnationally. What did all their fine speeches end in at last? Bunkum, damn the thing but bunkum. But that ain't the worst of it, nuther. Bunkum, like lion, is plaguey apt to make a man believe his own bams at last. From telling 'em so often, he forgets whether he growed 'em or dreamt 'em, and so he stands right up on end, kisses the book, and swears to 'em, as positive as the Irishman did to the gun, which he said he knowed ever since it was a pistol. Now that's bunkum. But to get back to what we was a-talkin' of, did you ever hear such bad speakin' in your life? Now tell me candid? Because if you have, I never did, that's all. Both sides was bad, it ain't easy to say which is wuss, 6 of one and half a dozen of t'other, nothin' to brag of nary way. That government man, that spoke in their favor, warn't his speech rich? Lord love you! I ain't no speaker, I never made but one speech since I was raised, and that was afore a Slickville legislator, and then I broke down. I knowed who I was a-talkin' afore. They was men that had cut their eye teeth, and that you couldn't pull the wool over their eyes, know how you could fix it, and I was young then. Now I'm growed up, I guess, and I've got my narves in the right place, and as taut as a drum, and I could speak if I was in the House o' Commons, that's a fact. If a man was to try there, that was worth anythin', he'd find he was a flute without knowin' it. They don't understand nothin' but Latin and Greek, and I'd buoy out them sandbanks, keep the lead a-goin', stick to the channel, and never take ground, I know. The way I'd cut water ain't no matter. Oh, Solomon! What a field for good speakin' that question was tonight, if they only had half an eye, them fellers, and what a most a beautiful mess they made of it on both sides. I ain't a vain man, and never was. You know, Squire, I ha'n't a morsel of it in my composition. No, if you was to look at me with a ship's glass you wouldn't see a grease spot of it in me. I don't think any of us Yankees is vain people, it's a thing don't grow in our diggin's. We have too much sense in a general way for that. Indeed, if we wanted any, we couldn't get none for love nor money, for John Bull has a monopoly of it. He won't open the trade. It's a home market he looks to, and the best of it is, he thinks he ha'n't none to spare. Oh, John Bull, when you are full rigged, with your white cravat and white waistcoat like young England, and have got your go-to-meeting clothes on, if you ain't a sneezer, it's a pity, that's all. No, I ain't a vain man, I despise it, as I do a nigger. But, Squire, what a glorious field the subject tonight is for a man that knows what's what, and was up to snuff, ain't it? Earth and seas. If I was there, I could speak on either side, for like Waterloo it's a fair field, it's good ground for both parties. Heavens, what a speech I could make! I'd electrify 'em and kill 'em dead like lightnin', and then galvanize 'em and fetch 'em to life agin, and then give them exhilaratin' gas and set 'em a larfin', till they fairly wet themselves agin with cryin'. Wouldn't it be fun, that's all? I could sting Peel so if I liked, he'd think a galley nipper had bit him, and he'd spring right off the floor onto the table at one jump, gout or no gout, ravin' mad with pain, and say, I'm bit through the boot, by gosh. Or if I was to take his side, for I care so little about the British, all sides is alike to me, I'd make them Irish members dance like ravin', distractin' bedbugs. I'd make him howl, first wicked and then dismal, I know. But they can't do it, to save their souls alive. Some has it in 'em and can't get it out, physic 'em as you would, first with vanity, and then with office. Others have got a way out, but have nothin' to drive through the gate. Some is so timid, they can't go ahead, and others are in such an infernal hurry, they spend the whole time in false starts. No, there is no good oratory to Parliament now, and the English brag so. I doubt if it ever was so good, as they say it was in old times. At any rate, it's all got down to bunkum, now. It's making a speech for newspapers and not for the House. It's to tell on voters and not on members. Then, what a row they make, don't they? Here, 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 divide, 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 oh, ha, ha, ha. It ta'n't much different from stump oratory in America arter all, or speakin' off a whiskey barrel, is it? It's a sort of divil-me-cure kind o' audience, independent critters, that look at a feller full in the face, as sarcy as the divil, as much as to say, talk away, my old coon, you won't alter me, I can tell you, it's all bunkum. Lord, I shall never forget poor old Davy Crockett's last speech. There was no bunkum in that. He despised it. All good shots do, they aim right straight for the mark and hit it. There's no shootin' round the ring, with them kinder men. Poor old feller, he was a great hunter, a great shot with the rifle, a great wit, and a great man. He didn't leave his span behind him, when he slipped off the handle, I know. Well, he stood for an election and lost it, just afore he left the States, so when it was over, he slings his powder horn on, over his shoulders, takes his Betsy, which was his best rifle, under his arm, and mounts on a barrel, to talk it into his constituents, and take leave of him. Feller citizens, says he, we've had a fair stand-up fight for it, and I'm whipped, that are a fact, and there is no denying of it. I've come now to take my leave of you. You may all go to H.L., and I'll go to Texas. And he stepped right down, and went over the boundary, and Jean the Patriot's egg in Mexico, and was killed there. Why, it will never be forgot, that speech. It struck into the bull's eye of the heart. It was noble. It said so much in a few words, and left the mind to fill the gaps up. The last words is a sayin' now, and always will be, to all eternity. Whenever a feller wants to shew how indifferent he is, he just says, you may go to hem, you know, and I'll go to Texas. There is no bunkum in that, squire. Yes, there is no good speakin' there, speakin' is no use. Every feller is pledged and supports his party. A speech don't alter no man's opinions. Yes, it may alter his opinions, but it don't alter his vote, that ain't his it's his party's. Still, there is some credit in a good speech, and some fun too. No feller there has any ridicule. He has got no ginger in him, he can neither crack his whip, nor lay it on, he can neither cut the hide nor sting it. Heavens! If I was there, and I'm sure it's no great boastin' to say I'm better than such fellers, as them small fry of white bait is. If I was there, give me a good subject like that tonight, give me a good horn of lignum vitae. Lignum vitae, what's that? Lord o'massy on us! You don't know nothin', squire. Where have you been all your born days, not to know what lignum vitae is? Why, lignum vitae is hot brandy and water, to be sure, pippin' hot, scaldin' iron pot a'most, and spiced with cloves and sugar in it, stiff enough to make a teaspoon stand up in it, as straight as a dead nigger. Wine ain't no good, it goes off as quick as the white beads off of champagne does, and then leaves a stupid headache behind it. But give me the subject and a horn of lignum vitae, of the wickedest kind, and then let a feller row me, so as to get my back up like a fight in cats, and I'll tell you what I'd do. I'd serva him as our Slickville boys serva the cows to California. One on 'em lays hold of the tail, and the other skins her as she runs straight and eend. Next year, it's all growed ready for another flayin'. Fact, I assure you. Lord! I'd skin a feller so, his hide would never grow agin. I'd make a caution of him to sinners, I know. Only hear them fellers now talk of extendin' of the representation. Why, the house is a mob now, plaguey little better, I assure you. Like the house in Cromwell's time, they want. Sam Slick's purge. But talkin' of mobs, puts me in mind of a sworry. I told you I'd describe that to you, and I don't care if I do now, for I've just got my talkin' tax aboard. A sworry is. We'll talk of that some other time, Mr. Slick, said I. It is now near 2 o'clock, I must retire. Well, well, said he. I suppose it is Ian Amos' time to be a-movin'. But, Squire, you are a Britisher, why the plague don't you get into the house? You know more about colony matters than the whole B'island of them put together, quite as much about other things, and speak like a— Come, come, Mr. Slick, said I, rising and lighting my bedroom candle. It is now high time to bid you good night, for you are beginning to talk bunkum. Chapter 9. Throwing the Lavender. Mr. Slick's character, like that of many of his countrymen, is not so easily understood as a person might suppose. We are more often than we are aware of, when we judge of others by ourselves. English tourists have all fallen into this mistake, in their estimate of the Americans. They judge them by their own standard, they attribute effects to wrong causes, forgetting that a different tone of feeling, produced by a different social and political state from their own, must naturally produce dissimilar results. Any person reading the last sketch containing the account, given by Mr. Slick of the House of Commons, his opinion of his own abilities as a speaker, and his aspiration after a seat in that body, for the purpose of skinning, as he calls it, impertinent or stupid members, could not avoid coming to the conclusion that he was a conceited blockhead, and that if his countrymen talked in that absurd manner, they must be the weakest and most vainglorious people in the world. That he is a vain man cannot be denied, self-taught men are apt to be so everywhere, but those who understand the New England humor will at once perceive that he has spoken in his own name merely as a personification, and that the whole passage means, after all, when transposed into that phraseology which an Englishman would use, very little more than this: that the House of Commons presented a noble field for a man of abilities as a public speaker, but that, in fact, it contained very few such persons. We must not judge of words or phrases, when used by foreigners, by the sense we attribute to them, but endeavor to understand the meaning they attach to them themselves. In Mexico, if you admire anything, the proprietor immediately says, "Pray do me the honor to consider it yours. I shall be most happy, if you will permit me, to place it upon you, if it be an ornament, or to send it to your hotel, if it be of a different description." All this means in English, a present; in Mexican Spanish, a civil speech, purporting that the owner is gratified, that it meets the approbation of his visitor. A Frenchman, who heard this grandiloquent reply to his praises of a horse, astonished his friend, by thanking him in terms equally amplified, accepting it, and riding it home. Mr. Slick would be no less amazed, if understood literally. He has used a peculiar style. Here again, a stranger would be in error, in supposing the phraseology common to all Americans. It is peculiar only to a certain class of persons in a certain state of life, and in a particular section of the States. Of this class, Mr. Slick is a specimen. I do not mean to say he is not a vain man, but merely that a portion only of that, which appears so to us, is vanity, and that the rest, and by far the greater portion too, is local or provincial peculiarity. This explanation is due to the Americans, who have been grossly misrepresented, and to the English, who have been egregiously deceived by persons attempting to delineate character, who are utterly incapable of perceiving those minute lights and shades, without which a portrait becomes a contemptible daub, or at most a mere caricature. "A droll scene that at the house o' representatives last night," said Mr. Slick when we next met. warned it. A sort o' rookery, like that at the Shropshire Squire's, where I spent the juicy day. What a darned caw-caw-cawing they keep, don't they? These members are just like the rooks, too, fond of old houses, old woods, old trees, and old hearts. And they are just as proud, too, as they be. Cuss 'em, they won't visit a new man, or new plantation. They are too aristocratic for that. They have a circle of their own. Like the rooks, too, they are privileged to scour over the farmers' fields all round home, and play the very devil. And then a fellow can't hear himself speak for 'em. Divide, 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 question, 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 caw, 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 caw. Oh! We must go there again. I want you to see Peel, Stanley, Graham, Shiel, Russell, Macaulay, Old Joe, and so on. These men are all upper crust here. First of all, I want to hear your opinion of 'em. I take you to be a considerable of a good judge in these matters. No bunkum, Mr. Slick. That word bunkum. If you say that again, I won't say another syllable, so come now. Don't I know who you are? You know every mite, and morsel as well as I do, that you be a considerable of a judge of these critters, though you are nothin' but an outlandish colonist, and are an everlastin' sight better judge, too, if you come to that, than them that judge you. Cuss 'em, the state would be a nation sight better sarved, if one o' these old rooks was sent out to try trover for a goose, and larceny for an old hat, to Nova Scotia, and you was sent for to take the ribbons o' the state coach here. Hang me if it wouldn't. You know that, and feel your oats too, as well as anyone. So don't be so infernal mealy-mouthed, with your mock modesty face, a tinnin' up of the whites of your eyes as if you was a chokin', and savon no bunkum, Mr. Slick. Cuss that word bunkum. I am sorry I ever told you that our story. You will be for everlastingly a throwin' up of that to me now. Do you think if I warnted to soft saw to you, I'd take the whitewash brush to you, and slobber it on, as a nigger wench does to a board fence, or a kitchen wall to home, and put your eyes out with the lime? No, not I. But I could tickle you though, and have done it afore now, just for practice, and you warn't a bit the wiser. Lord, I'd take a camel's hair brush to you, knowin' how skittish and ticklesome you are, and do it so it would feel good. I'd make you feel kinder pleasant, I know, and you'd just bend your face over to it, and take it as kindly as a gull does a whisper, when your lips keep just a brushin' of the cheek while you are a-talkin'. I wouldn't go to shock you by a-doin' of it, course. You are too quick, and too knowin' for that. You should smell the odor o' roses, and sniff it up your nostrils, and say to yourself, how nice that is, ain't it? Come, I like that, how sweet it stinks. I wouldn't go for to dash scented water on your face, as a hired lady does on a winder to wash it. It would make you start back, take out your pocket handkercher, and say, Come, Mr. Slick, no nonsense, if you please. I'd do it delicate, I know my man. I'd use a light touch, a soft brush, and a smooth oily rouge. Pardon me, I said. You overrate your own powers, and overestimate my vanity. You are flattering yourself now. You can't flatter me, for I detest it. Creation, man, said Mr. Slick. I have done it now afore your face, these last 5 minutes, and you didn't know it. Well, if that don't bang the bush. It's tarnation all over that. Tellin' you, you was so knowin', so shy if touched on the flanks, how difficult you was to take in, bein' a sensible, knowin' man, what's that but soft sawder? You swallowed it all. You took it off without winkin', and opened your mouth as wide as a young blind robin does for another worm, and then down went the bunkum about making you a Secretary of State, which was rather a large bolus to swaller, without a draught. Down it went, like a greased wad through a smooth rifle bore, it did, upon my soul. Heavens! What a take-in! What a splendid sleight of hand! I never did nothin' better in all my born days. I hope I may be shot if I did. Ha! 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 Ain't it rich? Don't it cut 6 inches on the rib of clear shear, that? Oh! It's handsome, that's a fact. It's no use to talk about it, Mr. Slick, I replied. I plead guilty. You took me in then. You touched a weak point. You insensibly flattered my vanity, by assenting to my self-sufficiency, in supposing I was exempt from that universal frailty of human nature, you threw the lavender. Well, I did put the leek into you, Squire, that's a fact, said he. But let me alone, I know what I am about, let me talk on my own way. Swallow what you like, spit out what is too strong for you, but don't put a drag chain on to me, when I am a-doin' tall talkin', and set my wheels as fast as pine stumps. You know me, and I know you. You know my speed, and I know your bottom don't throw back in the breechin' for nothin' that way. Well, as I was a-sayin', I want you to see these great men, as they call 'em. Let's weigh 'em, and measure 'em, and handle 'em, and then price 'em, and see what their market value is. Don't consider 'em as Tories, or Whigs, or Radicals, we han't got nothin' to do with none o' them, but consider 'em as statesmen. It's pot luck with 'em all. Take your fork as the pot biles up, jab it in, and fetch a feller up, see whether he is beef, pork, or mutton, partridge, rabbit, or lobster, what his name, grain, and flavor is, and how you like him. Treat 'em indifferent, and treat 'em independent. I don't care a chaw o' tobaccy for the whole on 'em, and none on 'em care a pinch o' snuff for you or any Hortentort of a colonist that ever was or ever will be. Lord love you! If you was to write like Scott, and map the human mind like Bacon, would it advance you a bit in prefarment? Not it. They have done enough for the colonists, they have turned 'em upside down, and given 'em responsible government. What more do the rascals want? Do they ask to be made equal to us? No, look at their social system, and their political system, and tell 'em your opinion like a man. You have heard enough of their opinions of colonies, and suffered enough from their erroneous ones too. You have had Durham reports, and commissioners' reports, and Parliament reports till your stomach refuses any more on 'em. And what are they? A bundle of mistakes and misconceptions, from beginning to end. They have travelled by stumblin', and have measured everything by the length of their knee, as they fell on the ground, as a milliner measures lace, by the bending down of the forefinger. Cuss 'em. Turn the tables on 'em. Report on them, measure them, but take care to keep your feet though, don't be caught trippin', don't make no mistakes. Then we'll go to the Lord's house. I don't mean to meet in house, though we must go there too, and hear me kneel in Chalmers, and them sort o' cattle. But I mean the house where the nobles meet, pick out the big bugs, and see what sort o' stuff they are made of. Let's take Minister with us, he is a great judge of these things. I should like you to hear his opinion. He knows everything a'most, though the ways of the world bother him a little sometimes. But for valuing a man, or stating principles, or talking politics, there ain't no man equal to him, hardly. He is a book, that's a fact. It's all there what you want. All you've got to do is to cut the leaves. Name the word in the index, he'll turn to the page, and give you day, date, and fact for it. There is no mistaking him. That cussed provoking visit of yours to Scotland will shove them things into the next book, I'm afeard. But it don't signify nothin', you can't cram all into one, and we han't only broke the crust yet, and p'raps it's as well to look afore you leap too, or you might make as big a fool of yourself, as some of the Britishers have a writin' about us and the provinces. Oh yes, it's a great advantage havin' Minister with you. He'll fell the big stiff trees for you, and I'm the boy for the saplings. I've got the eye and the stroke for them. They spring so confoundedly under the axe, does second growth and underwood, it's dangerous work, but I've got the sleight o' hand for that, and we'll make a clean field of it. Then come and survey, take your compass and chain to the ground and measure, and lay that off, branch and bark the spars for snaking off the ground, cord up the firewood, tie up the hoop poles, and then burn off the trash and rubbish. Do it workmanlike. Take your time to it as if you was workin' by the day. Don't hurry, like job work, don't slobber it over, and leave half-burnt trees and logs strewed about the surface, but make smack smooth work. Do that, Squire, do it well, and that is, only half as good as you can, if you choose, and then, said I make no doubt you will have great pleasure in throwing the lavender again. Chapter 10, Aiming High. What do you intend to do, Squire, with your two youngest boys? Said Mr. Slick to me today, as we were walking in the park. I design them, I said, for professions. One I shall educate for a lawyer, and the other for a clergyman. Where? In Nova Scotia. Exactly, says he. It shows your sense, it's the very place for 'em. It's a fine field for a young man. I don't know no better one nowhere in the whole universal world. When I was a boy larning to shoot, says father to me, one day, Sam, says he, I'll give you a lesson in gunnin' that's worth knowin'. Aim high. My boy, your gun naturally settles down a little talking sight, 'cause your arm gets tired, and wobbles, and the ball settles a little while it's a-travelin', according to a law of nature called Franklin's Law, and I obsarve you always hit below the mark. Now, make allowances for these things in gunnin', and aim high. For your life, always. And Sam, says he, I've seed a great deal of the world, all military men do. I was to Bunker's Hill durin' the engagement, and I saw Washington the day he was made president, and in course must know more nor most men of my age, and I'll give you another bit of advice. Aim high. In life, and if you don't hit the bull's eye, you'll hit the fuss circles. And that ain't a bad shot nuther. Father, says I guess I've seed more of the world than you have, arter all. How so, Sam, says he. Why, says I, father, you've only been to Bunker's Hill, and that's nothin'. No part of it ain't too steep to plow. It's only a sizable hillock, arter all. But I've been to the notch on the White Mountain, so high up, that the snow don't melt there, and seed 5 states all to once, and halfway over to England, and then I've seed Jim Crow dance. So there now, he just up with the flat of his hand, and gave me a wipe with it on the side of my face, that knocked me over, and as I fell, he lent me a kick on my mustn't mention it, that sent me a rod or so afore I took ground on all fours. Take that, you young scoundrel, said he, and larn to speak respectful next time to an old man, a military man, and your father too. It hurt me properly, you may depend. Why, says I, as I picked myself up, didn't you tell me to aim high, father? So I thought I'd do it, and beat your brag, that's all. Truth is, squire, I never could let a joke pass all my life, without having a lark with it. I was fond of one, ever since I was knee-high to a goose, or could recollect anything amos. I have got into a horrid sight of scrapes by 'em, that's a fact. I never forgot that lesson though, it was kicked into me, and lessons that are larned on the right end, ain't never forgot a'most. I have aimed high, ever since, and see where I be now. Here I am an attaché, made out of a wooden clock peddler. Tell you what I shall be, ambassador, yet made out of nothing but an attaché. And I'll be president of our great republic, an almighty nation in the end, made out of an ambassador, see if I don't. That comes of. I mean high. What do you call that water near your coach house? A pond. Is there any brook runnin' in, or any stream runnin' out? No. Well, that's the difference between a lake and a pond. Now, set that down for a traveler's fact. Now, where do you go to fish? To the lakes, of course. There are no fish in the ponds. Exactly, said Mr. Slick. That is what I want to bring you to. There is no fish in a pond, there is nothing but frogs. Nova Scotia is only a pond, and so is New Brunswick, and such outlandish, out-o'-the-way, little cramped-up, stagnant places. There is no big fish there, nor never can be. There ain't no food for 'em. A colony frog! Heavens and earth, what an odd fish that is! A colony pollywog! Do, for gracious sake, catch one, put him into a glass bottle full of spirits, and send him to the museum as a curiosity in nature. So you are a-goin' to make your 2 nice pretty little smart boys a pair of colony frogs, eh? Oh! Do, by all means. You'll have great comfort in 'em, squire. Monstrous comfort. It will do your old heart good to go down to the edge of the pond on the 1st of May, or thereabouts, according to the season, just at sundown, and hear 'em sing. You'll see the little fellers swell out their cheeks, and roar away like young sucking thunders. For the frogs beat all natur there for noise, they have no notion of it here at all. I've seed Englishmen that couldn't sleep all night, for the everlastin' noise these critters made. Their frogs have something else to do here besides singin'. Ain't it a splendid prospect that, havin' these young frogs settled all round you in the same mud-hole, all gathered in a nice little musical family party? All fine fun this, till some fine day we Yankee storks will come down and gobble them all up, and make clear work of it. No, squire, take my advice now for once. Just go to your colony minister when he is alone. Don't sit down, but stand up as if you was in earnest, and didn't come to gossip, and tell him, turn these ponds into a lake, sayest you, my lord minister, give them an inlet and an outlet. Let them be kept pure, and sweet, and wholesome, by a stream, running through. Fish will live there then if you put them in, and they will breed there, and keep up the stock. At present they die, it ain't big enough, there ain't room. If he says he handy time to hear you, and asks you to put it into writin', do you just walk over to his table, take up his lignum vitae ruler into your fist, put your back to the door, and say by the tarnal empire, you shall hear me, you don't go out of this, till I give you the but end of my mind, I can tell you. I am an old bullfrog now, the Nova Scotia pond is big enough for me, I'll get drowned if I get into a bigger one, for I han't got no fins, nothin' but legs and arms to swim with, and deep water wouldn't suit me, I ain't fit for it, and I must live and die there, that's my fate as sure as rates. If he gets tired, and goes to get up or to move, do you shake the big ruler at him, as fierce as a painter, and say, don't you stir for your life. I don't want to lay nothin' on your head, I only want to put somethin' in it. I am a father and have got youngsters. I am a native, and have got countrymen. Enlarge our sphere, give us a chance in the world. Let me out, he'll say, this minute, sir, or I'll put you in charge of a policeman. Let you out is it, sayest you? Oh, you feel bein' pent up, do you? I am glad of it. The tables are turned now, that's what we complain of. You've stood at the door, and kept us in, now I'll keep you in a while. I want to talk to you, that's more than you ever did to us. How do you like bein' shut in? Does it feel good? Does it make your dander rise? Let me out, he'll say again, this moment, sir, how dare you? Oh! You are in a hurry, are you, sayest you? You've kept me in all my life, don't be uneasy if I keep you in 5 minutes. Well, what do you want then, he'll say, kinder peevish, what do you want? I don't want nothin' for myself, sayest you. I've got all I can get in that pond, and I got that from the Whigs, fellers I've been obusin all my life, and I'm glad to make amends by acknowledging this good turn they did me, for I am a Tory, and no mistake. I don't want nothin', but I want to be an Englishman. I don't want to be an English subject, do you understand that now? If you don't, this is the meaning, that there is no fun in being a fag, if you are never to have a fag yourself. Give us all fair play. Don't move now, sayest you, for I'm gettin' warm, I'm gettin' spotty on the back, my bristles is up, and I might hurt you with this ruler, it's a tender pint this, for I've rubbed the skin off of a sore place. But I'll tell you a gospel truth, and mind what I tell you, for nobody else has sense enough, and if they had, they han't courage enough. If you don't make Englishmen of us, the force of circumstances will make Yankees of us, as sure as you are born. He'll stare at that. He is a clever man, and ain't wanting in gumption. He is no fool, that's a fact. Is it no compliment to you and your institutions this, sayest you? Don't it make you feel proud that even independence won't tempt us to dissolve the connection? Ain't it a noble proof of your good qualities that, instead of agitatin' for repeal of the Union, we want a closer union? But have we no pride too? We would be unworthy of the name of Englishmen, if we hadn't it, and we won't stand beggin' for ever, I tell you. Here's our hands, give us yourn, let's be all Englishmen together. Give us a chance, and if us, young English boys, don't astonish you old English, my name ain't Tom Poker, that's all. Sit down, he'll say, Mr. Poker, there's a great deal in that, sit down, I am interested. The instant he says that, take your ruler, lay it down on the table, pick up your hat, make a scrape with your hind leg, and say, I regret I have detained you so long, sir. I am most peskily afraid my warmth has kinder betrayed me into rudeness. I really beg pardon, I do upon my soul. I feel I have smashed down all decency, I am horrid ashamed of myself. Well, he won't say you han't rode the high hoss, and done the unhandsome thing, because it wouldn't be true if he did, but he'll say, pray be seated. I can make allowances, sir, even for intemperate zeal. And this is a very important subject, very indeed. There is a monstrous deal in what you say, though you have, I must say, rather a peculiar, an unusual, way of putting it. Don't you stay another minute though, nor say another word, for your life. But beg pardon, holding your breath, that your face may look red, as if you was blushin', and back out, starn fust. Whenever you make an impression on a man, stop. Your reasonin' and details may ruin you. Like a feller who says a good thing, he'd better shove off, and leave every one larfin' at his wit, than stop and tire them out, till they say what a great screw auger that is. Well, if you find he opens the colonies, and patronizes the smart folks, leave your sons there if you like, and let 'em work up, and work out of it, if they are fit, and time and opportunity offers. But one thing is sartain, the very opening of the door will open their minds, as a matter of course. If he don't do it, and I can tell you beforehand he won't, for they actually han't got time here, to think of these things, send your boys here into the great world. Sayest you to the young lawyer Bob, sayest you, aim high. If you don't get to be Lord Chancellor, I shall never die in peace. I've set my heart on it. It's within your reach, if you are good for anything. Let me see the Great Seal, let me handle it before I die, do, that's a dear. If not, go back to your colony pond, and sing with your provincial frogs, and I hope to heaven the fust long-legged bittern that comes there will make a supper of you. Then sayest you to the young Parson Arthur, sayest you natur jist made you for a clergyman. Now do you jist make yourself Archbishop of Canterbury. My deathbed scene will be an awful one, if I don't see you the primate, for my affections, my hopes, my heart is fixed on it. I shall be willin' to die then, I shall depart in peace, and leave this world happy. And Arthur, sayest you, they talk and brag here till one is sick of the sound amost about Addison's deathbed. Good people refer to it as an example, authors as a theatrical scene, and hypocrites as a grand illustration for them to turn up the whites of their cold canton eyes at. Lord love you, my son, sayest you, let them brag of it, but what would it be to mine, you congratulating me on going to a better world, and me congratulating you on being Archbishop. Then, sayest you, in a starn voice like a boatswain's trumpet, for if you want things to be remembered, give 'em effect. Aim high. Sir, sayest you. Then, like my old father, fetch him a kick on his western eend, that will lift him clean over the table, and say that's the way to rise in the world, you young sucking parson you. Aim high. Sir? Neither of them will ever forget it as long as they live. The hit does that, for a kick is a very striking thing, that's a fact. There has been no good scholar since birch rods went out o' school, and sentiment went in. But you know, I said, Mr. Slick, that those high prizes in the lottery of life can, in the nature of things, be drawn but by few people, and how many blanks are there to one prize in this world? Well, what's to prevent your boys getting those prizes, if colonists was made Christians of, instead of outlawed, exiled, transported, uncircumcised heathen Injian niggers as they be? If people don't put into a lottery, how the devil can they get prizes? Will you tell me that? Look at the critters here, look at the publicans, tailors, barbers, and porters' sons, how the V rose here, in this big lake, to be chancellors and archbishops. How did they get them? They aimed high, and besides all that, like father's story of the gun, by aiming high, though they may miss the mark, they will be sure to hit the upper circles. Oh, squire, there is nothing like aiming high in this world. I quite agree with you, Sam, said Mr. Hopewell. I never heard you speak so sensibly before. Nothing can be better for young men than aiming high. Though they may not attain to the highest honors, they may, as you say, reach to a most respectable station. But surely, squire, you will never so far forget the respect that is due to so high an officer as a Secretary of State, or, indeed, so far forget yourself as to adopt a course, which from its eccentricity, violence, and impropriety, must leave the impression that your intellects are disordered. Surely you will never be tempted to make the experiment? I should think not, indeed, I said. I have no desire to become an inmate of a lunatic asylum. Good, said he. I am satisfied. I quite agree with Sam, though. Indeed, I go further. I do not think he has advised you to recommend your boys to aim high enough. Creation, said Mr. Slick. How much higher do you want provincial frogs to go, than to be chancellor and primate? I'll tell you, Sam, I'd advise them to aim higher than earthly honors. I would advise them to do their duty, in any station of life in which it shall please Providence to place them, and instead of striving after unattainable objects here, to be unceasing in their endeavors to obtain that which, on certain conditions, is promised to all hereafter. In their worldly pursuits, as men, it is right for them to aim high, but as Christians, it is also their duty to aim higher. Chapter 11. A Soiree. Mr. Slick visited me late last night, dressed as if he had been at a party, but very cross, and, as usual when in that frame of mind, he vented his ill humor on the English. "Where have you been tonight, Mr. Slick?" "Just where the English hosses will be," he replied. "When old Clay comes here to this country, nowhere. I have been on a staircase, that's where I have been, and a pretty place to see company in, ain't it? I have been jammed to death in an entry, and what's worse than all, I have given one Gaul a black eye with my elbow, tore another one's frock off with my buttons, and near about cut a third one's leg in two with my hat. Pretty well for one night's work, ain't it? And for me too, that's so fond of the dear little critters, I wouldn't hurt a hair of their head, if I could help it, to save my soul alive. What a spot o' work! What the plague do people mean here by asking a mob to their house, and inviting twice as many as can get into it? If they think it's complimental, they are infernally mistaken, that's all. It's an insult and nothing else, making a fool of a body that way. Heavens and earth! I am wringing wet. I'm ready to faint. Where's the key of your cellaret? I want some brandy and water. I'm dead, bury me quick, for I won't be nice directly. Oh dear! How that lean Gaul hurt me! How horrid sharp her bones are! I wish to goodness you'd go to a soiree oncet, squire, just oncet, a grand let-off, one that's upper crust and rail jam. It's worth seeing oncet just as a show, I tell you, for you have no more notion of it than a child. All Halifax, if it was swept up clean and shook out into a room, wouldn't make one soiree. I have been to 3 tonight, and all on 'em was mobs, regular mobs. The English are horrid fond of mobs, and I wonder at it too, for of all the cowardly, miserable, scary mobs that ever was seen in this blessed world, the English is the worst. 2 dragoons will clear a whole street as quick as wink, any time. The instant they see 'em, they just run like a flock of sheep afore a couple of bulldogs, and slope off properly skeered. Lawful heart, I wish they'd send for a dragoon, all booted, and spurred, and mounted, and let him gallop into a soiree and charge the mob there. He'd clear 'em out, I know, double quick. He'd chase 1/4 of 'em downstairs head over heels, and another 1/4 would jump out o' the winders, and break their confounded necks to save their lives, and then the half that's left, would he just about half too many for comfort. My first party tonight was a conversation one. That is for them that could talk. As for me, I couldn't talk a bit, and all I could think was, how infernal hot it is. I wish I could get in, or, oh dear, if I could only get out. It was a scientific party, a mob o' men. Well, everybody expected somebody would be squashed to death, and so ladies went, for they always go to executions. They've got a kinder natural taste for the horrors, have women. They like to see people hanged or trod to death, when they can get a chance. It was a conversation, warn't it? That's all. I couldn't understand a word I heard. Trap shale greywucky, a petrified snail, the most important discovery of modern times. Bank governor's machine weighs sovereigns, light ones go to the right, and heavy ones to the left. Stop, says I, if you mean the sovereign people here, there are none on 'em light. Right and left is both monstrous heavy, all overweight, every one on 'em. I'm squeezed to death. Very good, Mr. Slick. Let me introduce you to, they are whipped off in the current, and I don't see 'em again no more. A beautiful shoe of flowers, madam, at the garden, they are all in full blow now. The rhododendron had a tooth pulled when she was asleep. Please to let me pass, sir. With all my heart, miss, if I could, but I can't move. If I could, I would down on the carpet, and you should walk over me. Take care of your feet, miss, I am off of mine. Lord bless me! What's this? Why, as I am a livin' sinner, it's half her frock hitched on to my coat button. Now I know what that scream meant. How do you do, Mr. Slick? When did you come? Why I came, he is turned round, and shoved out herein. Xanthian marbles at the British Museum are quite wonderful. Got into his throat, the doctor turned him upside down, stood him on his head, and out it came. His own tunnel was too small. Oh, sir, you are cuttin' me. Me, miss. Where had I the pleasure of seeing you before? I never cut a lady in my life. Couldn't he do so rude a thing? Haven't the honor to recollect you. Oh, sir, take it away, it cuts me. Poor thing, she is distracted, I don't wonder. She's drove crazy, though I think she must have been mad to come here at all. Your hat, sir. Oh, that cussed French hat, is it? Well, the rim is as stiff and as sharp as a cleaver, that's a fact. I don't wonder it cut you. Eddie's picture, capital painting, fell out of the barge and was drowned. Having been beat on the shillin' duty, they will attach him on the fourpence, and thimble rig him out of that. They say Sugden is in town, hung in a bad light, at the Temple Church. Who is that? Lady Phoebus, paired off for the session, Brodie operated. Lady Frances, got the Life Guards, there will be a division tonight. That's Sam Slick, I'll introduce you, made a capital speech in the House of Lords, in answer to Brougham, Lobelia, voted for the bill. The Duchess is very fond of Irish arms. Oh. Now I'm in the entry. How tired I am. It feels shockin' cold here, too, arter comin' out o' that hot room. Guess I'll go to the grand musical party. Come, this will do. This is Christian-like, there is room here. But the singin' is in next room, I will go and hear them. Oh. Here they are agin, it's a proper mob this. Cuss, these English, they can't live out of mobs. Prince Albert is there in that room. I must go and see him. He is popular. He is a renderin' of himself very agreeable to the English, is Prince. He mixes with them as much as he can, and shews his sense in that. Church steeples are very pretty things. That one to Antwerp is splendoriferous. It's everlastin' high. It most breaks your neck layin' back your head to look at it. Bend backward like a hoop, and stare at it once with all your eyes, and you can't look up agin, you are satisfied. It ta'n't no use for a prince to carry a head so high as that. Albert knows this. He don't want to be called the highest steeple, 'cause all the world knows he is about the top loftiest. But he wants to descend to the world we live in. With a queen all men love, and a prince all men like, royalty has a root in the heart here. Pity, too, for the English don't desarve to have a queen, and such a queen as they have got too, hang me if they do. They ain't men, they han't the feelin's or pride o' men in 'em. They ain't what they used to be, the nasty, dirty, mean-spirited, sneakin' skunks, for if they had a heart as big as a pea, and that ain't any great size, nuther, cuss 'em, when any feller pined a finger at her to hurt her, or even frighten her, they'd string him right up on the spot, to the lamp-post. Lynch him like a dog that steals sheep right off the reel, and save mad doctors, scary judges, and Chartist papers all the trouble of find-in excuses. And if that didn't do, Chinese-like, they'd take the whole crowd present and sever them out. They'd be sure to catch the right one then. I wouldn't shed blood, because that's horrid. It shocks all Christian people, philosophers and legislators, sentimental ladies, and spoony gentlemen. It's horrid barbarous that is shed in blood. I wouldn't do that, I'd just hang him. A strong cord tied tight round his neck would keep that precious mixture, traitor's blood, all in as close as if his mouth was corked, wired, and white-leaded, like a champagne bottle. Oh dear! These are the fellers that come out a-travelin' among us, and sayin' the difference between you and us is the absence of loyalty. I've heard tell a great deal of that loyalty, but I've seen precious little of it, since I've been here, that's a fact. I've always told you these folks ain't what they used to be, and I see more and more on 'em every day. Yes, the English are like their hosses, they are so fine bred, there is nothin' left of 'em now but the hide, hair, and shoes. So Prince Albert is there in that room. I must get in there and see him, for I have never sot eyes on him since I've been here, so here goes. Onder, below there, look out for your corns, haul your feet in, like turtles, for I am a-comin'. Take care o' your ribs, my old coons, for my elbows are crooked. Who wants to grow? I'll squeeze you out as a rollin' pin does dough, and make you 10 inches taller. I'll make good figures of you, my fat boys and galls, I know. Look out for scaldins there. Here I am, it's me, Sam Slick, make way, or I'll walk right over you, and crunch you like lobsters. Cheap talkin', or rather thinkin', says I, for in course I couldn't bawl that out in company here. They don't understand fun, and would think it rude, and ungenteel. I have to be shockin' cautious what I say here, for fear I might lower our great nation in the eyes of foreigners. I have to look big and talk big the whole blessed time, and I am tired of it. It ain't natural to me, and besides brag gin and repudiatin' at the same time, is most as bad as cantin' and swearin'. It kinder chokes me. I thought it all though, and said it all to myself. And says I, take your time, Sam, you can't do it, nohow you can fix it. You must wait your time, like other folks. Your legs is tied, and your arms is tied down by the crowd, and you can't move an inch beyond your nose. The only way is, watch your chance, wait till you can get your hands up, then turn the first two persons that's next to you right round, and slip between them like a turnstile in the park, and work your passage that way. Which is the prince? That's him with the hair carefully divided, him with the mustaches. I've seed him, a plaguey handsome man he is, too. Let me out now. I'm stifled, I'm choked. My jaws stick together, I can't open 'em no more, and my wind won't hold out another minute. I have it now, I've got an idea. See if I don't put the leak into 'em. Won't I do them, that's all? Clear the way there, the prince is a-comin', and so is the duke. And a way is opened, waves o' the sea roll hack at these words, and I walks right out, as large as life, and the fust Egyptian that follers is drowned, for the water has closed over him. Serves him right, too, what business had he to grasp my life-preserver without leave? I have enough to do to get along by my own wit, without carry in double. Where is the prince? Didn't they say he was a-comin'? Who was that went out? He don't look like the prince, he ain't half so handsome, that feller, he looks like a Yankee. Why, that was Sam Slick. Capital, that! What a droll feller he is always so ready. He deserves credit for that trick, guess I do, but let old Connecticut alone, us Slickville boys always find a way to dodge in or out embargo or no embargo, blockade or no blockade, we larned that last war. Here I am in the street agin, the air feels handsome. I have another invitation tonight, shall I go? Guess I will. All the world is at these two last places, I reckon there will be breathin' room at the next, and I want an ice cream to cool my coppers, shockin' bad dot, creation. It is wuss than ever, this party beats t'other ones all holler. They ain't no touch to it. I'll just go and make a scrape to old uncle and auntie, and then cut stick, for I handy strength to swiggle my way through another mob. You had better get in fust though, hadn't you, Sam? For here you are agin racked, by gosh, drove right slap ashore atween them two fat women, and fairly wedged in and bilged. You can't get through, and can't get out, if you was to die for it. Can I though? I'll try, for I never give in, till I can help it. So here's at it. Heave off, put all steam on, and back out, starn fust, and then swing round into the stream. That's the ticket, Sam, it's done. But my elbow has took that lady that's 2 steps further down on the stairs, just in the eye, and knocked in her dead light. How she cries! How I apologize, don't I? And the more I beg pardon, the worse she carries on. But it's no go. If I stay, I must fuss fight somebody, and then marry her, for I've spiled her beauty, and that's the rule here, they tell me. So I sets stewed end sail booms, and cracks on all sail, and steers for home, and here I am once more, at least what's left of me, and that ain't much more nor my shader. Oh dear! I'm tired, shockin' tired, almost dead, and awful thirsty. For heaven's sake, give me some lignum vitae, for I am so dry, I'll blow away in dust. This is a soiree, squire, this is London society, this is rational enjoyment, this is a meeting of friends, who are so infernal friendly they are jammed together so they can't leave each other. Inseparable friends, you must choke 'em off, or you can't part 'em. Well, I ain't just so thick and intimate with none o' them in this country as all that comes to nother. I won't lay down my life for none on 'em. I don't see no occasion for it, do you? I'll dine with you, John Bull, if you ax me, and I ain't nothin' above particular to do, and the cab hire don't cost more nor the price of a dinner, but hang me if ever I go to a soiree again. I've had enough of that, to last me my life, I know. A dinner I han't no objection to, though that ain't quite so bright as a pewter but another, when you don't know your right and left hand man. And an evening party, I wouldn't take my oath I wouldn't go to, though I don't know hardly what to talk about, except America, and I've bragged so much about that, I'm tired of the subject. But a soiree is the devil, that's a fact. Chapter 12. Tattersall's or the Elder and the Grave Digger. Squire, said Mr. Slick, it ain't rainin' today, suppose you come along with me to Tattersall's. I have been studyin' that place a considerable sum to see whether it is a safe shop to trade in or no, but I'm dubersome. I don't like the cut of the sport in folks here. If I can see both ends of the rope, and only one man has hold of one end, and me of the t'other, why I know what I am about, but if I can only see my own end, I don't know who I am a pullin' agin. I intend to take a rise out o' some o' the knowin' ones here, that will make 'em scratch their heads and stare, I know. But here we are. Cut round this corner, into this lane. Here it is, this is it to the right. We entered a sort of coachyard, which was filled with a motley and mixed crowd of people. I was greatly disappointed in Tattersall's. Indeed, few things in London have answered my expectations. They have either exceeded or fallen short of the description I had heard of them. I was prepared, both from what I was told by Mr. Slick, and heard, from others, to find that there were but very few gentlemanlike-looking men there, and that by far the greater number neither were, nor affected to be, anything but. Knowing once, I was led to believe that there would be a plentiful use of the terms of art, a variety of provincial accent, and that the conversation of the jockeys and grooms would be liberally garnished with appropriate slang. The gentry portion of the throng, with some few exceptions, it was said, wore a dissipated look, and had that peculiar appearance of incipient disease that indicates a life of late hours, of excitement, and bodily exhaustion. Lower down in the scale of life, I was informed, intemperance had left its indelible marks. And that still further down were to be found the worthless lees of this foul and polluted stream of sporting gentlemen, spendthrifts, gamblers, bankrupts, sots, sharpers, and jockeys. This was by no means the case. It was just what a man might have expected to have found a great sporting exchange and auction mart, of horses and carriages, to have been, in a great city like London, had he been merely told that such was the object of the place, and then left to imagine the scene. It was, as I have before said, a mixed and motley crowd, and must necessarily be so, where agents attend to bid for their principals, where servants are in waiting upon their masters, and above all, where the ingress is open to every one. It is, however, unquestionably the resort of gentlemen. In a great and rich country like this, there must, unavoidably, be a Tattersall's, and the wonder is, not that it is not better, but that it is not infinitely worse. Like all striking pictures, it had strong lights and shades. Those who have suffered are apt to retaliate, and a man who has been duped too often thinks he has a right to make reprisals. Tattersall's, therefore, is not without its privateers. Many persons of rank and character patronize sporting, from a patriotic but mistaken notion that it is to the turf alone the excellence of the English horse is attributable. One person of this description, whom I saw there for a short time, I had the pleasure of knowing before, and from him I learned many interesting anecdotes of individuals whom he pointed out as having been once well known about town, but whose attachment to gambling had effected their ruin. Personal stories of this kind are, however, not within the scope of this work. As soon as we entered, Mr. Slick called my attention to the carriages which were exhibited for sale, to their elegant shape and beautiful fixins, as he termed it, but ridiculed, in no measured terms, their enormous weight. It is no wonder, said he, they have to get fresh hosses here every 10 miles, and travelin' costs so much, when the carriage alone is enough to kill beasts. What would old Bull say, if I was to tell him of one pair of hosses carryin' 3 or 4 people, 40 or 50 miles a day in and day out, hand runnin' for a fortnight? Why, he'd either be too civil to tell me it was a lie, or bein' afeard I'd jump down his throat if he did, he'd sing dumb, and let me see by his looks he thought so, though. I intend to take the con's aid out of these chaps, and that's a fact. If I don't put the leak into 'em afore I've done with them, my name ain't Sam Slick, that's a fact. I'm studying the ins and the outs of this place, so as to know what I am about, afore I take hold, for I feel kinder skittish about my men. Gentlemen are the lowest, lionest, bullionest blackguards there is, when they choose to be, specially if they have rank as well as money. A thoroughbred cheat, of good blood, is a clipper, that's a fact. They ain't right up and down, like a cow's tail, in their dealin's, and they've got accomplices, fellers that will lie for 'em like anything, for the honor of their company, and bettin', under such circumstances, ain't safe. But I'll tell you what is, if you have got a hoss that can do it, and no mistake, back him, hoss agin hoss, or what's safer still, hoss agin time, and you can't be tricked. Now I'll send for old Clay, to come in Cunard's steamer, and cuss 'em they ought to bring over the old hoss and his fixins free, for it was me first started that line. The way old Mr. Glenelg stared, when I told him it was 36 miles shorter to go from Bristol to New York by the way of Halifax, than to go direct warn't slow. It stopped steam for that hitch, that's a fact, for he thought I was mad. He sent it down to the Admiralty to get it ciphered right, and it took them old seagulls, the admirals, a month to find it out. And when they did, what did they say? Why, cuss 'em, says they, any fool knows that. Says I, if that's the case you are just the boys then that ought to have found it out right off at oncet. Yes, old Clay ought to go free, but he won't, and guess I am able to pay freight for him, and no thanks to nobody. Now I'll tell you what, English trottin' is about a mile in 2 minutes and 47 seconds, and that don't happen oftener than oncet in 50 years, if it was ever done at all, for the English brag so there is no telling right. Old Clay can do his mile in 2 minutes and 38 seconds. He has done that, and I guess he could do more. I have got a car that is as light as whalebone, and I'll bet to do it with wheels and drive myself. I'll go in up to the handle on old Clay. I have $100,000 of hard cash made in the colonies. I'll go half of it on the old hoss, hang me if I don't, and I'll make him as well knowed to England as he is to Nova Scotia. I'll allow him to be beat at fust, so as to lead him on, and Clay is as cunning as a coon too, if he don't get the word G-lang, go along, and the Injians scalp and yell with it, he knows I ain't in earnest, and he'll allow me to beat him and bully him like nothin'. He'll pretend to do his best, and sputter away like a hen scratching gravel, but he won't go one mossel faster, for he knows I never lick a free hoss. Won't it be beautiful? How they'll all larf and crow, when they see me a-thrashin' away at the hoss, and then him goin' slower, the faster I thrash, and me a-threatenin' to shoot the brute, and a-talkin' at the tip end of my tongue like a ravined distracted bedbug, and off-errand to back him agin, if they dare, and plankin' down the pewter all round, talking every one up that will go the figure, till I raise the bets to the tune of $50,000. When I get that far, they may stop their larfin' till next time, I guess. That's the turn of the fever, that's the crisis. That's my time to larf then. I'll mount the car then, take the bits of list up, put 'em into right shape, talk a little Connecticut Yankee to the old hoss, to set his Ebenezer up, and make him rise inwardly, and then give the yell, which he uttered in his excitement in earnest, and a most diabolical one it was. It pierced me through and through, and curdled my very blood. It was the death shout of a savage. "G-lang, you skunk, and turn out your toes pretty," said he, and he again repeated this long protracted, shrill, infernal yell, a second time. Every eye was instantly turned upon us. Even Tattersall suspended his. He is 5 years old, a good hack, and is to be sold, to give time for the general exclamation of surprise. Who the devil is that? Is he mad? Where did he come from? Does anybody know him? He is a devilish keen-looking fellow that, what an eye he has! He looks like a Yankee, that fellow. He's been here, your honor, several days, examines everything and says nothing, looks like a knowing one, your honor. He handles a hoss as if he'd seen one afore today, sir. Who is that gentleman with him? Don't know, your honor, never saw him before. He looks like a furriner, too. Come, Mr. Slick, said I. We are attracting too much attention here, let us go. Cuss 'em, said he. I'll attract more attention afore I've done yet, when old Clay comes, and then I'll tell 'em who I am, Sam Slick, from Slickville, Onion County, State of Connecticut, United States of America. But I do suppose we had as good make tracks, for I don't want folks to know me yet. I'm plaguey sorry I let put that countersign of old clay too, but they won't understand it. Critters like the English, that know everything, have generally weak eyes from studyin' so hard. Did you take notice of that critter I was a handlin' of, Squire? That one that's all drawed up in the middle like a devil's darned needle, her hair a standin' upon end as if she was amazed at herself, and a look out of her eye, as if she thort the dogs would find the steak kinder tough when they got her for dinner. Well, that's a great mare that are, and there ain't nothin' under the sun the matter of her, except the groom has stole her oats, forgot to give her water, and let her make a supper sometimes off of her nasty, moldy, filthy beddin'. I handy seed a hoss here equal to her a'most, short back, beautiful rake to the shoulder, great depth of chest, elegant quarter, great stifle, amazin' strong arm, monstrous nice nostrils, eyes like a weasel, all outside, game ears, first chop bone and fine flat leg, with no gum on no part of it. She's a sneezer that, but she'll be knocked down for 20 or 30 pound, because she looks as if she was used up. I intended to ha' had that mare, for I'd a made her worth $1,200. It was a dreadful pity I let go that time, for I actually forgot where I was. I'll know better next hitch, for bought and wit is the best in a general way. Yes, I'm peskily sorry about that mare. Well, Swap and I've studied, but I doubt if it's as much the fashion here as with us. And besides, swappin' where you don't know the county and its tricks, for every county has its own tricks, different from others, is dangersome too. I've seen swaps where both sides got took in. Did ever I tell you the story of the elder and the gravedigger? Never, I replied, but here we are at our lodgings. Come in, and tell it to me. Well, said he, I must have a glass of mint julep fust, to wash down that air disappointment about the mare. It was a dreadful go that. I just lost $1,000 by it, as slick as grease. But it's an excellent thing is a trot and race, too. When you mount, hear the word start, and shout out G-lang, and give the password. Good heavens! What a yell he perpetrated again! I put both hands to my ears, to exclude the reverberations of it from the walls. Don't be skeered, Squire, don't be skeered. We are alone now, there is no mare to lose. Ain't it pretty? It makes me feel all dandery and on wires like. But the gravedigger? Said I. Well, says he, the year afore I knowed you, I was a-goin' in the fall, down to Clare, about 60 miles below Annapolis, to collect some debts due to me there from the French. And as I was a-joggin' on along the road, who should I overtake but Elder Stephen Grab, of Beech Meadows, mounted on a considerable of a clever-looking black mare. The elder was a pious man, at least he looked like one, and spoke like one too. His face was as long as the moral law, and perhaps an inch longer, and as smooth as a hone, and his voice was so soft and sweet, and his tongue moved so idly on its hinges, you'd 'a thought you might 'a trusted him with untold gold, if you didn't care whether you ever got it agin or no. He had a brand new hat on, with a brim that was none of the smallest, to keep the sun from making his inner man wink, and his go-to-meeting clothes on, and a pair of silver-mounted spurs, and a beautiful white cravat tied behind, so as to have no bows to it, and look meek. If there was a good man on earth, you'd 'a said it was him. And he seemed to feel it, and know it too, for there was a kind of look o' triumph about him, as if he had conquered the evil one, and was considerable well satisfied with himself. "H.R.U. sayest I, elder, today? Which way are you from?" "From the General Christian Assembly, sayest he, to Goose Creek. We had a most refreshin' time on't. There was a great outpourin' of the Spirit." "Well, that's awful," says I too. "The magistrates ought to see to that. It ain't right, when folks assemble that way to worship, to be a-sellin' of rum, and gin, and brandy, and spirits, is it?" "I don't mean that," says he, "although, perhaps, there was too much of that wicked traffic too. I mean the preachin'. It was very pure fool, there was. Many sinners saved. I guess there was plenty of room for it," says I. "Almost that neighborhood has much improved since I knowed it last." It's a sweet thing, says he. Have you ever made profession, Mr. Slick? Come, says I to myself, this is cutting it rather too fat. I must put a stop to this. This ain't a subject for conversation with such a cheatin', cantin', hypocritical skunk as this is. Yes, says I long ago. My profession is that of a clockmaker, and I make no pretension to nothing else. But come, let's water our hosses here and liquor ourselves. And we dismounted, and gave 'em a drop to wet their mouths. Now, says I, taking out of a pocket pistol that I generally travelled with, I think I'll take a drop of grog, and arter helpin' myself, I gives the silver cover of the flask a dip in the brook, for a clean rinse is better than a dirty wipe, any time, and says I, will you have a little of the outpourin' of the spirit? What do you say, elder? Thank you, says he, friend Slick. I never touch liquor, it's agin our rules. And he stooped down and filled it with water, and took a mouthful, and then making a face like a frog afore he goes to sing, and swellin' his cheeks out like a Scotch bagpiper, he spit it all out. Says he, that is so warm, it makes me sick, and as I ain't otherwise well, from the celestial exhaustion of a protracted meetin', I believe I will take a little drop, as medicine. Confound him! If he'd 'a said he'd only leave a little drop, it would have been more like the thing, for he e'en a'most emptied the whole into the cup, and drank it off clean, without winkin'. It's a very refreshin' time, says I, ain't it? But he didn't make no answer. Says I, that's a likely beast of yourn, elder, and I opened her mouth, and took a look at her, and no easy matter nother, I tell you, for she held on like a bear trap, with her jaws. She won't suit you, says he. With a smile, Mr. Slick. I guess not, says I. But she'll just suit the French, says he. It's lucky she don't speak French then, says I, or they'd soon find her tongue was too big for her mouth. That critter will never see 25, and I'm a-thinkin' she's 30-year-old, if she is a day. I was a-thinkin', said he, with a sly look out o' the corner of his eye, as if her age warn't no secret to him. I was a-thinkin' it's time to put her off, and she'll just suit the French. They handy much for hosses to do, in a general way, but to ride about, and you won't say nothin' about her age, will you? It might indemnify a sale. Not I, says I skin my own foxes, and let other folks skin their'n. I have enough to do to mind my own business, without interferin' with other people's. She'll just suit the French, says he. They don't know nothin' about hosses, or anything else. They are a simple people, and always will be, for their priests keep 'em in ignorance. It's an awful thing to see them kept in the outer porch of darkness that way, ain't it? I guess you'll put a new pane o' glass in their porch, says I, and help some o' them to see better, for whoever gets that mare will have his eyes opened sooner nor he bargains for, I know. Says he, she ain't a bad mare, and if she could eat bay, might do a good deal of work yet, and he gave a kinder chuckle laugh at his own joke, that sounded like the rattles in his throat. It was so dismal and deep, for he was one o' them kind of fellers that's too good to larf, was Steve. Well, the horn o' grog he took began to unloosen his tongue, and I got out of him that she come near dyin' the winter afore, her teeth was so bad, and that he had kept her all summer in a dag pasture up to her fetlocks and white clover, and gin her ground oats, and Injian meal, and nothin' to do all summer, and in the fore part of the fall, biled potatoes, and he'd got her as fat as a seal, and her skin as slick as an otter's. She fairly shined agin in the sun. She'll just suit the French, said he. They are a simple people and don't know nothin', and if they don't like the mare, they must blame their priests for not teachin' 'em better. I shall keep within the strict line of truth, as becomes a Christian man. I scorn to take a man in. Well, we chatted away arter this fashion, he a-opening of himself and me a-walkin' into him, and we jogged along till we came to Charles Tario's to Montagon, and there was the matter of 1,000 French people gathered there, a-chatterin', and login', and jawin', and quarrelin', and racin', and rasslin', and all a-givin' tongue, like a pack of village dogs, when an Injian comes to town. It was town meetin' day. Well, there was a critter there, called by nickname, Goodish Grievoy, a-mounted on a white pony, one o' the scariest little screamers you ever see since you was born. He was a-tryin' to get up a race, was Goodish, and banterin' every one that had a hoss to run with him. His face was a fort into a painter. His forehead was high and narrer, shewn only a long strip o' tawny skin, in a line with his nose, the rest being covered with hair, as black as ink, and as oily as a seal's mane. His brows was thick, bushy and overhangin', like young brushwood on a cliff, and underneath was two black peerin' little eyes, that kept a movin' about, keen, good-natured, and roguish, but sot far into his skull, and looked like the eyes of a fox peepin' out of his den, when he warn't to home to company hisself. His nose was high, sharp, and crooked, like the back of a reapin' hook, and gave a plaguey sight of character to his face, while his thinnish lips, that closed on a straight line, curlin' up at one eend, and down at the other, shewed, if his dander was raised, he could be a jumpin', tarrin', rampaginous devil if he chose. The pint of his chin projected and turned up gently, as if it expected, when Goodish lost his teeth, to rise in the world and rank next to the nose. When Good Natur sat on the box, and drove, it warn't a bad face. When Old Nick was coachman, I guess it would be as well to give Master Frenchman the road. He had a red cap on his head, his beard hadn't been cut since last sheep shearin', and he looked as hairy as a terrier. His shirt collar, which was of yaller flannel, fell on his shoulders loose, and a black handkerchief was tied round his neck, slack like a sailor's. He wore a round jacket, and loose trousers of homespun with no waistcoat, and his trousers was held up by a gallus of leather on one side, and of old cord on the other. Either Goodish had growed since his clothes was made, or his jacket and trousers warn't on speakin' tarms, for they didn't meet by 3 or 4 inches, and the shirt shewed atween them like a yaller militia sash round him. His feet was covered with moccasins of untanned moose hide, and one heel was sawed off with an old spur and looked sly and wicked. He was a sneezer that, and when he flourished his great long withe of a whip-stick, that looked like a fishin' rod, over his head, and yelled like all possessed, he was a caution, that's a fact. A knowin'-lookin' little hoss it was too, that he was mounted on. Its tail was cut close off to the stump, which squared up his rump, and made him look awful strong in the hind quarters. His mane was hogged, which fulled out the swell and crest of the neck, and his ears being cropped, the critter had a game look about him. There was a proper good understandin' between him and his rider. They looked as if they had growed together, and made one critter, half hoss, half man with a touch of the devil. Goodish was all up on een by what he drank, and dashed in and out of the crowd arter a fashion that was quite cautionary, callin' out, "Here comes the gravedigger. Don't be skeered, if any of you get killed, here is the hoss that will dig his grave for nothin'. Who'll run a lick of a quarter of a mile, for a pint of rum?" "Will you run?" said he, spunkin' up to the elder. "Come, let's run, and whoever wins shall go the treat." The elder smiled as sweet as sugar candy, but backed out. He was too old, he said, now to run. "Will you swap hosses, old broadcloth, then?" said the other, "because if you will, here's at you." Steve took a squint at Pony, to see whether that cat would jump or no, but the cropped ears, the stump of a tail, the rakish look of the horse, didn't just altogether convene to the taste or the sanctified habits of the preacher. The word no hung on his lips like a wormy apple, just ready to drop the fuss shake. But before it let go, the great strength, the spryness, and the uncommon obedience of Pony to the bit seemed to counterbalance the objections, while the sartan and untimely een that hung over his own mare, during the comin' winter, death by starvation, turned the scale. "Well," said he, slowly, "if we like each other's beasts, friend, and can agree as to the boot, I don't know as I wouldn't trade, for I don't care to raise colts, havin' plenty of hoss stock on hand, and perhaps you do." "How old is your hoss?" said the Frenchman. "I didn't raise it," says Steve. "Ned Wheelock, I believe, brought her to our parts." "How old do you take her to be?" "Per critter, she'd tell you herself, if she could," said he, "for she knows best, but she can't speak, and I didn't see her when she was full dead." "How old do you think?" "Age," says Steve, "depends on use, not on years. A hoss at 5, if ill-used, is old, a hoss at 8, if well-used, is young." "Sacré foutry," says Goodish, "why don't you speak out like a man? Lie or no lie, how old is she?" "Well, I don't like to say," says Steve. "I knows she is 8 for sartain, and it may be she's 9. If I was to say 8, and it turned out 9, you might be thinking hard of me. I didn't raise it. You can see what condition she is in. Old hosses ain't commonly so fat as that, at least I never see one that was. A long banter then growed out of the boot money. The elder asked £7.10. Goodish swore he wouldn't give that for him and his hoss together, that if they were both put up to auction that blessed minute, they wouldn't bring it. The elder hung on to it, as long as there was any chance of the boot, and then forth the ground like a man, only given an inch or so at a time, till he drawed up and made a dead stand on £1. Goodish seemed willing to come to terms too, but like a prudent man, resolved to take a look at the old mare's mouth, and make some kind of a guess at her age. But the critter knowed how to keep her own secrets, and it was ever so long afore he forced her jaws open, and when he did, he came plaguey near losing of a finger, for his curiosity, and as he hopped and danced about with pain, he let fly such a string of oaths, and sacred cussed the elder and his mare, in such an all-fired passion, that Steve put both his hands up to his ears, and said, "Oh, my dear friend, don't swear, it's very wicked. I'll take your pony, I'll ask no boot, if you will only promise not to swear. You shall have the mare as she stands. I'll give up and swap even, and there shall be no after-claps, nor ruined bargains, nor recantin', nor nother, only don't swear." Well, the trade was made, the saddles and bridles was shifted, and both parties mounted their new hosses. "Mr. Slick," says Steve, who was afraid he would lose the pony if he stayed any longer. "Mr. Slick," says he, "the least said is the soonest mended, let's be a movin'. This scene of noise and riot is shockin' to a religious man, ain't it?" And he let go a groan, as long as the embargo a'most. Well, we had no sooner turned to go, than the French people sot up a cheer that made all ring again, and they sung out, La Faussillor, and shouted it agin and agin ever so loud. "What's that?" says Steve. Well, I didn't know, for I never heard the word afore, but it don't do to say you don't know, it lowers you in the eyes of other folks. If you don't know what another man knows, he is shocked at your ignorance. But if he don't know what you do, he can find an excuse in a minute. Never say you don't know. So, says I, they jabbers so everlastin' fast, it ain't no easy matter to say what they mean, but it sounds like goodbye. You'd better turn round and make 'em a bow, for they are very polite people, is the French. So Steve turns and takes off his hat, and makes them a low bow, and they larfs wuss than ever, and calls out again, La Faussillor. He was kinder riled, was the elder. His honey had begun to farment, and smell vinegary. "May be, next Christmas," says he, "you won't larf so loud, when you find the mare is dead. Goodish and the old mare are just alike, they are all tongue them critters. I rather think it's me," says he, "has the right to larf, for I've got the best of this bargain, and no mistake. This is as smart a little hoss as ever I see. I know where I can put him off to great advantage. I shall make a good day's work of this. It is about as good a hoss trade as I ever made. The French don't know nothin' about hosses. They are a simple people, their priests keep 'em in ignorance on purpose, and they don't know nothin'. He cracked and bragged considerable, and as we progressed we came to Montagon Bridge. The moment Pony sot foot on it, he stopped short, pricked up the latter ends of his ears, snorted, squealed, and refused to budge an inch. The elder got mad. He first coaxed and patted, and soft-soldered him, and then whipped and spurred, and thrashed him like anything. Pony got mad too, for hosses has tempers as well as elders, so he turned to, and kicked right straight up on end, like Old Scratch, and kept on without stop until he sent the elder right slap over his head slantendicularly, on the broad of his back into the river, and he floated down through the bridge and scrambled out at t'other side. Creation! How he looked! He was so mad, he was ready to boil over, and as it was he smoked in the sun, like a tea kettle. His clothes stuck close down to him, as a cat's fur does to her skin, when she's out in the rain, and every step he took his boots went squish, squash, like an old woman churnin' butter, and his wet trousers chafed with a noise like a wet flap in sail. He was a shoe, and when he got up to his hoss, and held on to his mane, and first lifted up one leg and then the other to let the water run out of his boots, I couldn't hold it no longer, but laid back and larfed till I thought on my soul I'd fall off into the river too. Elder, says I thought when a man joined your sect, he could never fall off agin. But I see you ain't no safer than other folks arter all. Come, says he, let me be, that's a good soul, it's bad enough, without being larfed at, that's a fact. I can't account for this caper, no how. It's very strange too, ain't it? What on earth got into the hoss to make him act so ugly? Can you tell, Mr. Slick? Why, says I, he don't know English yet, that's all. He waited for them beautiful French oaths that goodish used. Stop the first Frenchman you meet and give him a shillin' to teach you to swear, and he'll go like a lamb. I seed what was the matter of the hoss by his action as soon as we started, but I warn't a-going for to let on to him about it. I wanted to see the sport. Well, he took his hoss by the bridle and led him over the bridge, and he follered kindly, then he mounted, and no hoss could go better. Arter a little, we came to another bridge agin, and the same play was acted anew, same coaxin', same threatenin', and same thrashin'. At last Pony put down his head, and began to shake his tail, a-gettin' ready for another bout of kickin', when Steve got off and led him, and did the same to every bridge we come to. It's no use, says I, you must larn them oaths, he's used to 'em and misses them shocking. A sailor, a hoss, and a nigger ain't no good without you swear at 'em, it comes kinder natural to them, and they look for it, fact I assure you. Whips wear out, and so do spurs, but a good sneezer of a cuss hain't no wear out to it, it's always the same. I'll larn him somethin', says he, when I get him to home, and out o' sight that will do him good, and that he won't forget for one while, I know. Soon arter this we came to Everett's public house on the bay, and I galloped up to the door, and went as close as I cleverly could on purpose, and then reined up short and sudden, when whap goes the pony right agin the side of the house, and nearly killed himself. He never stirred for the matter of 2 or 3 minutes. I actually did think he had gone for it, and Steve went right through the winder on to the floor, with a holler noise like a log o' wood thrown on to the deck of a vessel. Yo, says he, and he cut himself with the broken glass quite ridiculous. Why, says Everett, as I am a livin' sinner this is the grave digger. He'll kill you, man, as sure as you are born, he is the wickedest hoss that ever was seen in these clear inns here, and he is as blind as a bat too. No man in Nova Scotia can manage that hoss but goodish grieve, and he'd manage the devil that feller, for he is man, horse, shark, and sarpent all in one, that Frenchman. What possessed you to buy such a varmint as that? Grave digger, said doleful Steve, what is that? Why, says he, they went one day to bury a man, down to Clare did the French, and when they got to the grave, who should be in it but the pony? He couldn't see, and as he was a feet in about, he tumbled in head over heels and they called him, always arterwards, the grave digger. Very simple people them French, says I, elder, they don't know nothin' about hosses, do they? Their priests keep them in ignorance on purpose. Steve winced and squinched his face properly, and said the glass in his hands hurt him. Well, arter we sot all to rights, we began to jog on towards Digby. The elder didn't say much, he was as chop-fallen as a wounded moose. At last, says he, I'll ship him to St. John, and sell him. I'll put him on board of Captain Ned Leonard's vessel, as soon as I get to Digby. Well, as I turned my head to answer him, and sot eyes on him agin, it most sot me a hawin' a second time, he did look so like Old Scratch. Oh, Hedges! How haggardized he was! His new hat was smashed down like a cap on the crown of his head, his white cravat was bloody, his face all scratched, as if he had been clapper-clawed by a woman, and his hands was bound up with rags, where the glass cut him. The white sand of the floor of Everett's parlor had stuck to his damp clothes, and he looked like an old half-corn miller, that was a returnin' to his wife, arter a spree. A leetle crestfallen for what he had got, a leetle mean for the way he looked, and a leetle skeered for what he'd catch, when he got to home. The way he sloped warn't no matter. He was a picter, and a picter I must say, I like to look at. And now, squire, do you take him off too, engrave him, and bind him up in your book, and let others look at it, and put onder it the elder and the grave digger. Well, when we got to town, the tide was high, and the vessel just ready to cast off, and Steve, knowin' how skeered Pony was of the water, got off to lead him, but the critter guessed it warn't a bridge, for he smelt salt water on both sides of him, and ahead too, and budge he wouldn't. Well, they beat him most to death, but he beat back agin with his heels, and it was a drawed fight. Then they goes to the fence and gets a great strong pole, and puts it across his hams, 2 men at each end of the pole, and shoved away, till they progressed a yard or so, when Pony squatted right down on the pole, throwed over the men, and most broke their legs, with his weight. At last the captain fetched a rope, and fixes it round his neck, with a slip knot, fastens it to the windlass, and dragged him in as they do an anchor, and tied him by his bridle to the boom, and then shoved off, and got under way. Steve and I sat down on the wharf, for it was a beautiful day, and looked at them driftin' out in the stream, and histin' sail, while the folks was gettin' somethin' ready for us to the inn. When they had got out into the middle of the channel, took the breeze, and was all under way, and we was about to go back, I saw the pony loose. He had slipped his bridle, and not leaking the motion of the vessel, he just walked overboard, head fust, with a most beautiful splunge. A most refreshin' time, said I, Elder, that critter has of it. I hope that sinner will be saved. He sprung right up on end, as if he had been stung by a galley nipper. Did Steve, let me alone, said he. What have I done to be jobbed that way? Didn't I keep within the strict line o' truth? Did I tell that Frenchman one morsel of a lie? Answer me that, will you? I've been cheated awful, but I scorn to take the advantage of any man. You had better look to your own dealin's, and let me alone, you peddlin', cheatin' Yankee clockmaker you. Elders, sayes I, if you warn't too mean to rile a man, I'd give you a kick on your pillion, that would send you a divin arter your hoss, but you ain't worth it. Don't call me names though, or I'll settle your coffee for you, without a fish skin, afore you are ready to swaller it, I can tell you. So keep your mouth shut, my old coon, or your teeth might get sunburnt. You think you are angry with me, but you ain't, you are angry with yourself. You know you have showed yourself a proper fool for to go, for to talk to a man that has seed so much of the world as I have, 'bout refreshin' time, and outpourin' of spirit, and makin' profession, and what not, and you know you showed yourself an everlastin' rogue, a meditatin' of cheatin' that Frenchman all summer. It's biter bit, and I don't pity you one morsel, it serves you right. But look at the grave digger. He looks to me as if he was a diggin' of his own grave and rail right down earnest. The captain havin' his boat histed, and thinkin' the hoss would swim ashore of hisself, kept right straight on, and the hoss swam this way, and that way, and every way but the right road, just as the eddies took him. At last he got into the rips off of Johnston's Pint, and they wheeled him right round and round like a whip-top. Poor pony! He got his match at last. He struggled, and jumped, and plunged in fort, like a man, for dear life. Fust went up his knowin' little head that had no ears, and he tried to jump up and rear out of it, as he used to did out of a mire hole or honey pot ashore, but there was no bottom there, nothin' for his hind foot to spring from, so down he went agin ever so deep, and then he tried t'other end, and up went his broad rump that had no tail, but there was nothin' for the 4 feet to rest on nother, so he made a somerset. And as he went over, he gave out a great long and wise kick to the full stretch of his hind legs. Poor feller! It was the last kick he ever gave in this world. He sent his heels straight up on end, like a pair of kitchen tongs, and the last I see of him was a bright dazzle, as the sun shined on his iron shoes, afore the water closed over him forever. I rarely felt sorry for the poor old grave digger, I did upon my soul, for hosses and ladies are 2 things that a body can't help liking. Indeed, a feller that han't no taste that way ain't a man at all, in my opinion. Yes, I felt ugly for poor grave digger, though I didn't feel one single bit so for that cantin' cheatin' old elder. So when I turns to go, sayes I, Elders, sayes I, and I just repeated his own words, I guess it's your turn to laugh now, for you have got the best of the bargain, and no mistake. Goodish and the old mare are just alike, all tongue, ain't they? But these French is a simple people, so they be, they don't know nothin', that's a fact. Their priests keep 'em in ignorance a puppus. The next time you tell your experience to the great Christian meetin' to Goose Creek, just up and tell 'em, from beginning to end, the story of the Elder and the Gravedigger. Chapter 13. Looking back. In the course of the evening, Mr. Hopewell adverted to his return as a matter of professional duty, and spoke of it in such a feeling and earnest manner as to leave no doubt upon my mind that we should not be able to detain him long in this country, unless his attention should be kept fully occupied by a constant change of scene. Mr. Slick expressed to me the same fear, and, knowing that I had been talking of going to Scotland, entreated me not to be long absent, for he felt convinced that as soon as he should be left alone, his thoughts and wishes would at once revert to America. "I will try to keep him up," said he, "as well as I can, but I can't do it alone. If you do go, don't leave us long. Whenever I find him dull, and can't cheer him up know how I can fix it, by talk or fun, or sight-seeing or nothing, I make him vexed, and that excites him, stirs him up with a pot stick, and is of great sarvice to him. I don't mean actually making him wrathy in earnest, but just rilin' of him for his own good, by poking a mistake at him. I'll shew you presently how I do it." As soon as Mr. Hopewell rejoined us, he began to inquire into the probable duration of our visit to this country, and expressed a wish to return, as soon as possible, to Slickville. "Come, minister," said Mr. Slick, tapping him on the shoulder. "As father used to say, we must right about face now. When we are at home, let us think of home. When we are here, let us think of this place. Let us look ahead, don't let's look back, for we can't see nothing there. Indeed, Sam," said he, with a sad and melancholy air, "it would be better for us all if we looked back oftener than we do. From the errors of the past, we might rectify our course for the future. Prospective sin is often clothed in very alluring garments. Past sin appears in all its naked deformity. Looking back, therefore, is very well," said Mr. Slick, "in the way of preachin', but looking back when you can't see nothin', as you are now, is only a huttin' of your eyes. I never hear that word, lookin' back, that I don't think of that funny story of Lot's wife." "Funny story of Lot's wife, sir? Do you call that a funny story, sir?" "I do, sir." "You do, sir?" "Yes, I do, sir, and I defy you or any other man to say it ain't a funny story." "Oh dear, dear," said Mr. Hopewell, "that I should have lived to see the day when you, my son, would dare to speak of a divine judgment as a funny story, and that you should presume so to address me." "A judgment, sir?" "Yes, a judgment, sir." "Do you call the story of Lot's wife a judgment?" "Yes, I do call the story of Lot's wife a judgment, a monument of the divine wrath for the sin of disobedience." "What? Mrs. Happy Lot? Do you call her a monument of wrath? Well, well, if that don't beat all, minister. If you had a been a tyin' of the nightcap last night, I shouldn't a wondered at your talkin' at that pace. But to call that dear little woman, Mrs. Happy Lot, that dancin', Logan tormentin' little critter, a monument of wrath, beats all to a mortal smash. Why, who are you a talkin' of, Sam?" "Why, Mrs. Happy Lot, the wife of the Honorable Cranberry Lot, of Umbagog, to be sure. Who did you think I was a talkin' of?" "Well, I thought you was a talkin' of subjects too serious to be talked of in that manner, but I did you wrong, Sam, I did you injustice. Give me your hand, my boy. It's better for me to mistake and apologize than for you to sin and repent. I don't think I ever heard of Mr. Lot of Umbagog, or of his wife either. Sit down here, and tell me the story, for with the conversing, I forget all time." "Well, minister," said Mr. Slick, "I'll tell you the ins and outs of it, and a droll story it is too. Miss Lot was the daughter of Enoch Mosher, the rich miser of Goshen, as beautiful a little critter too, as ever slept in shoe leather. She looked for all the world like one of the Paris fashion prints, for she was a parfect pictur', that's a fact. Her complexion was made of white and red roses, mixed so beautiful, you couldn't tell where the white ended, or the red begun, nature had used the blendin' brush so delicate. Her eyes were screw augers, I tell you, they bored right into your heart, and kinder agitated you, and made your breath come and go, and your pulse flutter. I never felt nothin' like 'em. When lit up, they sparkled like lamp reflectors, and at other tunes they was as soft, and mild, and clear as dewdrops that hang on the bushes at sunrise. When she loved, And when she hated about the wickedest you ever see. Her lips were like heart cherries of the carnation kind, so plump, and fall, and hard, you felt as if you could fall to and eat 'em right up. Her voice was like a grand peony, all sorts o' power in it, canary bird's notes at one end, and thunder at t'other, accordin' to the humor she was in, for she was a'most a grand bit of stuff was happy, she'd put an edge on a knife a'most. She was a rail steel. Her figure was as light as a fairy's, and her waist was so taper and tiny, it seemed just made for puttin' an arm round and walkin'. She was as tive and springy on her feet as a catamount, and near about as touched me not a sort of customer too. She actually did seem as if she was made out of steel springs and chicken hawk. If old Cran was to slip off the handle, I think I should make up to her, for she is a salt, that's a fact, a most a heavenly splice. Well, the Honorable Cranberry Lop put in for her, won her, and married her. A good speculation it turned out too, for he got the matter of $100,000 by her. If he got a cent as soon as they were fairly welded, off they sought to take the tour of Europe, and they larfed and cried, and kissed and quarreled, and fit and made up all over the continent, for her temper was as unsartain as the climate here, rain one minute and sun the next, but more rain nor sun. He was a fool, was Cranberry. He didn't know how to manage her. His bridle hand warn't good, I tell you. A spry, meddlesome hoss, and a dull critter with no action, don't mate well in harness, that's a fact. After goin' everywhere, and everywhere else a'most, where should they get to but the Alps? One arternoon, a sincerely cold one it was too, and the weather, violent, slippy, dark, overtook them before they reached the top of one of the highest and steepest of them mountains, and they had to spend the night at a poor squatter's shanty. Well, next mornin', just at daybreak, and sunrise on them everlastin' hills is tall sunrise, and no mistake, perhaps nothin' was ever seen so fine except the first one, since creation. It takes the rag off quite. Well, she was an enterprisin' little toad, was Miss Lot too, afeard of nothin' a'most. So nothin' would survey her but she must out and have a scram up to the tip-topest part of the peak afore breakfast. Well, the squatter there, who was a kind o' guide, did what he could to dispersuade her, but all to no purpose. Go she would, and a headstrong woman and a runaway hoss are just two things it's out of all reason to try to stop. The only way is to urge 'em on, and then, bein' contractary by nature, they stop of themselves. Well, says the guide, if you will go, marm, do take this pike staff, marm, says he, a sort of walking stick with a spike to the end of it, for you can't get either up or down them slopes without it, it is so almighty slippy there. So she took the staff, and off she sot and climbed ever so far, till she didn't look no bigger than a snowbird. At last she came to a small flat place, like a table, and then she turned round to rest, get breath, and take a look at the glorious view, and just as she hove to, up went her little heels, and away went her stick, right over a big perpendicular cliff, hundreds and thousands of feet deep. So deep, you couldn't see the bottom for the shadows, for the very snow looked black down there. There is no way in, it is so steep, but over the cliff, and no way out, but one, and that leads to t'other world. I can't describe it to you, though. I have seed it since myself. There are some things too big to lift, some too big to carry after they be lifted, and some too grand for the tongue to describe too. There's a notch where dictionary can't go no farther, as well as every other created thing, that's a fact. Perhaps if I was to say it looked like the mold that our very peak was cast in, afore it was cold and stiff, and sot up on end, I should come as near the mark as anything I know on. Well, away she slid, feet and hands out, all flat on her face, right away, arter her pike staff. Most people would have ginned up as gone goose, and others been so frightened as not to do anything at all, or at most only just to think of a prayer, for there was no time to say one. But not so Lot's wife. She was of a conquerin' natur'. She never gave nothin' up, till she couldn't hold on no longer. She was one o' them critters that go to bed mistress, and rise master, and just as she got to the edge of the precipice, her head hangin' over, and her eyes lookin' down, and she all but ready to shoot out and launch away into bottomless space, the 10 Commandments brought her right short up. Oh, she says, the sudden joy of that sudden stop swelled her heart so big, she thought it would have bust like a biler, and, as it was, the great endurin' long breath she drew, arter such an outfired escape, almost killed her at the ebb, it hurt her so. But, said Mr. Hopewell, how did the 10 Commandments save her? Do you mean that figuratively, or literally? Was it her reliance on Providence, arising from a conscious observance of the Decalogue all her life, or was it a book containing them, that caught against something, and stopped her descent? It is very interesting. Many a person, Sam, has been saved when at the brink of destruction, by laying fast hold on the Bible. Who can doubt that the commandments had a divine origin? Short, simple, and yet comprehensive, the first 4 point to our duty to our Maker, the last 6, towards our social duties. In this respect there is a great similarity of structure to that excellent prayer given us. Oh, minister, said Mr. Slick, I beg your pardon, I do, indeed, I don't mean that at all, and I do declare and vow now, I wasn't a playin' possum with you, nuther. I won't do it no more, I won't indeed. Well, what did you mean then? Why, I meant her 10 fingers, to be sure. When a woman clap or claws her husband, we have a cantarm with us boys of Slickville, Savon, she gave him her 10 commandments. And a very improper expression too, sir, said Mr. Hopewell. A very irreverent, indecent, and I may say profane expression. I am quite shocked. But as you say you didn't mean it, are sorry for it, and will not repeat it again, I accept your apology, and rely on your promise. Go on, sir. Well, as I was a Savon, the moment she found herself a-coasting of it that way, flounder fashion, she hung on by her 10 I mean her 10 fingers, and her 10 toes, like grim death to a dead nigger, and it brought her up just in time. But how to get back was the question. To let go the hold of any one hand was sartain death, and there was nobody to help her, and yet to hold on long that way, she couldn't know how she could fix it. So what does she do? For nothing equals a woman for contrivances, but move one finger at a time, and then one toe at a time, till she gets a new hold, and then crawls backward, like a spanworm, an inch at a hitch. Well, she works her passage this way, wronging foremost, by backing of her paddles for the matter of half an hour or so, till she gets to where it was roughish, and something like standing ground, when who should come by but a tall handsome man, with a sort of a half-coat, half-cloak-like covering on, fastened round the waist with a belt, and having a hood up, to ambush the head. The moment she clapped eyes on him, she called to him for help. Oh, says she, for heaven's sake, good man, help me up. Just take hold of my leg and draw me back, will you, that's a good soul, and then she held up fuss one leg for him, and then the other, most beseechin', but nothin' would move him. He just stopped, looked back for a moment, and then progressed agin. Well, it riled her considerable. Her eyes actually snapped with fire, like a hemlock log at Christmas, for nothin' makes a woman so mad as a parsonal slight, and them little ankles of hern were enough to move the heart of a stone, and make it jump out o' the ground, that's a fact. They were such fine-spun glass ones, it made her so mad, it gave her fresh strength, and making 2 or 3 unnatural efforts, she got clear back to the path, and sprung right up on end, as wicked as a she-bear with a sore head. But when she got upright agin, she then seed what a beautiful frizzle of a fix she was in. She couldn't hope to climb far, and indeed she didn't ambition to, she'd had enough of that for one spell. But climbing up was nothin', compared to going downhill without her staff, so what to do she didn't know. At last a thought struck her. She in her mind to make that man help her, in spite of him. So she sprung forward for a space, like a painter, for life or death, and caught right hold of his cloak. Help me, said she, or I shall go for it, that's sartain. Here's my puss, my rings, my watch, and all I have got, but oh, help me! For the love of God, help me, or my flint is fixed for good and all. With that, the man turned round, and took one glance at her, as if he kinder relented, and then, all at once, wheeled back again, as amazed as if he was just born, gave an awful yell, and started off as fast as he could clip, though that warn't very tall runnin' nuther, considerin' the ground. But she warn't to be shook off that way. She held fast to his cloak, like a bird to a sheep's tail, and raced arter him, screamin' and screechin' like mad, and the more she cried, the louder he yelled, till the mountains all echoed it and re-echoed it, so that you would have thought 1,000 devils had broke loose a'most. Such a gettin' upstairs you never did see. Well, they kept up this tantrum for the space of 200 or 300 yards, when they came to a small, low, dismal-looking house, when the man gave the door a kick that sent the latch a-flyin' off to the t'other end of the room, and fell right in on the floor, on his face, as flat as a flounder, a-groanin' and a-moanin' like anything, and lookin' as mean as a critter that was sent for, and couldn't come, and as obstinate as a pine stump. "What ails you," says she, "to act like Old Scratch that way? You ought to be ashamed of yourself, to behave so to a woman. What on earth is there about me to frighten you so, you great unmannerly, unmerciful coward you? Come, scratch up this minute." Well, the more she talked, the more he groaned, but the devil a word, good or bad, could she get out of him at all. With that, she stoops down, and catches up his staff, and says she, "I have as great a mind to give you a jab with this here toothpick, where your mother used to spank you, as ever I had in all my life. But if you want it, my old coon, you must come and get it, for if you won't help me, I shall help myself." Just at that moment, her eyes being better accustomed to the dim light of the place, she seed a man, a-sittin' at the fur end of the room, with his back to the wall, larfin' ready to kill himself. He grinned so, he showed his corn crackers from ear to ear. She said, he stripped his teeth like a catamount, he looked so all mouth. Well, that encouraged her, for there ain't much harm in a larfin' man, it's only them that never larf that's fearfulsome. So says she, "My good man, will you he so kind as to lend me your arm down this awful peak, and I will reward you handsomely, you may depend." Well, he made no answer, nother, and thinking he didn't understand English, she tried him in Italian, and then in broken French, and then bungled out a little German, but no, still no answer. He took no more notice of her and her Mr. and Senior, and Mount Sheer, and Mener, than if he never heard them titles, but just larfed on. She stopped a minute, and looked at him full in the face, to see what he meant by all this ungenteel behavior, when all of a sudden, just as she moved one step nearer to him, she saw he was a dead man, and had been so long there, part of the flesh had dropped off or dried off his face, and it was that made him grin that way, like a fox trap. It was the bone house they was in. The place where poor, benighted, snow-squalled stragglers, that perish on the mountains, are located, for their friends to come and get them, if they want 'em, and if there ain't anybody that knows 'em or cares for 'em, why they are left there forever, to dry into nothin' but parchment and atomy, as it's no joke diggin' a grave in that frozen region. As soon as she seed this, she never said another blessed word, but just walked off with the livin' man's pike, and began to poke her way down the mountain as careful as she cleverly could, dreadful tired, and awful fright. Well, she hadn't gone far, afore she heard her name echoed all round her, "Happy! Happy! Happy!" It seemed from the echoes agin, as if there was 100 people a-yelling it put all at once. "Oh, very happy," said she, "very happy, indeed, guess you'd find it so if you was here. I know I should feel very happy if I was out of it, that's all, for I believe, on my soul, this is haunted ground, and the people in it are possessed. Oh, if I was only to home, to dear Umbagog Agin, no soul should ever catch me in this outlandish place any more, I know." Well, the sound increased and increased so, like young thunder she was e'en a'most skeered to death, and in a twitteration all over, and her knees began to shake so, she expected to go for it every minute, when a sudden turn of the path showed her husband and the poor squatter a-sarchin' for her. She was so overcome with fright and joy, she could hardly speak, and it warn't a trifle that would toggle her tongue, that's a fact. It was some time after she arrived at the house afore she could up and tell the story understandable, and when she did, she had to tell it twice over, first in shorthand, and then in long metre, afore she could make out the whole bill o' parcels. Indeed, she ha'n't done tellin' it yet, and wherever she is, she works round, till she gets Europe spoke of, and then she begins, "That reminds me of a most remarkable fact. Just after I was married to Mr. Lot, we was to the Alps. If ever you see her, and she begins that way, up hat and cut stick double quick, or you'll find the road over the Alps to Umbagog, a little the longest you've ever traveled, I know. Well, she had no sooner done than Cranberry jumps up on eend, and says he to the guide, Uncle, says he, just come along with me, that's a good feller, will you? We must return that good Samaritan's cane to him, and as he must be considerable cold there, I'll just warm his hide a bit for him, to make his blood circulate. If he thinks I'll put that treatment to my wife, Miss Lot, into my pocket, and walk off with it, he's mistaken in the child, that's all, sir. He may be stubber than I be, Uncle, that's a fact, but if he was twice as stubbed, I'd walk into him like 1,000 of bricks. I'll give him a taste of my breed. Insultin' a lady is a weed we don't suffer to grow in our fields to umbagog. Let him be who the devil he will, lob leg or leather breeches, green shirt or blanket coat, land trotter or river roller, I'll let him know there is a warrant out arter him, I know. Why, sayest the guide, he couldn't help himself, know how he could work it. He is a friar, or a monk, or a hermit, or a pilgrim, or something or another of that kind, for there is no end to them, they are so many different sorts. But the breed he is of, have a vow never to look at a woman, or talk to a woman, or touch a woman, and if they do, there is a penance, as long as into the middle of next week. Not look at a woman, says Cran, why, what sort of a guess world would this be without petticoats? What a superfine superior tarnation fool he must be, to join such a teetotal society as that. Mint julep I could give up, I do suppose, though I had a plaguey sight sooner not do it, that's a fact. But as for womankind, why the angeliferous little torments, there is no livin' without them. What do you think, stranger? Sartainly, said Squatter, but seein' that the man had a vow, why it warn't his fault, for he couldn't do nothin' else. Where he did wrong, was to look back, if he hadn't a looked back, he wouldn't have sinned. Well, well, sayest Cran, if that's the case, it is a hoss of another color that. I won't look back nother then. Let him he. But he is erroneous considerable. So you see, minister, said Mr. Slick, where there is nothing to be gained, and harm done, by this retrospection, as you call it, why I think lookin' ahead is far better than lookin' back. Chapter 14. Crossing the Border. The time had now arrived when it was necessary for me to go to Scotland, for a few days. I had two very powerful reasons for this excursion. First, because an old and valued friend of mine was there, whom I had not met for many years, and whom I could not think of leaving this country without seeing again, and secondly, because I was desirous of visiting the residence of my forefathers on the Tweed, which, although it had passed out of their possession many years ago, was still endeared to me as their home, as the scene of the family traditions, and above all, as their burial place. The grave is the first stage on the journey from this to the other world. We are permitted to escort our friends so far, and no further. It is there we part forever. It is there the human form is deposited, when mortality is changed for immortality. This burial place contains no one that I have ever seen or known, but it contains the remains of those from whom I derived my lineage and my name. I therefore naturally desired to see it. Having communicated my intention to my two American companions, I was very much struck with the different manner in which they received the announcement. Come back soon, Squire, said Mr. Slick. Go and see your old friend, if you must, and go to the old camping grounds of your folks, though the wigwam I expect has gone long ago, but don't look at anything else. I want we should visit the country together. I have an idea from what little I have seen of it, Scotland is overrated. I guess there is a good deal of romance about their old times, and that, if we knowed all, their old lairds warn't much better, or much richer than our Indian chiefs, much of a muchness. Kinder sorter so, and kinder sorter not so, no great odds. Both hearty, both fierce, both as poor as Job's turkey, and both tarnation proud, at least, that's my idea to a notch. I have often asked myself what sort of a Gaul that splendoriferous Lady of the Lake of Scots was, and I kinder guessed she was a red-headed Scotch heifer, with her hair filled with heather, and feather, and lint, with no shoes and stockings to her feet, and that meant that she stared with her eyes and mouth wide open, like other county Gauls that never seed nothing before, a regular screech owl in petticoats. And I suspicion that Mr. Rob Roy was a sort of thieving devil of a white mohawk, that found it easier to steal cattle than raise them himself, and that Loch Cochrane, that they make such a tuss about, is just about equal to a good sizable duck pond in our country. At least, that's my idea. For I tell you it does not do to follow arter a poet, and take all he says for gospel. Yes, let's go and see Sawney and his old Reekie. Earth and seas! If I have any nose at all, there never was a place so well named as that. Phew! Let me light a cigar to get rid of the fogo of it. Then let's cross over and see Pat at home. Let's look into matters and things there, and see what Big Dan is about, with his association, and agitation, and repale, and teetotals. Let's see whether it's John Bull or Pat Linder that's to blame, or both on 'em, 6 of one and half a dozen of t'other. By gosh! Minister would talk more sense in one day to Ireland than has been talked there since the rebellion, for common sense is a word that don't grow like Jacob's ladder in them diggins, I guess. It's about as stunted as General Nicodemus Ott's corn was. The General was taking a ride with a Southerner one day over his farm to Bangor in Maine, to see his crops, fixin' mill privileges and what not, and the Southerner was a-turning up his nose at everything a'most proper scorny, and braggin' how things growed on his estate down south. At last the General's Ebenezer began to rise, and he got as mad as a hatter, and was detarmined to take a rise out of him. So, says he, stranger, says he, you talk about your Indian corn, as if nobody else raised any but yourself. Now I'll bet you $1,000 I have corn that's growed so wonderful, you can't reach the top of it a-standin' on your horse. Done, sayest Southerner, and done, sayest the General, and done it was. Now, sayest the General, stand up on your saddle like a circus rider, for the field is round that corner of the wood there, and the entire stranger stood up as stiff as a poker. Tall corn, I guess, sayest he, if I can't reach it, anyhow, for I can e'en a'most reach the top o' them trees. I think I feel them $1,000 of yourn, a marchin' quick step into my pocket for deep. Reach your corn, to be sure I will. Who the plague ever seed corn so tall that a man couldn't reach it a horseback? Try it, sayest the General, as he led him into the field, where the corn was only a foot high, the land was so monstrous, mean and so beggarly poor. Reach it, sayest the General. What a damned Yankee trick, sayest the Southerner. What a takin' this is, ain't it? And he leapt, and hopped, and jumped like a snappin' turtle, he was so mad. Yes, common sense to Ireland is like Indian corn to Bangor, it ain't overly tall growin', that's a fact. We must see both these countries together. It is like the nigger's pig to the West Indies. Little and damn old. Oh, come back soon, Squire, I have 1,000 things I want to tell you, and I shall forget 1/2 o' them, if you don't, and besides, said he in an undertone, he, nodding his head towards Mr. Hopewell, will miss you shockingly. He frets horridly about his flock. He says, emancipation and temperance have superseded the scriptures in the States. That formerly they preached religion there, but now they only preach about niggers and rum. Goodbye, Squire. You do right, Squire, said Mr. Hopewell. To go. That which has to be done should be done soon, for we have not always the command of our time. See your friend, for the claims of friendship are sacred, and see your family tombstones also, for the sight of them will awaken a train of reflections in a mind like yours, at once melancholy and elevating. But I will not deprive you of the pleasure you will derive from first impressions, by stripping them of their novelty. You will be pleased with the Scotch. They are a frugal, industrious, moral and intellectual people. I should like to see their agriculture. I am told it is by far the best in Europe. But, Squire, I shall hope to see you soon, for I sometimes think duty calls me home again. Although my little flock has chosen other shepherds and quitted my fold, some of them may have seen their error, and wish to return. And ought I not to be there to receive them? It is true, I am no longer a laborer in the vineyard, but my heart is there. I should like to walk round and round the wall that encloses it, and climb up, and look into it, and talk to them that are at work there. I might give some advice that would be valuable to them. The blossoms require shelter, and the fruit requires heat, and the roots need covering in winter. The vine too is luxuriant, and must be pruned, or it will produce nothing but wood. It demands constant care and constant labor. I had decorated the little place with flowers too, to make it attractive and pleasant. But, ah me! Dissent will pull all these up like weeds, and throw them out, and skepticism will raise nothing but gaudy annuals. The perennials will not flourish without cultivating and enriching the ground. Their roots are in the heart. The religion of our church, which is the same as this of England, is a religion which inculcates love, filial love towards God, paternal love to those committed to our care, brotherly love to our neighbor, nay, something more than is known by that term in its common acceptation, for we are instructed to love our neighbor as ourselves. We are directed to commence our prayer with, Our Father. How much of love, of tenderness, of forbearance, of kindness, of liberality is embodied in that word, children of the same Father, members of the same great human family. I love is the bond of union. Love dwelleth in the heart, and the heart must be cultivated, that the seeds of affection may germinate in it. Dissent is cold and sour. It never appeals to the affections, but it scatters denunciations, and rules by terror. Skepticism is proud and self-sufficient. It refuses to believe in mysteries and deals in rhetoric and sophistry, and flatters the vanity, by exalting human reason. My poor lost flock will see the change, and I feel it too. Besides, absence is a temporary death. Now I am gone from them, they will forget my frailties and infirmities, and dwell on what little good might have been in me, and perhaps yearn towards me. If I was to return, perhaps I could make an impression on the minds of some, and recall 2 or 3, if not more, to a sense of duty. What a great thing that would be, wouldn't it? And if I did, I would get our bishop to send me a pious, zealous, humble-minded, affectionate, able young man as a successor, and I would leave my farm, and orchard, and little matters, as a glebe for the church. And who knows but the Lord may yet rescue Slickville from the inroads of ignorant fanatics, political dissenters, and wicked infidels? And besides, my good friend, I have much to say to you, relative to the present condition and future prospects of this great country. I have lived to see a few ambitious lawyers, restless demagogues, political preachers, and unemployed local officers of provincial regiments, agitate and sever 13 colonies at one time from the government of England. I have witnessed the struggle. It was a fearful, a bloody, and an unnatural one. My opinions, therefore, are strong in proportion as my experience is great. I have abstained on account of their appearing like preconceptions from saying much to you yet, for I want to see more of this country, and to be certain that I am quite right before I speak. When you return, I will give you my views on some of the great questions of the day. Don't adopt them, hear them and compare them with your own. I would have you think for yourself, for I am an old man now and sometimes I distrust my powers of mind. The state of this country you, in your situation, ought to be thoroughly acquainted with. It is a very perilous one. Its prosperity, its integrity, nay its existence as a first-rate power, hangs by a thread, and that thread but little better and stronger than a cotton one. Quem Deus vult perdere prius dementat. I look in vain for that constitutional vigor and intellectual power which once ruled the destinies of this great nation. There is an aberration of intellect, and a want of self-possession here that alarms me. I say, alarms me, for American as I am by birth, and Republican as I am from the force of circumstances, I cannot but regard England with great interest, and with great affection. What a beautiful country! What a noble constitution! What a high-minded, intelligent, and generous people! When the Whigs came into office, the Tories were not a party, they were the people of England. Where and what are they now? Will they ever have a lucid interval, or again recognize the sound of their own name? And yet, Sam, doubtful as the prospect of their recovery is, and fearful as the consequences of a continuance of their malady appear to be, one thing is most certain: a Tory government is the proper government for a monarchy, a suitable one for any country, but it is the only one for England. I do not mean an ultra one, for I am a moderate man, and all extremes are equally to be avoided. I mean a temperate, but firm one, steady to its friends, just to its enemies, and inflexible to all. When compelled to yield, it should be by the force of reason, and never by the power of agitation. Its measures should be actuated by a sense of what is right, and not what is expedient, for to concede is to recede is to evince weakness, and to betray weakness is to invite attack. I am a stranger here. I do not understand this new word conservatism. I comprehend the other two, Toryism and liberalism. The one is a monarchical, and the other a republican word. The term, conservatism, I suppose, designates a party formed out of the moderate men of both sides, or rather, composed of low-toned Tories and high Whigs. I do not like to express a decided opinion yet, but my first impression is always adverse to mixtures, for a mixture renders impure the elements of which it is compounded. Everything will depend on the preponderance of the wholesome over the deleterious ingredients. I will analyze it carefully. See how one neutralizes or improves the other, and what the effect of the compound is likely to be on the constitution. I will request our ambassador, Everett, or Sam's friend, the minister extraordinary, Abednego Layman, to introduce me to Sir Robert Peel, and will endeavor to obtain all possible information from the best possible source. On your return I will give you a candid and deliberate opinion. After a silence of some minutes, during which he walked up and down the room in a fit of abstraction, he suddenly paused, and said, as if thinking aloud, Hem, so you are going to cross the border, eh? That northern intellect is strong. Able men the Scotch, a little too radical in politics, and a little too liberal, as it is called, in a matter of much greater consequence, but a superior people on the whole. They will give you a warm reception, will the Scotch. Your name will ensure that, and they are clannish, and another warm reception will, I assure you, await you here, when, returning, you again cross the border. Chapter 15. The Irish Preface. Gentle reader, if an Irishman were asked what a preface was, he would, without hesitation, reply that it was the last chapter of a book, and we should unquestionably pronounce that answer to be a bull, for how can prefatory remarks be valedictory ones? A few moments' consideration, however, would induce us to withdraw such a hasty opinion, and convince us that his idea is, after all, a correct one. It is almost always the part that is last written, and we perpetrate the bull, by placing it at the beginning instead of the end of the book, and denominating our parting words introductory remarks. The result of our arrangement is, that nobody reads it. The public do not want to hear an apology or explanation, until it first ascertains whether the one can be accepted, or the other is required. This contemptuous neglect arises from two causes: first, because it is out of place, and secondly, because it too often contains a great deal of twaddle. Unfortunately, one half of what is said in this world is unmeaning compliment. A man who wishes to mark his respect for you, among other inconvenient methods of shewing it, offers to accompany you to the hall. You are in consequence arrested in your progress. You are compelled to turn on your pursuer, and entreat him not to come to the door. After a good deal of lost time he is prevailed upon to return. This is not fair. Every man should be suffered to depart in peace. Now, it is my intention to adopt the Irish definition. The word preface is a misnomer. What I have to say I shall put into my last chapter, and assign to it its proper place. I shall also adopt another improvement on the usual practice. I shall make it as short as possible, and speak to the point. My intention then, gentle reader, was when I commenced this work to write but one volume, and at some future time to publish a second. The materials, however, were so abundant that selection became very difficult, and compression much more so. To touch as many topics as I designed, I was compelled to extend it to its present size, and I still feel that the work is only half done. Whether I shall ever be able to supply this deficiency I cannot say. I do not doubt your kind reception. I have experienced too much indulgence and favor at your hands to suppose that you will withdraw it from one whom you have honored with repeated marks of approbation, but I entertain some fears that I shall not be able to obtain the time that is necessary for its completion, and that if I can command the leisure, my health will insist on a prior claim to its disposal. If, however, I shall be enabled so to do, it is my intention, hereafter, to add another series of the sayings and doings of the Attaché, so as to make the work as complete as possible. I am quite confident it is not necessary to add that the sentiments uttered by Mr. Slick are not designed either as an expression of those of the author, or of the Americans who visit this country. With respect to myself, no disavowal is necessary, but I feel it due to my American friends, for whose kindness I can never be sufficiently grateful, and whose good opinion I value too highly to jeopardize it by any misapprehension, to state distinctly that I have not the most remote idea of putting Mr. Slick forward as a representative of any opinions but his own individual ones. They are peculiar to himself. They naturally result from his shrewdness, knowledge of human nature, quickness of perception and appreciation of the ridiculous on the one hand, and on the other from his defective education, ignorance of the usages of society, and sudden elevation, from the lower walks of life, to a station for which he was wholly unqualified. I have endeavored, as far as it was possible, in a work of this kind, to avoid all personal allusions to private persons, or in any way to refer to scenes that may be supposed to have such a hearing. Should any one imagine that he can trace any resemblance to any private occurrence, I can only assure him that such resemblance is quite accidental. On the other hand, I have lost no opportunity of inculcating what I conceive to be good sound constitutional doctrines. Loyal myself, a great admirer of the monarchical form of government, attached to British institutions, and a devoted advocate for the permanent connection between the parent state and its transatlantic possessions, I have not hesitated to give utterance to these opinions. Born a colonist, it is natural I should have the feelings of one, and if I have obtruded local matters on the notice of the reader oftener than may be thought necessary, it must be remembered that an inhabitant of those distant countries has seldom an opportunity of being heard. I should feel, therefore, if I were to pass over in silence our claims or our interests, I was affording the best justification for that neglect, which for the last half-century has cramped our energies, paralyzed our efforts, and discouraged and disheartened ourselves. England is liberal in concessions, and munificent in her pecuniary grants to us, but is so much engrossed with domestic politics, that she will bestow upon us neither time nor consideration. It has been my object, therefore, to convey to the public some important truths, under a humorous cover, which, without the amusement afforded by the wrapper, would never be even looked at. This portion of the work requires no apology. To do as I have done is a duty incumbent on any person who has the means of doing good, afforded him by such an extensive circulation of his works as I have been honored with. I have already expressed some doubts whether I shall be enabled to furnish a second series of this work or not. In this uncertainty, I will not omit this, perhaps my only opportunity, of making my most grateful acknowledgments for the very great measure of indulgence I have received from the public on both sides of the Atlantic, and of expressing a hope that Mr. Slick, who has been so popular as a clockmaker, may prove himself equally deserving of favor as an attaché. I have the honor to subscribe myself, your most obedient servant, the author. London, July 1st, 1843. The End.